Standing over the defeated bullies, Doyen remained silent. This wasn't just a physical victory, it was a harsh testament to his hardened past. Everyone nearby is left trembling, paralyzed by the sheer intensity of the scene. From that day on, the title of number 1 belonged to Doyen. Those who tried to challenge his status were swiftly dealt with, until eventually no one dared to cross him again. Finally, the turbulence settled, and Doyen managed to reclaim a semblance of peace. He'd much rather spend his days geeking out over anime with friends than dealing with constant fights. It was the healing he truly needed. He even found himself geeking out over anime with new friends, enjoying the kind of simple happiness that made him forget his past. That moment meeting Beck Dason with her casual wanna-watch together became a soft, cherished memory of his youth. But peace is always fleeting. When second year rolled around, a guy named Moon Seokju approached him with a request. Seeing that unfamiliar face, Doyen didn't realize it yet, but the gears of trouble had started turning again. Seokju's request was simple: settle a score with someone who beat him. For Doyen, it was a 5-second favor. But he didn't realize that this single act would turn the guy into a fanatical follower, dragging him right back into the violent mess he tried to escape. Looking at his generous senior, our boy's guard finally came down. He didn't know anything about manipulation back then, thinking he'd just found a cool, loyal friend, and that's how he unwittingly stepped into a trap. Doyen soon realized his senior was a bully, but he didn't mind. He actually dug the rebellious vibe. In exchange for fancy shoes and a sense of belonging, our guy became the group's enforcer, taking every fight that came his way. It started as just a transaction, but something shifted. Our guy realized he actually enjoyed the rush of the fight. With no anger, just pure adrenaline, he became an undefeated fighting machine in the neighborhood. By his 3rd year, our boy was fully embedded in that crowd. Even though people would clear the halls when they walked by, he didn't care. For someone who'd been lonely, this sense of belonging was worth the price. But the past has a way of catching up. When his old friends from the anime club reached out, our boy's expression froze. Torn between the quiet, normal life he left behind and the violent abyss he'd chosen, he stood there, completely conflicted. Facing the suffocating atmosphere, our boy's expression turns increasingly grave. The sweat dripping down isn't just from the physical strain of battle, but from the turmoil of being dragged back into the dark memories of his past. This gathering is nothing but a toxic mix of repulsive jeering and cheap alcohol. Our boy feels sickened by the group's casual cruelty and the immense social pressure to conform to their twisted behavior. Finally, the pent-up tension boils over. When they push too far, our boy snaps. No longer content to stay silent, he takes decisive action, shutting down their petty harassment with raw, unfiltered force. In the dead of night, he arrives at her doorstep. The hallway is hauntingly silent, thick with tension. Dragging his exhausted body, he seeks an answer, trying to understand where it all went so wrong. How are you any different from those bullies? The question cuts like a knife. Seeing the shock in her eyes, our boy is struck by the harsh realization. In this endless cycle of violence, he has become the very thing he despises. The memories fade, pulling him back into the brutal reality. Staring at the person he just struck down, our boy is left with a hollow sense of confusion. Is this truly what he must become to survive and protect his dignity? Our boy is locked in a desperate chokehold, struggling for air. It's pure agony, but he knows this can't be how it ends. Pushing through the fear and despair, he channels his training ready to turn the tables. Spotting a flaw in the defense, our boy explodes with a counterattack, slamming his opponent down. Flashing back, the internal drive is clear: a desperate need to win and escape the shadow of being bullied. The tension is suffocating. Co. Doyen is no pushover. They lock horns again, every breath heavy. Doyen comes in with savage, wide attacks, turning up the pressure to an almost unbearable level. Doyen's wide, powerful swings are dangerous, but our boy's eyes are locked on the target. He realizes the flaw. Such massive attacks leave Doyen exposed, giving our boy the perfect opening to get inside. Dodge, duck, take him to the ground. Minchai's tactical advice rings clear. Our boy takes a steadying breath, knowing every move from here on out decides his fate. The fight is intense. Our boy isn't giving his opponent a second to breathe. He's got him pinned and is laying on the pressure, every strike landing with full intent to keep the upper hand. It's a smart tactic. Just as Minchai taught him, once you take it to the ground, no need to overcomplicate things with fancy jiu-jitsu. Pin them down and pound away sometimes. Brute force is the most effective way to crush an opponent's spirit. The onlookers are stunned. No one expected our boy, who's been on the back foot, to actually have Doyoon pinned like this. They're shocked and low-key amused, hardly believing what they're seeing. Our boy's eyes are locked in. He's going all out now, raining strikes while demanding his opponent concede. This isn't just about endurance anymore, it's a battle of wills, and he's pushing his rival to the breaking point. But his opponent isn't going down without a fight. Even trapped, Doyoon shows incredible resilience, scrambling to break free. They're locked in a chaotic ground brawl, and the tide is far from settled. The heavy hitters watching from the sidelines are picking up on the reality. Grappling on the ground is exhausting for the one on bottom. It might look like a standoff, but all the training our boy put in is finally starting to pay off. That's it, the gap in stamina and mental fortitude is becoming clear. Our boy's refusal to quit is exactly why he's holding his own. The real test of the fight is only just beginning. The essence of combat isn't just flash, it's about endurance. The mentor coldly analyzes the situation. In a drawn-out fight, stamina not technique is the true deciding factor. Our boy is under immense pressure, giving it his all. Amidst the rapid exchange, he uses the ropes and tactical maneuvering to rip through the opponent's defense, finally turning the tide. Drenched in sweat, our guy kneels on the ground, grit in his eyes. Every shift in the opponent's weight doesn't escape him. Is it a feint or a real tackle? He has to calculate everything in an instant. The opening appears. Catching the opponent off guard, our boy lands a precise, powerful strike. It's not just brute force, it's the result of countless rehearsals paying off. Combat is a mind game. The opponent's fear of the ground game became their undoing. This beautiful feint shattered their rhythm, forcing them to take the hit. Without giving them a chance to breathe, our boy follows up. With the resolve to finish it, he lands a heavy blow, sending the opponent flying and completely tipping the scales. The fight continues. Following the mentor's technical advice, our boy executes a lethal triangle choke. This hold is like a final verdict, pinning the opponent and crushing any chance of escape. As the victor is decided, our boy collapses. The exhaustion is overwhelming, leaving him dazed and questioning the point of all this struggle. As he hears it's over, he just wants to lie there in the silence. Doyoon is completely broken after their intense encounter, huddled alone in a corner. The girl steps in to comfort him, using anime as a gentle distraction to help him process his pain. As the sun sets, the girl's patient kindness finally breaks down Doyoon's defenses. He accepts her gesture, marking a turning point where he begins to move past the trauma. With the chaos behind them, life settles down. Our boy Jae-hyuk cautiously enters the club room. Seeing the lively, unfamiliar environment, he feels a bit awkward. It's his first time joining a group like this. Before Jae-hyuk can react, he's swarmed by everyone's warm welcome. The group treats him like a longtime friend, and seeing their genuine smiles, Jae-hyuk's anxiety finally begins to melt away. Jae-hyuk tries to play it cool, claiming he's just an honorary member, but the club won't have it. To them, he's a total hero, and they're already joking about turning his life story into an anime. After the commotion, Jae-hyuk heads to the vending machine. He's still a bit sweaty and shy, but sharing these simple, normal moments with his new friends is the best reward after everything he's been through. Trying to break the ice, our boy offers some apple juice for an apple, guys. His pun clearly leaves the other guy more confused than comforted. With the tension easing, our boy opens up about their shared past as victims. He sees right through the guy's need for strength, and in that moment, the barriers finally come down. A firm handshake seals their reconciliation. But just as things settle, the guy drops a bombshell, calling our boy the number one. He's clearly not ready for that title. Before leaving, the guy leaves a haunting warning: don't get too obsessed with that kind of power. Watching him walk away, our boy is left with a creeping sense of unease. Regret? Our boy mulls over the word. Recalling the moment of victory, he realizes that the thrill of control has planted a dangerous seed of ambition deep within him. In that instant, his desire for strength boils over. It's no longer just about survival. He wants to be strong enough to command respect from everyone. The Viper crew clearly isn't letting their former member, Doyoon, off the hook that easily. They corner him, ridiculing his decision to leave the crew and cruelly twisting his doodles into proof that he's soft for a girl. Facing their mounting insults, Doyoon remains stoic, even offering to take a beating if it'll finally earn him his freedom. He's looking for a clean break, but these guys have no idea this isn't just about leaving, it's Doyoon cutting ties with his past. The crew treats his resolve like a punchline, mocking him for choosing love over brotherhood. They toss him a metal ring as a parting insult, treating the whole situation like just another boring, cruel prank. With their arrogance in full swing, they think they're running the show. As they walk away, mocking him with laughter, these bullies have no clue that their overconfidence is the only thing truly being played. Fast forward a few days, and our boy Jaehyuk is back in the mix, strolling through the mall. But peace is always just the quiet before the storm, and when he crosses paths with these thugs again, the real confrontation is about to kick off. Our boy is scrolling through his feed when he spots that the two fighters actually followed him back. Seeing their happy group photo, he can't help but feel a surge of pride. Transforming from a bullied nobody into someone recognized by strong rivals has been a hell of a journey. Though still sore from training, our boy starts thinking about Lee Minchi's profile. They've lived together for so long, and her grueling training is the reason for his growth. Even if he's too shy to say it to her face, maybe a DM is the right way to show some gratitude. Just as he's blushing and carefully typing out a heartfelt message, Minchi suddenly pops up behind him like a ghost. Startled, our boy frantically kills the monitor. That suspicious panic, however, gives Minchi the completely wrong idea. Facing Minchi's disgusted look, our boy stammers through his excuses. He manages to shift the focus by asking why she's in his room, but Minchi cuts straight to the point with a question that makes the atmosphere instantly shift. "You've got nothing to do this weekend, right?" Our boy was completely caught off guard when Minchi suddenly invited him along. By the looks of it, he wasn't exactly prepared to be recruited as a personal shopper's porter, and he was totally stunned. Though he tried to object, our boy eventually surrendered to Minchi's assertiveness. But when she mentioned this shopping trip was a reward for her improved grades and gave him credit for the tutoring, his hesitation melted away. Minchi was really throwing money around, determined to spend her entire allowance at once. Our boy couldn't help but be flustered by her carefree spending habits, but their bickering rapport while navigating the mall was surprisingly sweet. While shopping, Minchi suddenly decided she needed a swimsuit for their summer trip. Our boy was left outside, lugging bags and starving, until Minchi poked her head out and dragged him into the cramped fitting room before he even knew what was happening. This wasn't just shopping anymore, it was a total crisis. Tasked with tying a tricky swimsuit strap, our boy was sweating bullets. In his nervousness, his hands slipped, and instead of helping, he made a mess of things. The silence that followed was deafening. Right outside the fitting room, our boy is scrambling to fix a troublesome strap for Minchi. That sudden, close-quarters interaction, the tension in the air just hit an all-time high. Faced with Minchi's hopeful question, our boy completely loses his cool. Seeing her all dressed up, his poor heart is basically beating out of his chest, and all he can manage to stutter is a breathless "Pee pretty." Desperate to escape the lingering awkwardness, our boy grabs the first thing he can find to check out. But even as he continues browsing, his mind is stuck on that earlier moment, and he just can't shake that nervous, flustered feeling. By the time they step out of the mall, it's late. Seeing Minchi empty-handed while he's lugging all the bags, our boy can't help but worry, did she really just blow her entire budget on this trip? Before he can even complain, Minchi hands him a blue bag and tells him to open it. It turns out she bought him a baseball cap as a gift, thanking him for the tutoring. This unexpected gesture completely catches our boy off guard, in the best way possible. With the shopping trip wrapped up, their relationship feels a little closer than before. And honestly, this is just one small, sweet chapter in their story. Our boy is genuinely touched by the gift from Minchi. He starts to think that maybe, just maybe, his tough mentor actually sees him as a friend, fueling his motivation to keep training. He stays lost in this sudden wave of gratitude, silently thanking Minchi for her support. For him, even a simple word of thanks feels incredibly significant. While waiting on his own, he can't help but reflect on the moment. The faint hope that he might actually be valued makes life seem a little less bleak. But the peace is short-lived. Two thugs suddenly ambush him from behind, acting all buddy-buddy, but it's obvious they've got their eyes on his shopping bags. These thugs have zero boundaries. They forcefully snatch his hat and the gifts he prepared, demanding his wallet next. Our boy is desperate to protect them, but he's completely overpowered. When these punks spot Minchi in the distance, their faces twist into disgusting, mocking grins as they start spewing garbage about her. For our boy, that's where the line gets crossed. No sooner had the last trouble ended than our boy got cornered by a bunch of arrogant punks. They weren't just mocking him. They snatched his things with such playful malice, clearly thinking they had him right where they wanted him. The bullies only grew bolder, mockingly calling our boy fragile and laughing off his past victories. While the pressure was mounting, our boy stood his ground, his fists clenched unconsciously, and that familiar look of fear was slowly beginning to fade. When they started demanding his wallet, they crossed a line. Our boy had enough. He wasn't going to stay silent anymore. He decided to stand his ground and defend his dignity. As they lunged at him, he hit his breaking point. He wouldn't let these thugs stomp on him ever again. In that split second before the chaos erupted, our boy's mind flashed back to the past. He had once asked his mentor if he ever got dragged into a street fight like this, was there any simple, effective way to handle it? His mentor's advice was surprisingly simple. Forget the flashy stuff. Just use a well-placed low kick. She promised him that if landed right, even a 2-meter-tall giant would be brought to their knees and pain the ultimate secret weapon for any street scuffle. Faced with a barrage of low kicks, our boy stands his ground, seizes the opening, and delivers a brutal counterattack that leaves his opponent reeling. After that onslaught, the red-haired bully completely loses his cool, crumbling to the ground in tears, hardly the tough guy he was a moment ago. The blonde guy tries to step up, but our boy perfectly executes the tactics Minchai taught him, a single, punishing liver blow that shuts the fight down instantly. Looking at his opponent sprawled on the ground, our boy can barely believe his own eyes. It's hard to fathom, but he actually did it. He really won. Word of the scuffle spreads quickly, and before long, the legend of Kim Jae-hyuk from Youngman High becomes the talk of the town. Back in the classroom, the students are gathered around, glued to the screen as they rewatch Jae-hyuk's fighting footage. It seems his growth is finally starting to win everyone over. The room was quiet until the door burst open, and a mysterious guy with white hair and squinting eyes made his entrance. His aura immediately silenced the room. He's clearly not someone to mess with. Facing everyone's confusion, this guy, Philip, just smiled calmly. He stated bluntly that he wasn't here for anyone else. He was looking for our boy, Kim Jae-hyuk. This sudden call-out had Jae-hyuk spiraling into immediate panic. It turns out that when Jae-hyuk fought back against the thugs trying to rob him, he triggered a much bigger problem. Now, the top dogs from Baekwon High are looking for revenge. Seeing Jae-hyuk rattled, Philip presented a choice: either get dragged away and beaten, or fight back. Jae-hyuk was terrified, but the senior seemed way too confident, as if he'd already set things in motion. Back in the present, the enemies have arrived. Faced with their aggressive standoff at the school gate, Philip didn't flinch. Instead, he kept his signature smile and coldly asked, "What kind of trouble are you looking for at our school?" A tense standoff unfolds. The white-haired leader of the invincible group remains remarkably calm, even as the head of the unrivaled gang storms in to avenge his injured brother. He doesn't seem rattled by the threats at all. Instead of backing down, the white-haired leader plays it cool. He nonchalantly drops the name that puts his rival on high alert: Kim Jae-hyuk. The message from the invincible group is crystal clear: touch someone under our protection, and you'll pay. As his opponent hesitates, the white-haired leader makes a counteroffer: avoid an all-out war with a 1-versus-1 duel instead. If they win, they get to take Jae-hyuk. If not, it's over. It sounds fair, but it basically throws our guy into the deep end. Realizing the decision has just sealed his fate, those around Jae-hyuk break out in a cold sweat. Meanwhile, in the shadows, someone is already gloating, eager to watch the upcoming hellish challenge unfold for our guy. Later, when the white-haired leader casually recounts this as a favor, our boy is internally freaking out. What kind of protection is this? He only fought back to defend himself, and now he's somehow been signed up for a life-or-death duel. Facing the mess caused by bullies, our boy is still hesitant. But Minkai cuts right to the chase. Since the fight started it, only a fight can end it. He's nervous, but there's no backing down now. Minkai gives him a final push. Despite the sweat and nerves, there's a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He's not the pushover he used to be. It's time to believe in himself, so our boy braces for the storm ahead. Night falls, and the tension is palpable. Our boy stands alone in the open, facing a crowd of enemies. The pressure is suffocating, but the real trouble is only just arriving. The main event is here. Song Gun-hoo, the top dog of the unrivaled gang, finally shows up. He struts in like he owns the place, but clearly, he'd rather be sleeping than fighting. The tension breaks into absurdity before the fight even starts. While the gang leaders are fuming, Song Gun-hoo is just yawning and bargaining for dates. It's a bizarre contrast to the serious showdown we were expecting. Facing an overwhelming ultimatum, our boy can't help but feel nervous. His opponent is massive. Like a titan, how is he supposed to win? He's sweating cold sweat, trapped in a situation he can't escape. In this crunch time, our boy turns to his mentor for help. But she keeps it real: stop panicking. If you want to win, the first step is to analyze. Pro fighting is a game of chess. The first round is all about probing. By watching the opponent's opening moves and defensive habits, he might just find that one fatal flaw to exploit. Our boy locks eyes with his opponent. The guy is huge, but his stance looks sloppy, nothing like a trained fighter. Is this pure confidence, or is the guy just an amateur? The moment our boy hesitates, the opponent lunges. A swift, lethal kick rips through the air toward his face. His reflexes save him at the last second, but the raw power of that miss leaves him rattled. He needs space. The opponent's range and raw strength are terrifying. Despite the cold sweat, our boy knows this guy isn't invincible. He keeps his eyes glued to his opponent, waiting for that split-second opening. The fight is on. Our boy doesn't back down, weathering the opponent's relentless flurry of strikes. Using sheer instinct to deflect every blow, he leaves the surrounding thugs completely baffled. What kind of moves is he pulling? Facing this storm of attacks, our boy grits his teeth, focusing all his energy. His opponent's strength feels like an impenetrable shield, frustrating and seemingly insurmountable. Even while being mocked for just hanging on, he's hunting for any opening. At the critical moment, our boy shows incredible insight. Through his peripheral vision, he finally sees through the opponent's impenetrable defense. As the enemy winds up for a knockout blow, our boy braces against the fence, perfectly positioned to take the hit. That kick had enough power to shatter the air. The crowd expected the fight to be over, but as the dust settles, our boy is still standing. He not only tanked the blow, but used the fence to absorb the impact. Seeing him still breathing, the villains are starting to doubt everything. The fight kicks off, and our boy is immediately on the back foot. The opponent's strikes are relentless, leaving him no room to breathe. He's forced to keep his guard up, taking heavy hits just to stay in the game. While on the defensive, our boy's eyes sharpen. He's reading her rhythm. She might be a formidable opponent for now, but he realizes that if he locks onto her pattern, he can find that crucial opening to counter. The opponent unleashes a powerful high kick, and our boy is sent reeling backward. The impact is staggering. He's eating punch after punch, making this fight far tougher than he'd bargained for. Tensions are at a boiling point. The opponent clearly doesn't see him as a real threat, even dropping taunts mid-fight. But after taking those hits, our boy finally sniffs out the pattern in her combos. The spectators catch on, marveling at the clever mix of kicks and jabs. The opponent watches our boy struggle with a smug smirk, completely oblivious to the danger brewing right in front of her. Someone on the sideline shouts a warning. Don't underestimate his low kicks, or you'll regret it. The opponent remains arrogant, but our boy's mind is locked entirely on pulling off a game-changing counter. In a split second, just when she thinks he's going to defend again, our boy lands a surprise low kick. It hits home perfectly, and the crowd goes absolutely wild. Minchai's seamless jab and leg kick combo not only caught the opponent off guard, but the onlookers immediately realized the truth. The poor guy is trapped in a rigid, predictable cycle. On the sidelines, Minchai explains the deepest psychological game to our boy. Patterns are just tools for baiting. If you repeat a move enough times, the opponent will inevitably walk right into your trap. The logic is brilliant. Exploit the opponent's prediction of a low kick following a jab, forcing him to leave himself exposed. Once he commits to blocking low, his upper body is defenseless against the real strike. Just when the opponent was confident in blocking the low kick, Minchai switched it up, landing a high kick square on his face and shattering that predictable cycle for good. As the heavy blow landed, the opponent finally collapsed. It's a harsh lesson for our boy. True masters don't rely on rigid moves. They make their opponents lose by their own expectations. With the final blow landed, the outcome is sealed. The villains break into twisted, gleeful laughter, clearly buzzing from the sudden victory over their opponent. The reactions are mixed. Shock and celebration fill the air. Amidst the chaos, the Invincibles members mock the situation, acting as if our boy's defeat was a foregone conclusion. Despite our boy's loss, the mysterious leader of the Invincibles drops a bombshell. He's actually extending an invitation for our boy to join their ranks. The sudden offer leaves our boy completely stunned. What he expected to be total humiliation has twisted into this bizarre recruitment attempt. They weren't joking. Standing there in front of everyone, the leader repeats the invitation. Our boy is incredulous. After all, in everyone's eyes, that group is just a bunch of notorious delinquents. In response to our boy's confusion, the leader coolly explains that their Invincibles crew isn't one-dimensional. It's packed with everyone from study nerds to battle-hungry psychos like Park Do-seop. The guy from the Invincibles keeps pressing, trying to convince our boy that joining them is the only way to survive. It's an alluring yet dangerous offer, but our guy knows that getting stronger is about defense, not becoming just another pawn in their game. Even with the offer laid out clearly, our boy can't help but feel uneasy. There's something sinister behind this invitation that doesn't sit right. As he walks away, he's left wrestling with the decision of where he truly stands in this chaotic school power struggle. No rest for the wicked or the student. Barely finished with his latest fight, our boy is dragged straight into study session held by Minshai. Faced with a mountain of books, he's exhausted, but he buckles down anyway, keeping his eyes on the prize. The lesson was a drag, and as soon as it finished, Minshai started bossing him around. She's acting all high and mighty, demanding a massage for her tired shoulders. Our boy grumbles, but let's be honest, he knows better than to say no to her. While working out the knots in her shoulders, our boy cautiously brings up the invincibles. Is it really the right move to turn them down? Minshai doesn't hesitate, she thinks they're just immature bullies. Her blunt, grounded perspective helps clear his mind. There's no point in joining losers like that. Facing the threats from the invincible gang, our boy Jaehyuk feels uneasy. To uncover their secrets, he asks someone in the know, who gives him a blunt warning. Some scum are best left untouched. After some digging, Jaehyuk finally reaches out to Seo Doyen, who has history with the group. Meeting at dusk, Jaehyuk hopes to get the inside scoop on the invincible gang. To double-check the info, Jaehyuk makes a call. The tone on the other end is full of subtle warnings. It's clear the invincible gang's reputation is even worse than he imagined. As the sun sets, Jaehyuk arrives at the meeting spot to wait for the informant. He just wants to know what he's dealing with, but a sinking feeling of dread lingers. Suddenly, the mysterious informant appears. Seeing their cold, eerie demeanor, Jaehyuk can't help but tense up. There's no beating around the bush when Jaehyuk brings up the invincible gang. The chill in the informant's eyes freezes the air. Seeing the shock on Jaehyuk's face, the informant drops his voice and reveals a bone-chilling truth. Stay away from those jerks, especially their leader, Han Philip. That guy isn't human, he's a true demon. Seeing the carnage before him, our boy Jaehyuk is left stunned. The blood-stained blade and the fallen victims make it clear. The infamous Han Philip is nothing like the thugs he's faced before. Rewind to a year ago. Han Philip was operating like a salesman, recruiting with illicit goods. His smiling facade perfectly targeted those who crave power, but were still hiding their own fear. When met with hesitation, Philip didn't get angry. He showed a chilling kind of intimacy. Using a mix of coercion and fake friendship, he tightly gripped his followers, leaving no room to refuse. Soon, the Invincibles gathering was underway. On the surface, it was all laughter and drinks, with everyone lost in their own revelry, oblivious to the fact that their leader was coldly watching. After the party, the others lay passed out. Only Philip remained, curled in the shadows. In the dead of night, his eerie isolation made him look like a true devil, sending shivers down your spine. Our guy wakes up in a haze, barely able to lift his head. It's clear the recent ordeal has left him physically broken and mentally shattered. The silver-haired man watches like a predator. He's dangling the drugs like bait, manipulating his target's addiction to keep him on a tight leash. The withdrawal is tearing the guy apart, forcing him to beg pathetically. But the silver-haired man couldn't care less, coldly kicking him out of the group without a second thought. To the silver-haired man, this is just taking out the trash. He casually stomps on him, filled with contempt for someone so pathetic they grovel for a fix. The moment of triumph is short-lived. A roar of engines shatters the silence. Revenge has arrived, and it looks like this new player has a vendetta against him. The cocky grin vanishes. Caught in a sudden ambush, the silver-haired man drops the act and is forced to scramble, desperately blocking incoming strikes. The fight explodes in an instant. Our silver-haired fighter dominates the scene, unleashing a flurry of blows that leaves his opponent scrambling to keep up. When faced with a blade, he doesn't panic, he counters with precision, landing clean strikes while barely breaking a smile. He even snatches the weapon midair, making this brutal brawl look effortless. The center of the battlefield becomes a stage. As opponents fall one by one, the tension rises. Standing there, blade dripping, he wears a chilling smile, the pure definition of a predator. Terrified survivors look up at the monster, trembling as they ask who he is. He answers with unnerving grace. He is Han Philip, the leader of the Invincibles. Cut to the next day. Our boy, Kim Jae-hyuk, arrives at the designated spot. Sweating and anxious, he knows exactly what kind of heavy conversation is about to go down. Han Philip sits calmly, smiling as he presses for an answer. Despite his nerves, Jae-hyuk steels himself and draws a line in the sand. He refuses to join them. The smile fades. To a man who takes whatever he wants, No is not an answer, it's a declaration of war. The calm before the storm is about to break. Faced with our boy's firm rejection, the gray-haired guy flashes a chilling, knowing smile. His expression screams, "Are you absolutely sure you want to make an enemy out of me?" Our boy is sweating, but he holds his ground. He makes it clear he wants nothing to do with trash, like the Invincible gang. You can see the pure disgust on his face. He knows exactly what kind of people they are. Seeing that talking is useless, our boy cuts the conversation short with a deep bow and starts to leave. The other guy tries to push back with his twisted logic, but it's clear his words are falling on deaf ears. With our boy walking away, the gray-haired guy drops the act. He watches him leave with a flicker of dangerous obsession. In his twisted mind, a talent like our boy must either be controlled or completely destroyed. Cut to safety. Barely catching his breath, our boy is surrounded by his friends. They're already buzzing about him, rejecting the Invincible gang, with some even hailing him as a hero. This sudden wave of fangirl-style admiration is enough to make our boy want to disappear from embarrassment. Before he can even process the praise, he's practically overwhelmed, silently wishing they'd just dropped the subject. The group is having a blast analyzing fight techniques and watching matches together. As they watch the fighters pull off incredible reversals on screen, the excitement in the room builds, turning their shared curiosity into a moment of pure, lighthearted fun. Watching the ground fighting on screen, the friends can't help but ask the million-dollar question: how did our boy get so strong? He tries to play it cool and deflect, knowing that if word of his brutal training sessions with Michai gets out, he's a dead man. Seeing his friends closing in for the truth, our boy breaks into a cold sweat, desperately begging them to keep his secret. If Michai finds out he leaked the details of his hellish training, he's finished. Luckily, they agree to keep quiet for now. He bought himself some time, but curiosity is a tough beast to tame. Just then, Michai appears on campus, completely unaware of the buzz. Meanwhile, their friend, who had walked away from fighting, finds himself unable to ignore the mystery behind our boy's sudden, incredible growth. Clearly provoked, the girl was fuming. Her eyes burned with a fierce, restless desire to prove herself, and she wasted no time in throwing down a challenge that practically sizzled with tension. With a sharp "wanna die?" they immediately squared off. In this no-holds-barred sparring match, it's over only when one falls or surrenders. This wasn't just a friendly bout, it was a test of wills. Our guy braced himself, keeping his guard up. Even though his opponent was a girl, the sheer pressure she radiated kept him fully focused. He knew better than to underestimate her. This was going to be tough. The fight exploded into motion. She launched the first attack with a lightning-fast kick. Our guy's eyes narrowed as he moved to parry and counter, but her speed and unpredictable style caught him off guard. The intensity soared as they traded blows, every strike packed with power. In a blink, she aimed a precision high kick straight at his head. He scrambled to defend, but the raw force of her attack had him cornered. The fight instantly hits a fever pitch. Our boy is struggling against the relentless, storm-like assault, leaving the onlookers stunned. No one expected her to pull off a spinning kick with such terrifying ease. That last hit really took a toll. He's even bleeding. But even in this disadvantageous spot, our boy doesn't lose his cool. He pushes through the pain, locking his gaze on his opponent, waiting for the slightest opening to strike back. The spectators are sweating, marveling at her speed. Our boy knows he can't keep playing defense. With a sharp glare, he surges forward, closing the distance to break through this suffocating pressure with an aggressive offensive. Their fists collide in midair with bone-jarring force. In that split-second exchange, she not only predicts his move, but uses her speed to land a clean, heavy uppercut square on our boy's chin. Before he can recover, the next strike lands a brutal liver blow. Our boy is hit with blinding pain, his breath knocked out of him, and he instantly finds himself on the ropes. It doesn't end there. She transitions immediately, locking him in an inverted triangle choke from behind. Even as he fights with everything he's got, there's no escaping her grip. This sparring match has truly turned into a brutal test of endurance. Michai lands a clean high kick, leaving her opponent reeling. But instead of following up, she just relaxes on the mat, practically baiting him with an open guard. Our guy knows it's a trap if he rushes in. He's walking straight into her submission game. The cat-and-mouse game gets under his skin. Frustrated and losing his cool, he tries to pivot from ground fighting to stand-up strikes. He's had enough of her taunts, and is determined not to fall for her tricks again. But reality hits harder than he expected. Seeing his frustration, Michai capitalizes on the opening. Her counterstrike is clinical, landing perfectly before he can even react. His attempt at a cross-counter just leaves him seeing stars. Even as he desperately tries to defend, Minchi's overwhelming power and speed crush through his guard. With a heavy impact, another brutal kick lands, effectively shattering his will to fight back. The spectators are stunned by her destructive power. They finally clock the secret behind her strength. It's not just muscles, it's her biomechanics. By grounding her foot and shifting her entire body weight into every strike, she hits with the force of a sledgehammer. The rooftop fight reaches its peak. Facing Doyen's assault, Minchi shows off her insane anticipation. Just as he strikes, she executes a lightning-fast backspin blow, landing a perfect, wind-splitting kick right on his chin. The impact is devastating. Doyen loses his balance completely, set flying before crashing down hard. The spectators are left speechless. Minchi just dominated this matchup with sheer, undeniable skill. With the winner decided, peace returns to the rooftop. The intense energy fades, replaced by the smell of pizza which the others bet on during the fight. The tension just melted away into a lively meal together. As they dig into the pizza, everyone can't help but marvel at Minchi's performance. Even the experts in the group are stunned by her raw skill. Faced with their endless questions, Minchi remains calm, leaving everyone curious about just how she trained to get this good. Seeing the stunned look on her friends' faces, all wondering exactly how she trained, Minchi just keeps on eating her pizza. This match wasn't just a spar, it was a revelation of her true potential, and the story of these young fighters is only getting started. The group is deep in conversation about the rigors of martial arts training. When pressed for details, Minchi gets a bit flustered and tries to dodge the questions with her usual spunky attitude. Minchi jokes about protecting her looks for a future Prince Charming, leaving everyone stunned. Seizing the moment, they finally work up the courage to ask for her martial arts guidance. With the topic on the table, Minchi comes up with a brilliant trade. She'll teach them fighting, and in return, our boy will tutor her in Korean. Who knew? Despite her tough exterior, Minchi is actually an academic ace in Korean. The group is left speechless. This mutual exchange is a total win-win team-up. The deal is sealed. Seeing everyone's impressed reactions, Minchi confidently sets the terms. From today on, the mutual training program officially begins. While the group was fired up brainstorming a name for their team, things got surprisingly relaxed. Even Minchi joined in on the chaos, though let's just say their creative naming process was an acquired taste. Meanwhile, things were hitting rock bottom at the defeated brother's place. He was wallowing in misery, crushed by the sheer humiliation of losing to a kid he considered a nobody. The frustration was real. But the grudge didn't end there. Determined to avenge his brother, the younger sibling stormed into the school. He arrived with a chip on his shoulder, and you could feel the tension the moment he showed up. The door kicked open, and this guy swaggered in, shouting for our boy by name. The classroom went silent. Looking at this intruder, it didn't take long for Jaehyuk to realize exactly what or who he was dealing with. Before Jaehyuk could even react, the guy played his card. He was the brother of the punk Jaehyuk had already taken down. This wasn't just a confrontation, it was a vendetta. Without warning, he lunged in with a punch. The fight was on. An unprovoked confrontation erupts in the school hallway. A masked, brown-haired guy is dishing out serious heat, clearly here to avenge his brother, Song Gun-hoo, and he's not interested in any explanations. Our boy Jaehyuk is completely caught off guard by the ambush. The uninvited guest isn't just ignoring his pleas, he's escalating the situation, demanding a full-blown fight right here, right now. The onlookers are in chaos, stunned by the one-sided beatdown. Despite Jaehyuk backing away and trying to de-escalate, this vengeful fighter has zero intention of stopping. Just as Jaehyuk attempts one last appeal, his attacker cuts him off with a brutal, high-velocity kick. This isn't a sparring match, he's clearly hell-bent on taking him down. Forced onto the defensive, Jaehyuk barely holds his ground. The sheer intensity of the attacker's vengeful rage seems to set the whole hallway on fire. It looks like this forced fight is only just getting started. It seems like this harassment is endless. The guy is clearly still hung up on his brother's downfall, screaming at our boy and trying to reclaim some twisted sense of honor. Faced with such aggressive provocation, our boy is basically speechless. He just wants to avoid this nuisance. Staying low-key and avoiding the attention of Invincible is his top priority right now. But this stalker-like persistence is a real headache. No matter where our boy hides, this guy sticks to him like glue, crashing even his lunchtime and causing a scene all over campus. Finally, our boy gets cornered right in front of his mentor, Minchi. To shut the pest up, Minchi nonchalantly uses the guy for some groundwork, calmly eating her sandwich while giving our boy a practical lesson. But it doesn't end there. When the persistent pest tries to jump him again, Minchai instantly counters, pinning him to the ground. If you can't shake them off, sometimes you just have to use pure strength to make them go quiet. Facing another confrontation, our boy looks a bit weary. It turns out his opponent is obsessed with family honor because his brother once lost to our guy. Now, he's like a persistent leech, waiting at the school gate for a rematch every single day. Looking at this guy's stubborn insistence on a fight, our boy is just exhausted. He never intended to make a name for himself or embarrass anyone. All this senseless pestering is just deeply draining. The bystanders don't really get the drama. They're just here for the gossip. The challenger, completely blinded by his obsession, grabs our boy right there on the street, determined to force this nonsensical showdown. Since there's no running away, it's time to face it head-on. Our boy takes a deep breath, his gaze hardening. If a fight is unavoidable, he'll give it his all. The urge to de-escalate is gone. He's finally made up his mind. The next day, the showdown begins. The challenger declares he'll restore his family's honor, and immediately launches a fierce taekwondo side kick. Looks like he's not holding anything back. With tensions running high, Minkai is on the sidelines, overseeing the match. This isn't just a street fight, it's practically a live training session. As the opponent strikes, can our boy hold his ground? A fierce spar is erupting in the alley. Facing the brilliant and rapid leg techniques of the martial arts prodigy, our boy is pushed to the defensive, leaning back just to survive the onslaught. Minchi's fluid nary kick is dominating the exchange, showing off her expert training. But just as the intensity peaks, the vibe suddenly takes a sharp turn. Minchai, who was just radiating pure aggression, suddenly turns beet red thanks to something our boy said. The lethal combat atmosphere is instantly replaced by a wave of awkward, shy tension. While Minchai is still flustered and blushing, our boy knows better than to let his guard down. Getting distracted during training is a fatal mistake, and if his opponent leaves an opening, he's taking it. However, as a prodigy, even when embarrassed, Minchi's instincts remain sharp. She snaps back to reality instantly and lands a crushing roundhouse kick squarely on our boy. Battered by the relentless combo, our boy finally feels the raw gap in their skill. This fluid chain of attacks is so overwhelming, he has to give it his absolute all just to keep up. Facing the relentless assault from the fighting genius Minchai, our boy Jaehyuk is clearly caught off guard, forced back with no room to counter. To dismantle the taekwondo stance, Minchai reveals the secret. Taekwondo is powerful, but you can create openings by getting close and disrupting their rhythm. The key to breaking the cycle is the low kick. By constantly targeting the legs, you drag down that frustrating footwork. Jaehyuk takes the lesson to heart. The tactic proves effective in training. Since Taekwondo isn't used to defending low kicks, Minchai's pressure is overwhelming, but Jaehyuk is learning to spot the timing. The fight intensifies. Minchai holds nothing back, unleashing a storm of low kicks. Jaehyuk is getting pummeled, but his fighting spirit is surging as he tries to read her shifts. Just as Jaehyuk tries to shift tactics, Minchai counters with overwhelming force. A precise strike connects with his collarbone, leaving him wincing in pain. Such is the price of his hellish training. The training intensifies as Minchai unleashes a powerful high kick. Our boy, Jaehyuk, is struggling to keep up, but he grits his teeth and refuses to back down, showing some serious resolve under pressure. Between strikes, Minchai stays analytical. She points out a classic flaw in Taekwondo practitioners: the habit of throwing a backspin kick during combos. She urges Jaehyuk to stay focused, wait for the opening, and capitalize on it. Jaehyuk gets the message. He locks his eyes on her, waiting for that backspin kick. The moment she commits, he charges in, clinches her, and executes a flawless hip toss. With a thud, the hip toss connects, taking Minchai completely by surprise. In the heat of the scramble, her disguise slips, leaving Jaehyuk stunned at what he's just realized. The truth finally hits him, and it's a total shock to his system. Our boy is left completely speechless at the revelation. His mentor, this master of combat, is actually a girl. Things took an awkward turn mid-fight when our guy realized his opponent was actually a girl. He was completely stunned, leaving the whole situation in a weirdly silent, frozen moment. The girl wasn't having any of his hesitation. She fired back, furious at his reaction, and immediately dragged the fight back on track. If he thought she'd go easy on him, he was dead wrong. As rain began to pour, it only fueled her aggression. She didn't care about the conditions, she wanted this finished. With pure focus, she unleashed a flurry of rapid-fire taekwondo kicks, putting our guy on the defensive. Caught off guard, our boy was slammed by her non-stop barrage. That 540-degree midair kick was no joke. It hit like a truck, sending shockwaves through the rain. Even on the defensive, he couldn't hide from the pure power behind her strikes. With the final blow, our guy realized he was up against a real master of Taekwondo. This wasn't just a brawl, it was a technical onslaught, and in the pouring rain, she was just getting warmed up. Facing a storm of relentless, heavy kicks, our boy is barely hanging on. Although he's struggling under the onslaught, he manages to notice a critical flaw in the midst of the pain. Such high-intensity attacks are draining his opponent's stamina rapidly. Endure! I have to endure! Our boy grits his teeth through the bombardment. He knows this isn't just a contest of strength, but one of willpower. If he can just survive this wave, every second he holds on brings him closer to a potential counterattack. Seeing our boy maneuvering and evading, his opponent grows impatient, even resorting to taunts. But our boy knows better. He can't give her a single moment to recover. Even as he's pushed back, he's intent on breaking her rhythm. The fight reaches a boiling point, both of them locked in combat amidst the slick rain. While our boy takes some heavy hits, he doesn't lose sight of his strategy. Since he can't win a direct clash, he focuses on slowly dismantling his opponent's foundation. His opponent catches onto his plan, attempting to end the fight with the core kicks of Taekwondo. Yet, after repeated failed attempts to put him down, her offensive rhythm begins to falter. As the rain intensifies, the exhaustion sets in, and the crushing pressure of his opponent's assault finally cracks. Our boy's eyes turn cold. Despite the bruises, he knows the moment for his counterattack has arrived. The low kick strategy finally pays off. With her legs damaged, her movement becomes sluggish, making it impossible to retreat as quickly as before. Faced with our boy's sudden surge, she loses the initiative, and the tide of the fight quietly turns in his favor. The fight has reached a fever pitch. Despite the relentless onslaught, our boy refuses to back down. With a swift back kick, the battle transitions into an intense ground grapple. Seizing the opening, Minkai instantly locks him into a leg submission. Though our boy is pinned tight, his sheer stubbornness kicks and he grits his teeth, refusing to tap out no matter how much it hurts. Facing an impossible situation, our boy screams in defiance, "I'll never surrender." Just as the tension peaks, the fighting prodigy Minkai steps in, calling an end to the match and declaring Jaehyuk the winner. Before Jaehyuk can even celebrate, his opponent breaks down in tears, overwhelmed by frustration and defeat. Turns out, everything was done to protect someone special. Both sides truly gave it their all in this clash. The battle in the rain has left her exhausted. Sitting on the slick ground, overwhelmed by the bitterness of defeat and the throbbing of her injuries, she can't help but break down. Just then, our boy quietly steps forward. He looks at his disheveled opponent and, without a word, offers his own jacket, urging her to put it on before she catches a cold. As the story continues, the rain keeps pouring. This quiet, tender moment stands out against the downpour. The jacket might be a bit worn, but it's better than shivering alone in the cold. Walking together under the same umbrella, the conversation turns back to their duel. It's clear that our boy held back. He respected her, and even when he had the upper hand, he chose not to finish her off. This kindness, while appreciated by some, feels almost like condescension to the one who lost. Even if it was just a fight, that stubborn pride isn't something easily set aside. Meanwhile, the protective brother has finally arrived. After hearing about his sister being mocked, he teaches these clowns a lesson with a swift tap to the head. The real protective energy is just getting started. As the rain-soaked night deepens, the chaos finally settles. But for everyone involved, something has shifted. Their true journey in the world of combat is only just beginning. It's a gloomy, rainy day on campus. Our boy and his friends were just chatting about the anime recommended yesterday, enjoying a rare moment of peace. But that tranquility didn't last long, as trouble seems to be brewing once again. Suddenly, Song Jae-woo shows up out of nowhere. He's making a huge scene, insisting on returning the clothes he damaged, offering apologies, and dinner like it's a major event. Our boy is left totally bewildered. What exactly is this guy's deal? Against his better judgment, our boy and the group end up at a burger joint. Over the meal, Jae-woo opens up about his failed YouTube career and current part-time job, even throwing in some awkward flower gifting drama that left everyone stunned and a bit embarrassed. As they eat, it finally clicks. Jae-woo wasn't acting weird, he was genuinely sick. Seeing him struggle through a sneezing fit, the tense and awkward vibe from earlier instantly dissolves into concern. The cold completely gets the better of Jae-woo. His earlier bravado is gone, replaced by non-stop sneezing. Seeing him in such a miserable state, The others can only sigh he's truly nailed the role of this episode's unlucky guy. After parting ways, you'd think it was over, but our boy proves he's got a soft spot. Despite everything, he heads straight to the pharmacy to grab some medicine. He might not say much, but he always steps up when it counts. Our boy might seem a bit dense, but he's actually quite thoughtful. Feeling responsible for Jiwoo catching a cold, he hands her some medicine and hot ginger tea, a gesture filled with both genuine guilt and care. Before leaving, he tells her to take care, and honestly, Jiwoo is impressed by his manners. But it turns out the cold is contagious. Our boy catches it too. Watching him sneeze, Jiwoo is left feeling a mix of frustration and amusement. Life goes on, but when our boy walks into class, he's absolutely stunned. Jiwoo has transferred into his class. This unexpected reunion is the last thing he saw coming, and he's clearly blindsided. Peace is nice while it lasts, but now our boy can't seem to shake Jiwoo off. As they walk down the hallway, he's visibly struggling to set boundaries, clearly feeling awkward about having her tail him everywhere. Cornered by her claim that she doesn't know anyone else, our boy finally throws in the towel. If he can't get rid of her, he might as well show her the ropes, starting with the legendary school snack shop. To get our guy familiar with the school, this talented girl is giving him a tour. She's not just playing guide, though she casually breaks out some pro-level soccer skills that leave our guy completely stunned. From soccer to basketball, and even a lightning-fast sprint, she's practically unstoppable. Watching this display, our guy is completely floored. He can't help but wonder what else this girl can do. Our guy finally asks what makes her so good at everything. She laughs it off, explaining she's a natural go-getter. Once something catches her interest, she dives right in, no questions asked. Back home, the topic shifts to our guy. When teased about having a crush on him, she blushes bright red, vehemently denying it and insisting she's just naturally curious about what he's like. She might deny it, but deep down, she knows that when she's hooked on a mystery, she has to solve it. Deciding to head back to school might just be her way of satisfying that curiosity. Things have settled back into the quiet rhythm of the classroom. Our guy knows he's got to stay focused. Even with the tutoring, he can't afford to slack off on his own studies. In the middle of class, Song Jiwoo suddenly leans in to ask about our boy's after-school plans, instantly turning the quiet classroom atmosphere into something a bit more interesting. The scene shifts to the club room, where Jiwoo's seemingly casual questions hide deeper intentions. Faced with her curiosity, our boy is confused but honestly explains his simple goal for re-enrolling. Suddenly, a few students show up, looking terrified and carrying brand-name items they were clearly coerced into buying. Their nervous behavior and pained expressions hint at some serious bullying going on behind the scenes. Listening to the students stammer through their story about being strong-armed into buying these second-hand items by upperclassmen, our boy finally realizes the gravity of the situation. The so-called invincible gang has been pulling the strings on this racket all along. Meanwhile, Jiwoo is busy with her diet, but as soon as she stumbles upon our boy's social media, her serious focus instantly shifts into pure, gossip-loving curiosity. Back to the main issue, our boy is furious after learning the truth. It looks like those bullying upperclassmen might have finally messed with the wrong person. It's a lazy afternoon at school, but a group of bad news seniors, clearly part of the so-called invincible gang, are hanging out on the stairs. They're laughing, but their eyes are scanning for targets. You can tell they're already plotting their next move. The ringleader, a blonde guy with distinct leg tattoos, commands the space. Students scatter like startled birds the moment they spot him, ducking behind vending machines. Everyone knows that crossing paths with these invincible bullies is a recipe for trouble. The unlucky students cornered by the gang can only apologize to each other, their faces pale. They've been trying their best to avoid these guys, but it seems there's no escaping them today. The tension is thick enough to cut with a knife. Meanwhile, the bullies are busy tallying their loot. It turns out they've been peddling cheap counterfeit wallets to underclassmen at exorbitant prices, treating their petty scams like a booming business. They're not just shameless, they're arrogant. The blonde guy strolls right into the freshman hallway, not even bothering to hide. He starts forcing his sales on the underclassmen, treating them like human ATMs for his pathetic scam. Looking at the transfer notifications piling up on their phones, they can't stop grinning. They truly think they've found the easiest way to make money, and there's no low they won't sink to for a quick buck. Having gotten a taste of easy money, they even decide to target their returning customers. In their twisted minds, these students who have already been bullied into buying once are the easiest lambs to fleece. This time, they corner a few bespectacled underclassmen, offering them a special deal. But the moment one of the students timidly refuses, that smirking face on the bully turns instantly cold. 1 second he's talking about respect, and the next, he's delivering a sharp slap to the student's face. The invincible gang doesn't do logic. What they call business is nothing more than plain, brutal bullying. This blonde punk clearly doesn't care about the rules. With a signature twisted grin, he forces the terrified student to buy his garbage at an exorbitant price. Seeing the kid's fear, he doesn't hold back. Instead, he doubles down, turning the shakedown into his own twisted power trip. When the student tries to argue, this thug doesn't bother with words. He throws a heavy punch, sending the kid flying. It's clear this isn't his first time. For him, violence is just a quick, satisfying way to get his way. Hitting people is basically entertainment for him. Seeing the victim in agony doesn't stir any empathy. On the contrary, he gets a sadistic thrill from the impact, eagerly following up to ensure the victim has no chance to recover. To force the victim's hand, he shoves the half-eaten snack bag right into the kid's face. The threat is palpable. This isn't business, it's systematic humiliation, both mental and physical. The abuse escalates even further. He starts forcing burning cigarettes and smashed snacks into the victim's mouth. It's pure madness. Watching the kid struggle through the blood, the bully's grin only grows wider, twisted by his own cruelty. Broken by the hellish torment, the victim finally snaps and makes the transfer with trembling hands. For the blonde bully, this moment of submission, the total surrender of his victim, is the true trophy he was hunting all along. Finally, he tosses the wallet back like it's trash, spitting one last insult. This shameless shakedown, built on the victim's pain, concludes with the bully satisfied by his own sick game. While walking down the street, our boy runs into his friends, only to find them badly beaten and barely standing. Seeing them like this, his worst fears are confirmed, and the cold reality of the situation lights a fire of rage inside him. Seeing his friends in such a state, our boy can only clench his fists tight, fighting to suppress the rage boiling within. It's a suffocating mix of helplessness and guilt that's festering in his heart. Even though reason tells him to be cautious against a force like Invincible, he's struggling to separate his fear from his hate. Every muscle is coiled tight, ready to snap at any moment. Left alone on a bench, he sinks into deep self-doubt. Looking out at the empty streets, he's forced to confront his own cowardice. He stayed silent out of fear, and that silence ultimately cost his friends. Just then, Lee Minchai appears. Seeing him on the verge of breaking, she skips the pleasantries and cuts straight to the point. Come with me. It's the catalyst he needs to break down his own walls. Even with her casually smoking, our boy doesn't care about the small stuff anymore. Minchai's presence is the kick he needed, making him realize that continuing to hide will only make everything worse. Minchai lights up, cutting through our boy's hesitation. She knows he's stronger now, but warns him that tangling with Invincible is just asking for trouble he's not ready to handle. Minchai's stance is firm. Those gang members are just trash. Why risk everything for justice? She advises him to keep a low profile. But is that really the life our boy wants? You're not being bullied anymore, so why stick your neck out? Minchai challenges him bluntly. She warns him not to play hero, reminding him there's always someone stronger waiting to crush him. Her warning hits like a bucket of ice, and our boy is shaken. He thought getting stronger was the answer, but looking around, he begins to wonder, should he just tuck his tail and hide to survive? Reality doesn't give him a choice. Just as he's trying to lay low at school, the gang finds him again. They're demanding payment, and the tension in the hallway spikes instantly. A sudden provocation is unfolding in the hallway. The blonde thug is being insufferably arrogant, harassing others with his bullying antics. Co Duen finally snaps, grabbing him by the collar and charging in to confront him. Unfortunately, reality hits hard. The blonde thug turns out to be a skilled fighter. He easily shrugs off Duen's attack and counters with a brutal combo that leaves Duen on the floor. His maniacal laughter echoes through the hall, mocking his fallen opponent. The self-proclaimed Invincible gang leaves the scene just as arrogant as they arrived, warning everyone to stay in line before walking off. Looking at the chaos left behind, the other students can only cower in fear. Just then, an unlikely hero steps up. Despite his shaking nerves, the bespectacled boy confronts the blonde thug directly. He holds out a bag, firmly demanding a refund for all the goods they'd forced onto the students. The blonde thug sneers, dismissing the boy's demand without a second thought. This blatant disrespect is the last straw for the boy. It's clear this conflict won't end quietly. It looks like he's about to fight back. A tense negotiation is underway. The bespectacled student, usually so timid, has boldly challenged the gold-haired bully. He lays his cards on the table. If he loses, he's at their mercy. But if he wins, the bullying ends right now. The bully can't help but laugh at this sudden act of defiance. In his eyes, it's just a pathetic struggle from an ant. He's been annoyed by this guy lurking around the invincible gang for too long anyway, so he's more than happy to oblige. Just as tensions peak, a silver-haired guy steps in. Holding a stack of cash, he teases the bespectacled student, questioning him about selling bootlegs behind their backs. The student breaks into a cold sweat. It's clear he's been running a side hustle without the gang's approval. It doesn't stop there. The student even tries to talk back to the bully in broken Korean, pushing the atmosphere to the breaking point. Just as a brawl looks inevitable, the silver-haired guy steps in again, placing a hand on each of their shoulders to cool things down. With the infighting suppressed, the focus shifts back to the wager. The silver-haired man turns around, casually confirming the situation. Our boy really came here to propose a fight just to get his money back? Things are getting interesting. The silver-haired antagonist drops a chilling threat with a signature smile. Challenging Do Sip comes with a heavy price. The sheer weight of his words leaves everyone stunned. Just when things felt tense, he bursts into laughter, acting like it's a joke. But his tone implies they aren't just targeting one person, cranking up the pressure. In a flash, the space is cleared, turning into an impromptu arena. The antagonist even graciously suggests fighting right here, so everyone can witness the spectacle. Fists are clenched, and the tension is palpable. With a chilling grin, the signal is given, and the duel full of unpredictable variables officially begins. Outside, the rain pours down while Minchai and her friends casually discuss the boy they call loser. They have no idea a brutal fight for dignity is erupting nearby. 3 minutes into the brawl, the tide takes an unexpected turn. The observer looks increasingly composed. While the antagonist's smile fades, the fight isn't going according to plan. Despite being battered and bruised, the fight continues. Seeing his opponent panting and worn out, the blonde antagonist laughs manically, as if the real torment is just beginning. Facing the blonde guy's relentless mockery, our boy is pushed to his limits. His reflexes, once his strength, are useless against these lightning-fast strikes, leaving him defenseless under a storm of blows. The spectators see it clearly. This isn't just a skill gap. Our boy has been paralyzed by fear, his confidence shattered to the point where even basic defense feels like a lost cause. Even as he attempts to counter with kicks and takedowns, none of it makes a dent against such overwhelming power. Our boy realizes with horror that no matter how he struggles, his opponent is an immovable wall. The truth is chilling. This guy, Park Do-seop, isn't just an athlete, he's a maniac. For him, fighting isn't a sport, it's a hunt, and his methods are as ruthless as they are brutal. Seeing his opponent laughing like a beast, our boy feels immense pressure. Yet, it doesn't break him. Instead, on his bruised face, a spark of pure, unyielding defiance begins to ignite. As the scene shifts, the dust settles, and a heavy downpour begins. It feels like an omen this school storm is only just beginning, and the true test is yet to come. The rain intensifies, and our boy's friends are getting anxious. They were counting on him to bring an umbrella, but with him nowhere to be found, they can't help but worry about where he's gone. The scene shifts to the real battlefield, and it's brutal. Our boy is caught in a one-sided assault, struggling to withstand the opponent's relentless flurry of blows, leaving him dazed. Even as our boy tries to fight back and block the attacks, his efforts feel helpless against such overwhelming power. He starts to wonder, is this truly the terrifying gap of the invincible level? His opponent has no intention of stopping, acting with increasing madness. Heavy, brutal strikes rain down on our boy, as if the attacker won't rest until he's completely broken. The suffocating killing intent fills the room. Facing excruciating pain and the fear of death, our boy's mental defenses start to crumble. Curled up in defense, the desperate thought that he might actually die here overwhelms him. How will he survive this life-or-death crisis? The tattooed brute is clearly a sadist, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Before the boy can react, he lands a thunderous blow to the head, sending his victim crashing to the floor with raw, crushing force. Ignoring the boy's desperate pleas, the brute just laughs. He doesn't believe in mercy. To him, a fight is a declaration of weakness, and he won't stop until he has completely broken his prey. The beating continues without pause. The boy tries to crawl away on the floor, but he's hunted down like a trapped beast. Every strike lands with enough force to make you feel the suffocating despair of the moment. Just as the situation threatens to spiral completely out of control, Philip makes his entrance. Looking calm and collected in his suit, he stands in stark contrast to the chaos. The battered victim immediately begs him for an out. But Philip shows no mercy. Ignoring the pathetic pleas at his feet, he turns his attention toward our boy, Jaehyuk. With a chilling, calculated smile, he drops the ultimatum: join the Invincible Gang, or suffer the consequences. The Invincible Gang members were feeling pretty smug, confident that they had the upper hand. Just as they were about to finish Jaehyuk off, a massive, unexpected impact blasted the door wide open. As the dust settled, a heavy, familiar figure stepped into the room. It was none other than Song Gunhoo, a powerhouse who had previously crossed paths with Jaehyuk. He walked in with an undeniable aura of confidence, clearly ready for business. The Invincible Gang was stunned by the unexpected guest. Gunhoo, on the other hand, was totally relaxed, as if kicking the door down was just a polite way of knocking. He even tossed out a casual apology. That kick didn't just break the door, it shattered their confidence. Gunhoo immediately identified them as part of the Invincible crew, and he made it clear he was here to take Jaehyuk with him. As the situation spiraled, it turned out the door had been forced open by Jaehyuk's allies, who had rushed in, worried about his safety. Ignoring the gang's protests, Gunhoo simply slung Jaehyuk over his shoulder, ready to walk away. He's already done for, Gunhoo declared coldly. But with the Invincible Gang refusing to back down, the tension between these two fighting groups was about to reach a breaking point. With tensions rising, our boy had no interest in brawling with these thugs. He firmly helped his injured friend up and made a clean exit, leaving the furious rivals behind. On the sidelines, the antagonists watched the chaos unfold, not with anger, but with amusement, as if this was nothing more than a performance for their entertainment. At the hospital, just when they hoped for some peace to treat their wounds, trouble followed. The air instantly turned hostile, and a full-blown skirmish broke out at the entrance. After all the commotion, it was time to part ways. Despite being covered in bandages, our boy managed a brave goodbye. It was a close call, but they made it through. Back home, the walls came down. Standing under the shower, the cold water washed over his wounds, but it couldn't wash away the stinging realization of his first real defeat. Fresh out of the shower, Jaehyuk was met by Minshai. Seeing his battered state, her teasing tone vanished instantly. She sat him down and got to work treating his wounds. Our boy is taking a beating, and Minshai is tending to the damage. You can tell she's torn between being ticked off that he fought without telling her and genuinely worried for him. Minshai doesn't hold back, reminding him there are plenty of people out there who can crush him. Our boy takes the heat, but he knows he only fought because he hit his breaking point. But that confidence is fleeting. The memories of being hunted down and beaten by his tormentors come flooding back like a nightmare, haunting him in his sleep every single night. Waking up drenched in cold sweat, the phantom pain of being crushed returns. The trauma is so deep that just thinking about a fight is enough to make his hands shake uncontrollably. Back at school, the old pressure returns. The bullies are back at it, testing his boundaries and shamelessly shaking him down for money, just like the old days. Our boy is spiraling. He tries to bury that sinking feeling under his schoolwork to find some normalcy, but the shadow of his past is refusing to let him go. Our boy is still grinding away at tutoring Minshai, when suddenly, a delivery arrives. Exhausted and still sporting battle scars, he drags himself to the door to fetch the food. The moment the door opens, a familiar face greets him. It's Sarah. She immediately tackles him with a massive, energetic hug, nearly knocking the wind out of our still confused protagonist. Sarah didn't just come to deliver chicken, she came for a reunion. Seeing his bruised eye, she doesn't offer sympathy, but instead pokes at it with curiosity, making our guy wince in pain. She's as blunt and chaotic as ever. Before he can catch his breath, Sarah lunges at Minshai too. Caught off guard by the sudden squeeze, Minshai is just as bewildered. Watching the two of them, our boy can only stand by, watching the chaos unfold with a mix of surprise and resignation. The teasing turns into a playful sparring session, as Sarah slaps him into a guillotine choke, teasing him about his fighting skills. The reunion might be a bit suffocating, but seeing our boy's helpless, wry smile, it's clear he's used to her brand of affection. What started as playful banter among the group took a sudden, reflective turn. In this competitive world, everyone has their own burdens to carry, and the mood shifted before they even realized it. Life at school seemed routine, but our boy Jaehyuk noticed something off. The classmate everyone had been talking about. He'd completely fallen off the radar. Rumors started circulating among the group. Ever since Ilga got beaten, he hadn't shown up, and whispers suggested he'd been wandering the rooftops, clearly going through a rough patch. Overcome with worry, Jaehyuk and his crew couldn't just sit around. They rushed to the rooftop, desperate to find Ilgu before things spiraled out of control. When they burst onto the roof, there he was, Ilgu, hanging right by the edge. In a heartbeat, they lunged forward to grab him, saving him just in time and finally letting out a breath of relief. They might have arrived in a panicked, chaotic rush, but seeing that Ilgu was safe, everyone's tension finally melted away. That's friendship for you, sometimes messy, but always there when it counts. With the fire within him fully ignited, our boy Jaehyuk just can't sit still anymore. He knows raw strength isn't enough. To fight back and win, he needs to study his opponent's style inside and out. Looking back at the giants he's faced, and the times he chose to run, Jaehyuk's desire to win has reached a fever pitch. He's done being a victim. As long as there's a fighting chance, he's going all in. Even when backed into a corner, he refuses to bow his head. Instead, he just keeps throwing punches. That relentless grit? That's his trump card for the comeback. To find the winning strategy, he reaches out to his key consultants, two fighting experts, who might seem a bit eccentric, but are totally reliable when the chips are down. If he's going to fight, he's going to do it right. But to win, he needs combat footage. Just as Jaehyuk is stressing over a plan, his trusty ally Doyen takes the initiative, already digging up dirt on the enemy behind the scenes. The word on the street is that one of the Invincible gang's top fighters is a total psychopath. He's the third strongest, but he loves to beat people to a pulp for fun. A gritty real fight club match is being set up at a local parking lot. Even though our boy Jaehyuk is hesitant, he realizes that to finally end this cycle of violence, he has to go and see the threat for himself. Despite the hesitation, the thought that nothing will change unless I confront them sticks in his head. Jaehyuk takes a deep breath and steps into the chaotic parking lot. The crowd is buzzing, cameras are rolling, and the atmosphere hits a fever pitch when the murder demon, a semi-pro fighter, finally shows up. As the group debates tactics, Jaehyuk recalls his own struggle against this guy. Going for a takedown against a pure boxer? It's way harder than it looks. No sooner said than done, the fight breaks out. The two clash instantly, and the raw, explosive power of that opening exchange sends shivers down everyone's spine. The sparring session is intense, with the opponent mixing boxing with MMA-style low kicks. As Minchai watches intently, our boy Jaehyuk surprisingly checks the kick with a perfect block, leaving everyone stunned by his defensive skills. It's not just the kicks, our boy shows incredible, all-around defensive instincts against every follow-up attack. He handles even the tricky ground fighting attempts like he's rehearsed them all, completely blindsiding the invincible thugs. Watching Jaehyuk effortlessly parry every move, Minchai realizes that he hasn't just been training, he's been strategically patching up every weakness to ensure he wins. The sheer effort he's putting in is far more than anyone realizes. Having glimpsed the key to victory in that sparring session, Minchai's confident smile returns, and she's positively beaming with excitement. She immediately turns to Jaehyuk and declares, "I've got the perfect strategy, we're going to win this." Caught up in the thrill, Minchai completely ignores the personal space and wraps Jaehyuk in a sudden hug. Totally caught off guard, our boy freezes up, left wondering how on earth this tutoring session just turned into a hug. Everything is set. The special training session and the battle for dignity that comes with it is finally about to begin. Facing our boy's cowardice, his coach is fired up. She grabs him, declaring she'll turn him into a new person. Although Jaehyuk is completely bewildered, the hellish training has officially begun. Getting stronger isn't that hard. It's all about facing your fears. Before our boy can even react, she lands a solid punch right on his face. It hurts, but it's a wake-up call. That punch wasn't for nothing. His coach sets the ultimatum. In 2 weeks, she'll forge him into a man capable of taking down his rival. Jaehyuk looks flustered, but there's a newfound resolve in his eyes. Time flies, and after the training, rumors of the rematch spread through the school. Everyone is buzzing about Jaehyuk's bold request, turning the campus into a chaotic scene of gossip. Meanwhile, the antagonist, Do-seop, is bragging with total disdain. To him, Jaehyuk's request for a rematch is just a death wish. In his eyes, our boy is nothing more than an ant. He mocks Jaehyuk's audacity, even comparing him to a bug under his shoe. But Do-seop doesn't realize that this extreme arrogance and underestimation might just cost him dearly. The plaza is packed, it's clear this isn't just any fight. The members of the Invincible gang are chatting away, completely unfazed and in control of the situation. As the camera pans, the core members reveal themselves. Used to running the show, their arrogant aura makes it clear that anyone crossing them is in serious trouble. Then, the Assassin League steps in, exuding a cold, calculated vibe. With their shades on and calm expressions, it's clear they've turned out in full force for the upcoming event. The leaders continue to banter casually. With the elite of Invincible gathered, they clearly don't see their opponent as a threat and are eagerly waiting for their special guests. And here come the special guests. Between Utero, who handles the gang's business, and the battle-hungry womanizer, it's certainly a colorful and eccentric cast of characters. With the Invincible top 5 fully assembled, they chat and joke about the upcoming showdown as if they're attending a funeral. The arrogance is truly off the charts. Facing the hostile crowd, our boy doesn't waste a breath. He walks steadily down the stone path, each step firm and deliberate, as if the surrounding noise doesn't even exist. Just as the crowd is whispering, our boy suddenly sprints without warning. Taken off guard by this abrupt movement, the bullies don't even know what's hit them yet. In the next split second, our boy launches into the air, landing a lightning-fast Brazilian kick straight at his opponent's face. It's too quick to react, and the guy gets caught clean. A dull thud echoes as the opponent staggers back, pain contorting his face. This is the result of that special training, using unpredictability as the core tactic to catch them completely off guard. That strike shocks the crowd and completely enrages the bullies. Looking at their twisted, furious expressions, it's clear the real fight has only just begun. Facing a combat dilemma, Minkai reveals the key strategy. Stop relying on predictable patterns and embrace unpredictability. Since Park Do-seop relies on rigid boxing, the trick is to anticipate his moves and counter them. For instance, blocking standard kicks like low or mid kicks allows for a clean counter. But what if the opponent switches it up? Minkai highlights the importance of using unconventional trajectories to break the rhythm. Sure enough, in the practice match, our boy unleashes the Brazilian kick. The unpredictable trajectory catches Park Do-seop off guard, landing clean on his head and turning the tide instantly. The onlookers are stunned. This is the result of Minkai's specialized training. Dazed by the kick, Park Do-seop hasn't grasped how disadvantaged he is. Instead, the pain only fuels his rage. When the opponent tries to counter with a takedown, our boy is already 2 steps ahead. A sharp feint followed by a precise, heavy strike shatters Do-seop's defense and cements the momentum shift. Facing such tight defenses, our boy is having a rough time. The opponent perfectly blocks every takedown and counters with lightning speed. Trying to force it now would only drain his stamina. Just then, his mentor Minchai drops the key to breaking the stalemate. Since the opponent's counter-striking is so solid, just throw boxing rules out the window and attack with moves that don't exist in boxing. The moment the order is given, our boy strikes without mercy. He spots his opening and lands a clean backspin elbow. The opponent, clearly caught off guard by this unorthodox attack, is left reeling. And he's not done yet. Following Minchai's advice, our boy drives ahead at home. Against a tough opponent, winning matters more than rules, and this raw, wild tactic completely shatters his rhythm. Seeing his opponent dazed, our boy seizes the moment. He doesn't hesitate for a second, pouring every ounce of his strength into a final, relentless assault to end this right here and now. The onlookers are stunned by the relentless storm of attacks. The once unstoppable opponent is now hanging on by a thread. Could the outcome of this fight actually be shifting? Just when the fight hit a stalemate, a surprise guest arrived. Our special instructor, Song Jae-woo. Our boy was completely floored. He never expected the training team to go this far just to teach him a new move. With the instructor ready, the training kicked off. Guided by her, our boy took a deep breath, unleashed a burst of power, and launched himself into the air. It was a fluid, explosive move. He was putting everything he just learned to the test. Then, he nailed a perfect 540-degree spin kick midair. It was fast, precise, and landed squarely on his opponent's head. The impact was devastating. The guy's face twisted in agony, and even the onlookers were left stunned by the sheer power of the blow. But the real fight was only just beginning. Despite the hit, his opponent recovered instantly and fired back with a savage punch. Luckily, our boy's reflexes were on point. He barely managed to block it at the last second. This life-or-death chess match is really keeping everyone on edge. Before he could catch his breath, the situation shifted again. His opponent completely dropped his guard, standing wide open. This eerie move set off alarms in our boy's head. Is he planning something even more dangerous? This is a psychological trap. The fight hits a fever pitch. Our boy goes all in, abandoning defense to disrupt his opponent's rhythm. Even as he takes heavy hits, his eyes only burn brighter, hunting for that perfect opening to strike back. The observer catches on. Our boy's open defense is a calculated trap. He's using his own body as bait, luring his opponent in to set up a brutal, decisive counterattack at the perfect moment. The moment they collide, our boy takes the hit, just as predicted, trading damage for a chance to get close. He surges forward with sheer willpower, creating such intense pressure that even the arrogant tattoo-covered guy starts to feel the heat. Though battered and bruised, our boy's spirit remains unbroken. Glaring at his maniacally gritting opponent, he resets his stance, declaring through his actions that the real fight has only just begun. Back to the chaos, the tide of battle shifts in a heartbeat. Despite the relentless onslaught, our boy refuses to stay down. He locks eyes with his opponent, searching not just for an opening, but for the end of the fight. The tension is palpable. Our boy drops his guard again, an open invitation for his opponent to attack. He's baiting the trap, waiting for the perfect split second to unleash everything he's got and turn the tables. The intensity is spiking. Our boy goes for a spinning strike to gain the upper hand, but the opponent just tanks it on purpose. That smirk tells you everything he's experienced and dangerous. The spectators realize what's happening. This is a war of attrition. Whoever breaks first loses. Right on cue, our boy seizes an opening and lands a clean, heavy high kick. Surely that has to land. But his opponent is pure grit. Even after taking hit after hit, his madness only intensifies. Laughing through the pain, he baits our boy perfectly. He's been waiting for this exact counter the whole time. In a blink, the tide turns. Our boy is caught off guard, reeling back as blood flies. The spectators are stunned. This is a brutal life or death exchange, and one mistake could mean lights out. In the heat of the moment, our boy forces himself to stay calm. He knows he can't fall for the same trap twice. Regaining his focus, he lunges back and he's betting everything on this next move. When the next blow comes, our boy not only blocks but fires back with a vicious elbow. But the opponent's prediction is just insane. He tanks the elbow with his bare fist and starts gloating, claiming he's read every single move. This is the counterattack of a predator. Everything is red. With a twisted grin, the opponent delivers a crushing blow that shatters our boy's defense. It looks like our guy is backed into a corner now. Minkai immediately notices the opponent has figured out our boy's attack patterns, urging him to end this quickly. But the enemy isn't giving him any breathing room, launching a relentless assault. Despite the brutal onslaught, our boy isn't about to give up. In a fierce exchange, he seizes an opening and lands a heavy blow squarely on his opponent's back, the sound of impact ringing out. The angered opponent only grows more frenzied. Our boy, drenched in sweat and gritting his teeth, struggles to hold his ground, reminding himself, "Stay focused, don't let the intensity overwhelm him." Just then, our boy leaps into the air with a stunning 540-degree kick. It's a display of pure agility and power. Unfortunately, the opponent's guard is ironclad, and he manages to intercept the blow perfectly. After the blocked kick, the opponent mocks him relentlessly. Then, using brute force, the villain launches a barrage of strikes, pushing our boy into a desperate defensive stance under heavy pressure. Seeing our boy reeling under the relentless flurry, the villain grows cocky, declaring the fight over. But in this suffocating moment, the onlookers sense a subtle shift starting to brew. The opponent senses something is wrong, his confidence wavering into fear. Despite his tough talk, his trembling fists and rigid movements give him away. The shadow of despair is starting to loom over him. The mocking continues as the opponent tries to break our boy's spirit, sentencing him to a loser's fate. But is this the victor's celebration or a desperate last stand before a downfall? It's far from over. The scene opens in harsh reality. Our boy is pinned down, suffering not just physical pain from his opponent's taunts and brutal blows, but the crushing weight of being called a loser. In this moment of despair, a flashback takes us to the rooftop at sunset. Minchai is putting him through one final mental reconstruction. She hits the nail on the head. Mere technique won't cut it anymore. What he truly lacks is the unwavering belief in himself. If you want to win, you have to believe you can. Minchai's words hit home. No fighter steps into the ring expecting to lose, and it's time for our boy to adopt that same mindset. This isn't just theory. It's about the courage to face the incoming storm head-on. If he can master the mindset, Minchai promises to teach him the technique that could turn the entire fight around. Back in reality, that spark of conviction finally ignites in his eyes. Despite the brutal hits, he's no longer the punching bag. Gritting his teeth, he channels the pain into raw determination. If he can't retreat, it's time to fight back with everything he's got. The fight has reached a boiling point. Facing a storm of blows, our boy refuses to back down, grit and determination fueling his counters as he trades strike for strike in a high-stakes exchange. Breaking away from standard boxing, our boy unleashes unorthodox techniques that baffle his opponent. A calculated strike lands, forcing the enemy to scramble on the defensive. The opening appears, and our boy goes all out, holding nothing back. Every punch carries the weight of his grueling training, unleashing a relentless barrage his opponent can't withstand. In the heat of the moment, he recalls the crucial advice: no matter how big the opponent, a precise strike to the chin is the key to ending the fight. It becomes his decisive edge. Seeing the slip in defense, our boy seizes the moment, putting his entire weight into the strike. A clean, powerful hit lands, sending his opponent flying and sealing the outcome. The dust settles. As his opponent hits the ground, our boy finally catches his breath, realizing he hasn't just won the fight, he's overcome his own limitations. The surrounding crowd is stunned into silence. Nobody expected the underdog to pull off such a powerful victory, and the shock on their faces says it all. With the earth-shattering duel finally over, the guy on the ground is now the center of attention. The onlookers are buzzing, clearly still in shock from such an unbelievable upset. One thing is certain: our boy has officially turned the tables. After this series of trials, our boy's life has turned a new page. The withdrawal form sitting on the table marks the end of his old, troubled chapter. Now, he sits quietly on a school bench, reflecting on all the hardships he's endured since the semester began. He used to be a kid who couldn't even look at himself in the mirror, but after all those fights, he's finally transformed. He owes it all to Minchi's brutal training. Remembering those grueling sessions, the sweat, the pain, and being pinned to the floor, he feels nothing but gratitude and a newfound sense of confidence. Looking back, our boy ironically owes a debt to those bullies. It was their push that forced him to grow stronger, ultimately leading him to find a genuine friend like Doyen. Perhaps these strange bonds are destiny's way of rewarding him. Though the trouble has settled for now, the peace won't last long. Restless figures are still lurking in the shadows, and some old faces are trying to challenge the current order. It seems our boy isn't quite done cleaning up this mess yet. As life starts moving in the right direction, Doyen has become one of his most reliable allies. Leaving his dark past behind, our boy walks back into the Power Elite boxing gym. This time, his steps are firm and steady. He knows he's no longer the coward who only knew how to run. As days passed, the final exams arrived. For our boy, currently buried in intense combat training, this period wasn't just about academics, it was a time to stay focused and build his strength. After the exams, our boy couldn't wait to check on Minchi's progress. But as soon as he asked for the report card, the two found themselves in a hilarious standoff over the results before they even started. He expected a bit of pushback, but Minchi's results were mind-blowing, perfect scores across the board. Seeing those grades, our boy was absolutely stunned. This was no longer the student needing help, but a total genius. In the cold night air, they finally set aside the books. Minchi looked at him with a rare, relaxed expression, reflecting on that tough fight. She told him that his courage to face those punches back then was what made his victory possible. Thinking back to that decisive moment, it's all still clear. Minchi admitted the opponent was tough, but our boy winning that fight proved one thing: he's no longer the weakling he used to be. Hearing this rare affirmation from Minchi, our boy felt a wave of warmth, a genuine sense of satisfaction. Perhaps in this challenging world of combat, he's finally finding where he truly belongs. With summer vacation here, our boys' group chat is exploding. What started as a quiet break quickly turned chaotic as Minchi's friends insist on joining the squad, turning every little detail of their vacation plans into a lively debate. Minchi isn't just planning the trip, she's keeping everyone in line, reminding the slackers to study before hitting her with an ultimatum. Our boy needs to take full responsibility for her. The sudden pressure has him visibly sweating. It turns out the whole crew decided to kick off the summer with a beach trip. The chat is completely flooded with talk of bikinis and seaside fun, with everyone buzzing about the upcoming getaway. Finally, vacation begins. The squad sets off for the beach, full of energy. When the blue ocean finally comes into view, the excitement of their youth is practically jumping off the screen. Before our boy can even process it, the girls have already hit the beach in their swimsuits, radiating confidence. Faced with this sudden visual impact, our boy freezes up, completely overwhelmed by shyness. As the truth surfaced, the oppressive weight became suffocating. A conspiracy was brewing in the shadows, like an approaching storm, pushing our boy Jaehyuk deeper into the vortex of fate. Leaving the tension behind, the story shifts gears to a relaxing vacation arc. Everyone finally arrived at the long-awaited beach, ready to enjoy some well-deserved downtime. Upon reaching the vacation house, Minchi and her friends were ecstatic. They poked fun at each other's muscles, and even teased their serious gym buddy. With the group gathered, the excitement for their beach trip hit a fever pitch. Although this trip was meant for relaxation, this group never fails to stir up trouble. After arguing over the luggage, the girls quickly took over the room, leaving the guys to fend for themselves outside. Sun, sand, and swimsuits, now that's a real vacation. The guys watched the girls splashing around nearby, feeling a mix of excitement and awkwardness. In this beach full of hormones, the air was thick with youth. The beach trip is in full swing. Everyone's in high spirits, teasing each other about their crushes. Doyen tries to play it cool, but when pressed about whether he is someone special, he gets completely flustered. Just then, chaos erupts. Someone dives into the water to help retrieve an item, creating a massive splash. Our boy is left watching the madness, thinking his friends are definitely, uniquely enthusiastic. Amidst the noise, things settle down. Our boy stands by the shore, looking out at the dreamlike view. He takes a moment to just exist, finding it hard to believe that he's actually allowed to be this happy. But the peace is short-lived. The real challenge begins as the girls turn the tables, playfully asking him who looks the sexiest in their bikinis. Caught off guard, our boy's brain completely short-circuits under the pressure. The teasing doesn't stop. They're clearly having fun watching him squirm, and it's getting harder for our boy to keep his composure. Even Minchai gets in on it, making it impossible for him to even look straight. Finally, Minchai drops the teasing act and asks for his opinion, clearly shy. Seeing her vulnerability, the awkwardness fades away, leaving our boy completely stunned and breathless. Under the bright sun at the beach, the girls are eager to show off their swimwear and demand our guy's opinion. Faced with such a heart-pounding dilemma, our boy is completely flustered, his face turning bright red. Before our guy can even process what's happening, the playful girls pin him down in the sand, teasing him endlessly. His composure is completely shattered, and he's practically on the verge of passing out right there. It doesn't end there. The girls decide to bury him in the sand to snap some souvenir photos. Our guy shouts in protest, but the group is clearly having the time of their lives, eventually settling down for a relaxing picnic nearby. The lively beach time flies by. As the sun sets, the volleyball game wraps up, and the group heads out to grab some dinner. They chat and laugh all the way, enjoying the relaxed atmosphere. Just as they return to their lodging in high spirits, they bump into an unexpected guest, a somewhat tipsy woman drinking by herself. The moment they realize who she is, everyone freezes, their expressions instantly shifting to shock. It's clear she's had enough, and seeing this group of high school brats walk in sets off her temper. With a glass bottle in hand and an aura of pure fury, it looks like their fun summer vacation is about to hit a major snag. Alcohol really brings out the worst or wildest in people. Our local drinker is pulling a full-blown chaotic rampage, shouting at empty air, and turning the whole place into a scene of complete awkwardness. She's not just drunk. She's become a full-blown clingy menace. After turning the sofa into her personal bed, she decides our boy is the perfect human attachment, leaving him completely paralyzed in shock. This isn't babysitting a drunk person anymore. It's a survival mission. Our boy tries to calm the booze monster down, only to get dragged back into the chaos, leaving everyone watching completely speechless. Talk about a public embarrassment. Our boy nearly lost his first kiss to this intoxicated mess, while the whole group watched. Thankfully, it was just a close call, though definitely one he won't forget. As the night deepened, the chaos finally settled. With some grilled food sizzling and drinks in hand, the group gathered on the seaside terrace, finally enjoying a peaceful night under the stars. Exhausted from yesterday's fun, everyone crashed until the next morning. With the snoring and the knocking at the door, a brand new day begins. Before our boy could even wake up, Minchai bursts in like a human alarm clock. She's yelling, phone in hand, and the sudden wake-up call completely ruins his morning composure. The group is still groggy, but Minchai is already full of energy, even naming the squad on the spot. While everyone is still confused, she drops the bombshell. They're doing special training during their vacation. Before anyone could object, boxing gloves were already flying. Minchai announces a relay sparring session, 3-minute rounds, non-stop rotation. It's less of a vacation and more like a pop-up training camp. To prove she's a total MMA geek, Minchai chugs a drink and lays down the law. Keep up the intensity, or you're not sleeping in the pension tonight. First up is our boy against Doyen. Facing such a serious opponent, Jae-hyuk looks at the fierce girl in front of him and starts thinking, how is he supposed to throw a punch at someone like this? This training session is taking a turn he didn't expect. On this sunny beach, Minchai kicks things off with a playful tease and a smile. Our boy is completely thrown off guard, his heart's racing, and he's clearly not used to this kind of training partner. Before he can recover, Minchai's punch lands squarely. It's a ruthless wake-up call that leaves him reeling. Faced with such overwhelming talent, our boy realizes he's got to lock in if he wants to survive this session. Minchai doesn't slow down, transitioning seamlessly into a grappling maneuver that sends our boy crashing to the sand. Before he can even process what happened, she's locked onto his knee, turning their spar into a dangerous ground battle. This is the harsh reality of combat. Relying only on strikes is a fatal flaw. Minchai makes sure he learns that lesson the hard way. No sooner is he back on his feet than the next wave of attacks begins. He's learning through every painful exchange. Minchai turns up the heat with a relentless assault. Just when our boy tries to defend, she suddenly switches tactics, rushing in for a clinch from behind. The onlookers are stunned. Is this intense sparring, or some kind of blush-inducing intimacy training? The awkward clinch becomes the center of attention. But despite the blushing faces, the tension is far from over. New trouble is closing in on our flustered protagonist. The intense training takes an unexpected turn when Minchai suddenly wraps our boy in a surprise hug from behind. The move leaves Jae-hyuk totally stunned, and even the bystanders are left completely bewildered by the sudden shift in atmosphere. Stuck in this awkward stalemate, our boy decides to make a move. He pulls off a clean throw to take Minchai down, but she counters instantly with a sharp block. The two are locked in a heated spar on the beach, leaving everyone watching in awe. After the training, the group is hungry and exhausted. As they pack up, they realize a boxing glove has gone missing on the beach. Since no one wants to go back for it, they decide to settle it with a round of rock, paper, scissors. Naturally, our boy loses the game and gets stuck with the chore. To make matters worse, Minchai gets roped into tagging along. Despite the verbal grumbling, the two eventually make their way back to the beach together. Just as Jae-hyuk retrieves the glove, Minchai spots something else on the sand. But the real trouble is brewing. Nearby, a group of tattooed thugs is watching them, holding the very glove they were looking for. It looks like these guys are itching for a fight. It was supposed to be a peaceful day, but these thugs had other plans. They stole our boy's glove and started toying with it, clearly looking for trouble and not intending to hand it back. They clearly recognized the glove, but the bullies couldn't care less. Faced with such mockery, our boy felt both angry and helpless. Sometimes you just can't reason with bullies. The blue-haired bully proposed a reckless bet. If our boy could last 1 minute against his punches, he'd get the glove back. It was clearly a cat-and-mouse game, but Minchai wasn't about to back down. Minchai calmly urged him to accept, but the bully soon crossed the line, making sleazy comments about her. That disgusting behavior instantly pushed our boy past his breaking point. Our boy, who had been hesitant due to his lack of experience, finally snapped. For his dignity and to defend Minchai, he shed his fear, took his stance, and braced for the fight. In this moment of crisis, Minchai's harsh training clicked. The opponent was tough, but if he remembered the evasion basics she taught him, he just might survive that long, intense minute. Facing the blue-haired guy's arrogance, our boy Jae-hyuk braces himself. The opponent clearly doesn't see him as a threat, mocking his fighting stance like it's some pigeon pose. As the timer hits start, he lunges in with a vicious attack. The fight kicks off. With lightning-fast reflexes, Jae-hyuk narrowly dodges a heavy blow. The spectators, ready to laugh, are stunned. Nobody expected this quiet kid to actually hold his own. It's all going according to Minchai's training. She taught him to keep moving and never keep his head still, so his body would dodge automatically. Thanks to her drills, Jae-hyuk manages to evade the opponent's relentless storm of blows with perfect precision. The blue-haired guy starts to panic. He realizes this weakling is way faster than expected. He tried to crush Jae-hyuk with raw power, but got disrupted by his counters. If Jae-hyuk hadn't held back, the fight might have ended right there. Exhausted and desperate, the opponent throws a tantrum, screaming and cursing to rattle Jae-hyuk. But our boy stays locked in, treating the fight like a machine, letting every wild swing miss him by a hair's breadth. As the fight drags on, Jae-hyuk uses his testing to fully gauge the opponent. Seeing the opening he needs, he calmly demands his gloves back. The result of this fight was decided a long time ago. Totally outplayed, the blue-haired guy is seething, forced to swallow his pride. He thought this would be a massacre, but he's the one who lost face. Yet, true to form, he immediately demands a real fight man-to-man. Will this nightmare ever end? On the beach, some thugs were closing in on our boy Jae-hyuk. Just as things were heating up, a guy in a striped shirt stepped in, smiling, and calmly asked if they really wanted to pick a fight in front of everyone. The mood shifted instantly. This guy's smile was disarming, but the thugs looked like they'd seen a ghost. It turns out this smiling assassin is actually Han Philip, the infamous #1 of the Invincible gang. Once the thugs realized who they were dealing with, the bravado vanished. Terrified and drenched in cold sweat, they scrambled to get away. They knew better than to mess with the leader of the Invincible gang. Someone finally screamed out his name, confirming the legend. Han Philip was standing right there. The sheer pressure radiating from him sent everyone scattering in a panic, turning the beach into a scene of pure chaos. Philip seemed completely bored by the whole situation, casually brushing off the invincible reputation as if it were nothing. He saved our boy, but his mysterious demeanor left Jae-hyuk wondering, is this a rescue, or just the start of more trouble? While at the beach, our boy Jae-hyuk was caught off guard not by training, but by running into Han Philip. To make matters crazier, Philip introduces his surprisingly sweet little sister Roa. The sheer contrast has our guy completely flustered. As Philip and his sister walk off, Jae-hyuk is still reeling from the awkward encounter, while Min-chae just looks completely unamused. Philip's comment about them being close acts like a ticking time bomb, making the beach atmosphere suddenly feel a lot more tense. With rain pouring down outside, the group is stuck indoors, turning the night into an impromptu rainy day party. What started as a casual hangout quickly turns into a gossip session, with everyone's radar focused squarely on our boy's social life. Trapped in the middle of this chaos, Jae-hyuk finds it impossible to defend himself against the teasing. The group's relentless prying turns the vibe undeniably awkward, leaving even our typically composed hero sweating and looking visibly flustered. Since the rain shows no signs of stopping, the planned fireworks are officially off the table. The group turns to Min-chae for an alternative, and it looks like an unexpected rainy day adventure is just getting started. To spice up the group outing, everyone decided to hold a courage test at an infamous abandoned school. Our boy, Jae-hyuk, was already nervous, but when the lots were drawn, he was shocked to find himself paired with Min-chae. Despite the surprise, they had no choice but to start the challenge with their friends cheering them on. In the rainy night, a single blue umbrella became their entire world. Forced to walk close together, their shoulders kept brushing against each other. Jae-hyuk, clearly anxious, couldn't help but murmur about the possibility of ghosts, sweating nervously as they made their way to the school. The path to the school was creepier than expected. As they trudged along, a massive bolt of lightning struck the rooftop of the abandoned building, thunder roaring through the sky. The sudden shock made both of them jump, and they instinctively huddled closer, holding their breath. Following the lightning, the atmosphere turned even more unsettling. Min-chae was visibly shaken, even shedding a few tears from the fright. Seeing the usually tough Min-chae so vulnerable, our boy set aside his own trembling to bravely check if she was alright. Eventually, they bit the bullet and stepped into the creepy dark school. The flashlight beam flickered across the cracked hallway walls, and the silence was only broken by their heavy footsteps and the rain drumming against the building. The unknown terror had their nerves stretched to the breaking point. Our boy and Min-chae snuck into the abandoned school to complete their mission. With the creepy, dilapidated hallways and that iconic science lab sign, the atmosphere is seriously nerve-wracking for both of them. Just as they were trying to stay brave, a sudden rustle in the hallway made them lose their cool. Our boy practically jumped onto Min-chae, and she screamed in terror. Even a simple bug was enough to freak them out. Despite being terrified, the awkward physical contact made things feel a bit different. Min-chae instinctively grabbed onto our boy's hand, and they continued deeper into the dark, heart-pounding and inseparable. Finally, they reached the science lab, where that legendary headless mannequin waited. Looking at its creepy, translucent structure, they were still spooked, but decided to snap a picture and get out of there as fast as possible. Just as they turned to leave, two ghosts suddenly popped out of the darkness. It sent them into a total panic, with our boy instinctively shielding Min-chae beneath him. The whole situation was absolute chaos. But then the lights came on, and the truth was revealed: no ghosts, just friends pulling a prank. Seeing those familiar faces smirking, while our boy was left completely shell-shocked, you could tell he was well and truly done. Our boy, Jae-hyuk, finds himself caught in an unexpected wrestling lock by Min-chae. The chaotic energy and the look on his face show he's completely caught off guard. This wasn't just a simple meeting, but a full-blown prank night frenzy. It turns out the whole squad is running a haunted house-style prank night, with friends popping out as ghosts left and right. In the middle of this rainy, derelict building, the pranks are getting intense enough to rattle anyone's nerves. Meanwhile, things take a calmer turn for Doyen and his companion. Walking under the rain, They seem detached from the prank chaos, sharing a quiet, umbrella-covered moment together. Once drifted apart by misunderstandings, they now share an umbrella, rekindling the warmth of their old friendship. Doyen realizes that their bond is truly back on track, a moment of heartfelt relief amidst the rain. Back to our boy. The prank noise fades, leaving only heavy breaths and the sound of rain. Jae-hyuk's expression turns serious. Beneath that umbrella, he finally finds the courage to say what he's been bottling up all this time. As a new chapter begins, the weight of that confession still hangs in the air. Our guy is clearly still reeling from the tension, and it's clear this rainy night is about to change everything for him. The storm rages on, but our boy is lost in his own thoughts. Caught in the downpour, he's hit with a sudden, confusing realization. This racing heart and constant focus on her, is this what people actually call love? Walking through the rain under a shared umbrella, he struggles to process his changing emotions. He believes best friends shouldn't have secrets, but he's beginning to realize their bond is shifting into something far more complicated. When the ghosts suddenly jump out, the group screams in terror, but our boy? He doesn't even flinch. He stands there completely unfazed, looking utterly calm, while everyone else is panicking. The contrast is almost hilarious. Back inside, the group is still reeling from the ordeal. As they recap the night, they realize the most ridiculous part wasn't the ghosts, but the bizarre task of taking a selfie with the creepy science lab model. It's been quite an eventful night. The group is completely rattled. What started as a prank to scare each other has taken a terrifying turn. They've stumbled upon something truly unexplainable, and the look of pure dread on their faces says it all. Before they could process the fear, an eerie intuition struck again. The air turned ice cold, and combined with the intensifying storm outside, it felt like they were genuinely haunted. Just when things couldn't get any scarier, the scene suddenly shifts. From a terrifying nightmare to a vibrant summer beach, the contrast is whiplash-inducing. As the fireworks bloom, all that lingering fear is instantly washed away. Amidst the afterglow of this summer celebration, the group makes sure to capture every precious moment. Regardless of what happened before, what's frozen in these photos are their brightest smiles. After all, that's what youth is all about. The party ends, and the train slowly pulls away. As they watch the scenery fade, things finally quiet down, leaving them to savor the memories of this wild trip. Life moves on, but these moments are bound to stay with them forever. A refreshing breeze flows through as our boy and his friends finally catch a break on the bus. After all the tension, the sunlight makes everything feel light, as if they've left the fighting far behind. However, peace is merely temporary. Before the sound of the ocean waves can even fade, the shadows of a new conspiracy begin to emerge. In a dim, smoke-filled room, a man in a sharp suit pressures a subordinate seeking to join their ranks. His metal-braced smile in the darkness is nothing short of chilling. The big boss sets a harsh ultimatum. Want in? Fine. But show me some real power. He coldly demands that if they can't handle the punk causing trouble in their school, there's no place for them here. The order is given, and a new storm approaches. The one being pushed to the front, as the ultimate test is none other than the Invincible Gangs. For a seat, Choi Hwang, a human fighting machine. Meanwhile, our boy is still haunted by recent events. That strange phantom lingers in his mind, oblivious to the fact that real danger has already locked onto his trail. When the urban legend about seeing a ghost together starts making rounds, our boy takes it a bit too personally. As soon as his mind connects the dots to Lee Min-chai, he's completely spiraled into a daydream, blushing like a total romantic. But calm school days are just a facade. By nightfall, a dark, chaotic room tells a different story. Scattered bottles and cigarette butts fill the air with a seedy vibe. In the middle of this mess, the muscular blue-haired man finally wakes up from his drunken stupor, driven by a sudden, intense hunger. The brute heads out like he owns the streets. Cigarette in his mouth and a cold look in his eyes, he spots some women and decides to use a thick stack of cash as a crude pickup line. It's a cocky, aggressive move, and it's clear he's just picked a fight with the wrong crowd. But he's not the only one looking for trouble. Before the blue-haired guy can even finish showing off his money, a local gang jumps him. The guy who was acting so high and mighty a second ago is suddenly reeling, battered and barely able to stand. Before he can even process the chaos, a lightning-fast counterattack lands squarely on his companion's face. The street-level bullying has quickly spiraled into an all-out brawl between some serious hitters. The fight kicks off with immediate brutality. That blue-haired powerhouse, Choi Hwang, unleashes devastating force, overwhelming his opponent with a single, crushing blow. Facing Choi Hwang's beast-like rampage, His opponent has zero room to breathe. Amidst the shattering glass and frantic screams, it's clear this one-sided beatdown is already reaching its brutal conclusion. With one last heavy, lethal blow from Choi Hwang, the blonde opponent is left incapacitated, bleeding out and struggling for life. This wasn't just a fight, it was a cold, calculated display of dominance. As a top enforcer of the invincible gang, Choi Hwang eyes his prey with predatory arrogance. Meanwhile, on the other end of the screen, the leader Philip watches it all, seemingly satisfied with the brutal outcome. With Philip's assembly order, the higher-ups of the invincible gang begin to stir. They clearly realize that our boy Jaehyuk's growth has become a threat they can no longer ignore. To eliminate this growing headache once and for all, Philip drops the formalities and tasks Choi Hwang with taking Jaehyuk down. Judging by that twisted grin on Choi's face, a lethal hunt for our boy is already underway. With the new semester starting, our boy Jaehyuk preps his books, hoping to just keep his head down. After all the chaos, he's craving a peaceful life, no more fights, no more trouble. He's ready to just let things slide. Meanwhile, Lee Min-chae has a very different idea of peace. She's back to her usual bossy self, making our boy carry her bags, claiming it's all part of the training regimen. But just as everyone's settling into the school vibe, a storm is brewing. A guy with undefeated tattooed on his forehead steps onto the scene, radiating an intensity that's impossible to ignore. Yet, reality stays mundane. Even with trouble lurking, our boy is still stuck dealing with Min-chae's endless demands. Watching him get bossed around like this? It's a hilarious, grounded start to what's bound to be a wild semester. Just when they were in a rush, our boy was urging Lee Min-chae to hurry up. But out of nowhere, she took a nasty spill on the stairs. The argument instantly turned into an emergency, and both were left stunned. It turned out to be serious. A stretched ligament meant a 5-week cast. With no other choice, Min-chae had to hobble to school on crutches, a painful sight that made even our boy feel for her. Min-chae's short temper only flared up when she saw her brother's test scores. Apparently, they're in a heated inheritance battle for their grandfather's building, and the first to get into a Seoul University wins. A score of 52? No wonder she's fuming. The moment they arrived at school, they became the center of attention. Seeing Min-chae on crutches naturally drew a crowd of concerned classmates. But as lunchtime rolled around, an unusual, tense atmosphere began to settle over the classroom. A few unfamiliar figures appeared in the hallway, radiating a threatening aura. Concerned for Min-chae and her mobility issues, our boy stepped up to see if she needed a hand, but the heavy vibes suggested trouble was definitely on its way. Choi Hwang, the number 4 of the invincible gang, arrives with a chip on his shoulder and a clear intent to provoke our boy. Despite the intimidation tactics and that flashy tattoo, our guy is completely baffled. He has no clue who this guy is, and honestly, he's just not interested in a pointless fight. Choi Hwang is annoyed but claims he doesn't force fights unless someone touches him first. But that rule flies out the window when a girl on crutches enters the scene. She's so stunning that Choi Hwang is instantly smitten, forgetting all about the fight and deciding that he's just found his ideal type. The guy is completely blinded by lust, oblivious to the fact that he's messed with the wrong person. He tries to hit on the girl with money, but she doesn't hold back, landing a solid punch that leaves him stunned. Seeing him go from arrogant to completely bewildered is just pure satisfaction. Instead of getting angry, Choi Hwang gets even more obsessed, completely misinterpreting the situation as some sort of romantic encounter. With his twisted logic, he's actually thrilled. As the circus finally packs up, school seems to return to normal, but that lingering sense of dread suggests this is far from over. The classroom is buzzing with post-school plans. Min-chae's dealing with a leg injury, but the friends are just teasing her, casually tossing around ideas like going to karaoke. Suddenly, a tough-looking guy crashes the scene. With a violent pull of his zipper, he rains cash down on everyone, leaving the whole class in absolute shock. The carefree vibe instantly dies. Cash is dumped on them like trash, and that bald guy is practically screaming, using money as a weapon to humiliate everyone. Caught off guard by the humiliation, our boy Jaehyuk feels the weight of the moment. The bald guy is relentless, pinning him down and radiating pure intimidation. Jaehyuk's patience has reached its limit. Before the guy can gloat any further, he strikes back. Chaos erupts, money hits the floor, and fists start flying. This fight just got real. Things turn ugly fast. A guy with a neck tattoo is literally dragging Min-chae away like she's cargo. Anyone who tries to step and gets flattened instantly. This guy is serious bad news. The scene is pure chaos. These goons are shaking everyone down, taking phones and cash, threatening anyone who speaks up. You can practically smell the fear in the air. Just when things seem hopeless, a new face arrives. Clutching a single red rose, she's clearly had enough of this creep state nonsense and decides to take matters into her own hands. She doesn't hesitate. Seeing Minchai in danger, she flies in with a clean strike, desperate to get that creep to let go. But to her surprise, her attack lands like she hit a brick wall. He barely even flinches. It's like hitting a stone statue. Our girl is genuinely stunned. She's never met anyone who could tank a direct hit like that without blinking. The creep identifies himself, Choi Hwang, from the Invincible Gang. He makes it clear anyone who interrupts his date is going to pay the ultimate price. The real fight is just beginning. The brawl kicks off instantly. Faced with a gray-haired guy's arrogance, our heroine strikes back with a solid punch, making it clear she won't be pushed around. Trading heavy blows, the two engage in a fierce clash. The spectators are stunned, surprised by the sheer technique hidden beneath this aggressive, raw onslaught. The stalemate continues as they test their strength. Meanwhile, an observer watches from the window, seemingly calculating something amid the chaos. The bally remark hits a sore spot, sending the gray-haired fighter into a rage. They grapple intensely, every strike fueled by pure, stubborn aggression. At the critical moment, the gray-haired fighter shows insane reflexes, perfectly parrying the attack. The crowd is stunned again. Clearly, he's no pushover. Tanking the hit with ease, he mocks his opponent's power. Seeing this, an ally steps in, urging her to stop brawling and start using their tactical training. Facing a tough opponent, our guy hesitated at first, but his mentor quickly cut to the point. That jab is just a feint. He needs to mix in some grappling. With that advice, our guy instantly adapts, landing a brutal takedown and pinning his opponent to the ground. Just when he thought he could end this quickly, the opponent's taunts strike a nerve. Our guy's eyes sharpen instantly in the ring. That kind of disrespect is a challenge he simply can't ignore. The gloves are off, and a brutal brawl erupts. Our guy unleashes a barrage of heavy punches. The opponent is pinned, face distorting under the pressure, but that undefeated grit is real. He refuses to tap out even after taking hit after hit. The heavy hits keep landing, but our guy is getting frustrated. Is this guy's head made of steel? He's landing solid strikes, yet the opponent just keeps on taunting. This level of inhuman durability is honestly baffling. That's when the memory of the proper technique flashes back. It turns out you can't just flail around. Real suppression isn't just about brute force, it's all about mastering the technique and finding the right rhythm. The battle has reached a fever pitch. Our boy is at a severe disadvantage, pinned down, but he's not giving up. Recalling Minchai's training, he seizes the moment to execute the brutal hammering technique. Despite the ferocious assault, it doesn't land a fatal blow on the monster, Choi Hwang. Minchai notices instantly. His neck is so thick it absorbs all the shock. It's despair-inducing durability. The situation turns dire. Choi Hwang's counterattack is relentless, sending our boy crashing into a debris. Minchai is caught in the chaos too, collapsing in pain. Facing such an insurmountable gap, fear starts creeping into our boy's heart. Facing an absolute powerhouse, it clicks for our boy. Fists alone won't win this. Minchai's past lessons explode in his mind. Don't rely just on punches, use combos. Distract with a jab, then surprise him with a kick. That's the path to victory. That high kick was textbook perfection, landing squarely on target. Everyone assumed the fight was over, and the spectators gasped. But before the cheers could even fade, an eerie sight emerged. The guy was still standing. This is Choi Hwang, a guy with monstrous durability. Even after taking a blow like that, he didn't just stay up, he started smiling. The sheer, overwhelming pressure makes the atmosphere suffocating. Faced with an opponent like a brick wall, our boy feels the pressure mounting. He realizes that taking this guy down with standard strikes is impossible. He has to capitalize on every fleeting opening. To break the deadlock, he goes all in with a brutal barrage. With a heavy thud, his fist connects squarely with the opponent's face. It looks like this is finally the end. Yet, reality proves crueler than expected. Choi Hwang powers through the pain to deliver a vicious counter, and they collide in a brutal trade of blows, like two crashing war machines. For a split second, the air itself seems to freeze. As the dust settles, both fighters are at their limit. Our boy is battered and bleeding, while Choi Hwang is visibly dazed, seeing double from the impact. The fight now hangs on the very last thread of their willpower. The battle reaches a breaking point. A devastating downward strike drives our guy into the ground, followed immediately by a suffocating chokehold. The look in his opponent's eyes makes it clear, he's playing for keeps. As the opponent's finisher tightens, we hit the breaking point of pain. Friends cry out in horror, witnessing our hero on the brink of collapse. But just when hope seems lost, an unexpected twist unfolds. At the darkest hour, help arrives. Seeing his friend rush in to save him, our guy isn't about to stay down. He launches a fierce counterattack, though the heavy pressure of the fight remains. Just as the chaos hits a fever pitch, a cold command cuts through the air. Stop! A new face arrives, putting a sudden, jarring halt to the violence with nothing but a book in hand. A brutal, one-sided assault is unfolding at the school gates. The guy with gray hair, known as Huang, has a girl in a chokehold. Despite the panic and shouts from fellow students begging him to stop, he refuses to back down. In fact, he seems ready to escalate the violence. Just then, someone warns Huang to back off, reminding him that the person he's fighting belongs to the unrivaled gang and going too far will lead to serious trouble. But Huang isn't listening. He's lost in a frenzy, eyes bloodshot, ready to vent his rage to the bitter end. A crushing sense of pressure suddenly fills the air, leaving even the onlookers frozen in fear. The conflict erupts, and in the chaos, the girl ends up bloodied on the ground, leaving the scene in absolute ruins. As the commotion dies down, an ambulance arrives. This sudden, unprovoked violence has left everyone shaken, and for our guy, it's a heavy, unsettling sight that weighs on his mind. Inside the hospital room, their injured friend is still in pain, and not yet out of the woods. The sight is enough to make the others grit their teeth in fury, vowing to make the attacker pay for what he's done. Visiting hours come to an end, and as the others file out, our guy is left alone with the injured friend. Suddenly, she reaches out, grabs his hand, and delivers a dead serious warning. Never fight Choi Huang. Her words tremble with genuine terror. She knows better than anyone that he's on a completely different level of danger. It's not just about getting hurt. She knows it's a fight that could literally cost him his life. Late at night, our boy sits alone at his desk, but his mind is flooded with suffocating memories. The past trauma and fear pull him into a spiral of self-doubt, making him feel like nothing more than a pathetic coward. Suddenly, a commotion breaks his trance. Minshai busts into his room, and seeing him so lost in thought, she wastes no time in scolding him. It turns out she'd been trying to reach him, and despite her injured leg, she had to drag herself over here. Before our boy can process what's happening, Minshai slams her phone down. The screen is filled with disgusting, harassing messages, and the creep even sent explicit photos. It's not just provocation, it's an all-out threat. Seeing Minchi's pure rage, our boy finally realizes just how deep the trouble really is. Minshai is fuming, and in a burst of rage, she hurls her phone to the ground. Between the relentless harassment and the brazen provocation, the fear is quickly turning into fuel for a fight. Just then, a commotion starts outside. The guy actually had the nerve to show up right on their doorstep. The atmosphere in the classroom turned icy. The thug Park Do-sip, with invincible tattooed on his forehead, was forcibly dragging a girl while spouting threats. The rest of the students were paralyzed by the sheer terror of it all. Just then, a classmate tried to intervene, mustered the courage to stop him. But a thug like Park Do-sip doesn't reason. Without a word, he threw a heavy punch, sending the guy flying, and kept up the assault on the girl. The girl struggled desperately, but only earned more brutal suppression and humiliation from the gang. The boy who was struck clutched his chest in agony, struggling for air, while the classroom drowned in sheer, suffocating despair. Just as things spiraled out of control, another student, Oh Hyun-ho, couldn't hold back anymore and stood up to protest. But these thugs didn't care. With a crashing sound of shattered glass, yet another body was tossed right out the window. Watching the figure plummet outside, the classroom fell into a dead, terrified silence. It was the second floor. What kind of insane atrocities were these lawless thugs planning to pull next? The hallway falls silent. A student lies broken amidst the glass, a victim of the invincible gang's brutal game. Their leader, Park Do-sip, marked by the undefeated tattoo on his forehead, is laughing, issuing a chilling threat. Anyone who stands in his way is as good as dead. The gang is tearing the place apart looking for the girl. But she's hiding in the restroom, nursing an injured foot and biting back the pain. She knows all too well, if that bald maniac is left unchecked, things are only going to get much, much worse. Desperate, she makes the call she was dreading. It's her last resort. The phone rings and rings, and just as panic starts to set in, the line finally clicks. The next day, the school is on edge. Everyone is tiptoeing, terrified of another ambush. But their worst fears come true. Park Do-sip and his crew have locked down the parking lot. They're here, and they're looking for blood. It's chaos. The gang makes their move, grabbing the helpless targets. But just as all hope seems lost, a roar of an engine cuts through the air. A red blur streaks onto the scene. Is our boy finally here to even the score? With the bald guy fuming, the tension is sky high. Suddenly, a mysterious guy pulls up on a bike. He casually takes off his helmet, lights a cigarette, and nonchalantly introduces himself. I'm Lee Minchi's brother. The reveal leaves everyone stunned. Knowing what kind of firepower the Lee family packs, the onlookers realize one thing: they've just stumbled into a major problem. The bald guy, feeling disrespected, loses his cool and threatens him. But our guy just smirks, radiating pure confidence, and even throws down a challenge. You want to take me out? Be my guest? Minchi's brother has a vibe that clearly isn't that of an average thug. Even with the bald guy screaming, he remains unfazed, his relaxed dominance actually making the opponent hesitate for a split second. The bald guy finally realizes something is off. The look in those eyes, the dangerous aura, it reminds him of the formidable Han Philip. Cold sweat starts to pour. Just as a fight is about to break out, and our guy is ready to strike, the sound of sirens cuts through the air. Someone panicked and called the police, putting a temporary pause on the chaos. The bald guy who just showed up turns out to be Minchi's brother Min-sung. He arrived with a major attitude, immediately taunting our guy, who is now caught right in the middle of this unwanted drama. Back at the house, Min-sung pulls a textbook performance of being a hypocrite. As soon as an adult appears, he switches to a polite mask, but the act is clearly as fake as his attitude. He claimed he was here to care for his injured sister, but that was just a front. Once the adults are out of sight, Min-sung drops the act and starts acting like he owns the place, making everyone uncomfortable. The peace inside is quickly shattered by a trivial argument over dinner. Min-sung demands spicy chicken feet and starts getting physical, trying to bully Min-chai into submission with his brute force. Caught between these two monsters, our guy is having a rough time. To end this epic battle over chicken feet versus fried chicken, he finally gives in and just orders both to keep the peace. Our boy just wanted a quiet meal, but there's no peace in this house. His companions are bickering over pocket money and turning the dinner table into a battlefield. They're a handful. One moment they're arguing, the next they're throwing hands. Our boy watches on in shock, though this seems to be their unique way of communicating. After the chaos, a brief peace finally settles in. With the room in shambles and their stomachs full, the group finally lets their guard down, drifting into a post-meal stupor. However, the peace is short-lived. The mood turns heavy as they discuss the thugs that keep harassing them. They know all too well that reporting bullies to teachers or the police rarely works. That sense of helplessness ripples through the room. Memories of the violence they've witnessed surface, a fear of being powerless that weighs far more than their exhaustion. The party's winding down, and everyone's just lounging around. Suddenly, the guy in the white t-shirt breaks the silence, signaling for the guy with glasses to step outside for a private chat. Outside, the guy lights a cigarette, dripping with disdain as he mentions Min-chai. He's obsessed with why that dumb girl suddenly had her grades skyrocket, and his tone reeks of malicious intent. He's clearly up to no good, openly plotting to ruin Minchi's life. He doesn't need a real reason. Just the chance to cause chaos seems like enough motivation for his twisted mind. As the conversation drags on, the bully takes a sharp turn, questioning the other guy's motives. Watching him break into a cold sweat, the malice becomes even more palpable, chilling the air between them. The bully drops a brutal threat. Anyone getting close to Min-chai will regret it. The words hit the guy like a hammer, sending him spiraling. This wasn't a man-to-man talk, it was a nightmare. What started as a secret tutoring gig gets busted by his friends. Caught red-handed, our boy is now forced to face their interrogation, unable to talk his way out of this one. But instead of getting mad, his friends are actually jealous. They start begging for tutoring too. The awkward confrontation quickly turns into a crowded sign-up session. Saturday rolls around, and the tutoring session begins. But with this group of slackers, it's far from productive. It's just one chaotic disaster after another. Instead of studying, they start digging through old elementary school junk, roasting each other mercilessly. They waste the whole day until they're finally exhausted and burn out. With the session over, he's stuck crashing at a friend's place. But as he lies there, he can't sleep. The quiet of the night brings back haunting, painful memories of his bullying past. Late at night, our boy can't stop tossing and turning. The thought of Min-chai being harassed while he stands by, completely helpless, is eating him alive. His roommate notices the distress and offers to listen to what's really weighing on him. With someone finally listening, our boy spills everything. He hates his own weakness and feels pathetic he's been relying on Minchai's help all this time, but when she actually needs support, he's useless. Hearing this, the roommate's teasing attitude vanishes. He looks our boy in the eye and cuts through the doubt. If he wants to change things, he needs to act. The solution is simple. I'll teach you how to fight. With Minchai entering the picture, the training plan is set in stone. Facing our boy's disbelief, she stays firm. Don't doubt it. Within a week, I'll make sure you can take that jerk down yourself. By the next day, the mood on the rooftop shifts to something much more serious. This isn't just for show, that intensity is real, and everyone knows the hellish training is about to begin. Pay attention if you want to survive. Before our boy can even process it, the training kicks into high gear. Minchai shows no mercy, demonstrating evasion while coolly reminding him. Target the weak points, that's the only way to win. Our boy's friend couldn't dodge the sudden, vicious kick, ending up collapsed on the floor while chaos erupted. The arrogant opponent clearly wasn't done yet. He kept laughing, trying to land follow-up hits, while completely disregarding his downed opponent. Just when things looked dire, the companion who was curled up on the ground suddenly lashed out in pure rage, landing a surprise counter-hit. That strike felt good, but it left the companion exhausted and collapsing. The skirmish left everyone reeling from the shock. Before anyone could catch their breath, the instigator created distance, showing he wasn't done yet, his eyes still filled with dangerous, fanatical energy. The opponent immediately attacked again, stomping the ground with enough force to generate a shockwave that made his sheer power undeniable. The companion was pushed back by the impact, shaken to the core. If they had hit the railing, the consequences would have been unthinkable. The madman didn't stop there. He started mocking everyone's combat skills, dripping with arrogance about his own fighting prowess. He boasted about his 51-win undefeated streak, but then suddenly pivoted, asking about Choi Huang's fighting style, making the atmosphere turn cold. Minchai isn't messing around. She's cooked up a custom, hellish training strategy for our boy, and by the look in her eyes, she's ready to push him to his absolute limit. Training starts immediately with no mercy. Minchai drops a run 10 laps order right off the bat. Our boy is understandably shell-shocked, but he knows there's no backing out now. It's not just running. They're using resistance bands to build explosive power. Just as our boy starts to hit his rhythm, news of the upcoming school trip adds a new, suffocating layer of pressure. With time running out, our boy is giving it his all. Under Minsung's harsh guidance, he's refining his combat skills. He's taking plenty of hits, but every blow is turning into valuable experience. This training week has been pure purgatory, blending physical exhaustion with the fear of his enemies. Even in the dim alleyways, our boy's willpower is being forged into something unbreakable. A week flies by, and school seems calm until that infamous bald thug waltzes back in, instantly killing the vibe and sending everyone on high alert. The way he makes his return is just bizarre. He strolls in holding an outrageously skimpy bikini as a gift, leaving everyone, especially the girls, completely dumbfounded by the absurdity. The atmosphere in the classroom is suffocating. Faced with that annoying punk from the Invincible gang throwing insults and trying to get a rise out of him, our boy just snaps. All that pent-up frustration boils over in a single moment. No hesitation, no more talking. Our boy delivers a clean, heavy punch right to that arrogant face. It lands square on the bald thug's mug, leaving him stunned and reeling from the impact. There's no turning back now. Having made his move, our boy drops the facade entirely, roaring at the guy who doesn't know when to quit. You bastard. I've had enough. This sudden outburst of violence shocks the entire classroom, even catching Minchai off guard. The bald thug is absolutely livid, his eyes burning with rage. The way he's ready to tear our boy apart has the rest of the class trembling. As tensions reach a breaking point, the thug goes berserk, threatening to make our boy pay. But just as our guy braces for the fight of his life, his phone buzzes. It's a message from Minchai, demanding he come to her room immediately. Confused but obedient, Jae-hyuk pushes aside his anger and nervously knocks on her door. But the moment it creaks open, what he sees inside stops him dead in his tracks. Minchai is waiting for him in a state he definitely wasn't expecting. Things got awkward fast when a misunderstanding led to our boy being called a pervert. It turns out, Minchai just wanted him to help with the laundry, but she sure has a way of making her point clear. While heading to do the chores, our boy noticed a doodle and a special towel. Minchai explained it was a good luck charm from her mom. She'd worn it during every single martial arts match, and she'd never lost a fight while wearing it. Minchai handed the charm to our boy's silent nod to his progress and a spark of encouragement. Clenching his fists with a lucky rap, our boy's eyes burned with newfound resolve. He knew this fight wasn't just another bout, it was one he had to win. The atmosphere at the arena was hostile, filled with heckling from the crowd. But then, an unexpected guest arrived. Minchai's identical, handsome older brother showed up to cheer for our boy. The sudden reveal instantly turned the crowd, leaving everyone, especially the girls, completely stunned. The onlookers watch with bated breath, sweating for our boy's sake. Meanwhile, Philip watches with a chilling, knowing smirk the outcome of this clash remains anyone's guess. Without hesitation, Choi Huang seizes the initiative. His brutal offense is relentless, and our boy is quickly put on the defensive, taking a heavy hit to the face. The situation is dire. Just a glancing blow, and our boy is already bleeding. He knows better than to trade heavy hits with a monster like Choi Huang. If he gets caught clean, it's game over. He has to stick to the plan. The fight turns desperate. Our boy is pushed to his limits, looking almost like he's begging for mercy. The bullies seize the moment to mock him, their laughter filling the room. But don't be fooled, it's all a ruse. Gritting his teeth, our boy executes the plan, hammering away with calf kicks. This is the tactic honed during his training, and his target is clear, Choi Huang's legs. Yet, connecting with Choi Huang's leg feels like kicking a steel beam. Even though his own foot is stinging with pain, our boy refuses to back down, relentlessly sticking to the strategy. Unfazed, Choi Huang only grows more arrogant, mocking the useless attacks. He doesn't realize that for our boy, these calf kicks were never the finish, they were just the setup. To win a fight instantly, you have to hit the solar plexus. It's the ultimate weak point. Landing a clean shot there is enough to drop anyone, no matter how big they are. The kick lands flush. The sheer force sends our boy flying through the air, crashing hard into the wall. It's a level of power that seems beyond human limits. After a hit like that, the opponent doesn't even flinch. He walks forward with a cold sneer, as if that entire attack was nothing more than a tickle. The battle escalates instantly. Under a barrage of attacks, our boy is barely hanging on. The room is in total chaos, and every passing second pushes him to his absolute limit. Looking at the monster with the undefeated tattoo, his roar is enough to shatter the air. He wasn't bothered by the counterattack at all, in fact, he's just getting started. This isn't a fair fight anymore. As his opponent closes in, our boy is drenched in cold sweat, the creeping dread hitting him hard. Is this guy's body actually made of steel? The fight escalates. The bald guy charges, eyes blazing with rage. But before our boy can even react, the guy in glasses strikes first, putting Jae-hyuk in a tough spot right from the start. Attacks rain down relentlessly. Faced with a vicious high kick, our boy is forced to curl up just to protect himself. And before he can catch his breath, another heavy punch lands square on his face. Overwhelmed by the barrage, Jae-hyuk knows he can't just take it. The guy in glasses clearly isn't planning to let up, launching wave after wave of brutal attacks designed to put him down for good. The situation spirals out of control. Even with desperate blocks, the sheer force is terrifying. Seeing the steel door dented makes him realize this is a life or death struggle. Just as he tries to create some distance, the worst happens. The bald guy swings a heavy metal chair with lethal intent. Caught off guard, our boy takes a crushing blow to the head, spinning out of control and crashing hard to the ground. Blood trickles down his forehead, his vision blurs. Bystanders watch in horror, while his opponents sneer at his pitiful state. In that moment, fear threatens to consume him entirely. But right in the depths of despair, a memory flickers in Jae-hyuk's mind. Don't be scared of his physique. That familiar voice cuts through the pain, a stark reminder. The fight has only just begun. Our boy is really being put through the ringer. This isn't just training, it's an extreme endurance test. As he gets manhandled and forced to trade blows, the only thing he's learning is how much it hurts, and Minchai is there to make sure he keeps getting up. To forge some real guts, they're using the most brutal methods imaginable. Caught in a deadly dilemma, either fall to his doom or face Choi Huang in a fight, our boy is forced into survival mode. Fear is no longer an option when you're backed against the wall. After this intense battering, our boy finally gets the message. Brute force isn't the answer. He stops waiting to get hit and starts planning his own moves. The fear in his eyes has been replaced by cold, hard grit. If the standard approach doesn't work, it's time to change the game entirely. Seeing that steely look in his own eyes, our boy rallies. No matter how strong the opponent, as long as he refuses to let the pain break him, he's still in the fight. He charges back in with a roar, no longer the easy target, but a fighter evolving in the heat of battle. Fights shift in a heartbeat. When the opponent throws another heavy punch, our boy spots the opening. If standing up doesn't work, he'll take it to the ground. An unexpected takedown shatters the enemy's balance. Once the fight hits the canvas, the game changes for everyone. Facing Choi Hwang's suffocating grip, our boy Jae-hyuk struggles with everything he's got, but the gap in power is brutal. With a vicious glare, Choi Hwang gives him no room to breathe, pinning him down as if he's about to end the fight right here. Then comes Choi Hwang's signature move, the face breaker. The impact is overwhelming. Struck with blinding pain and blood streaming from his forehead, our boy looks like he's hanging on by a thread. In this moment of crisis, his memory flashes back to training. Minchai had been drilling him on exactly how to counter this lethal hold. It was the only chance he had. Minchai had warned him, this is called a face crank. Once it's locked in properly, escape is nearly impossible. The key to breaking it? You have to see it coming. As the crushing force bears down, Jae-hyuk remembers her advice. Before the hold tightens, you have to keep your arm jammed between your face and his arm. That tiny gap is his only way out of this nightmare. Facing Choi Hwang's terrifying, skull-crushing pressure, our boy Jae-hyuk finds himself locked in, yet he doesn't panic. Relying on his sharp fighting instincts, he spots the slightest gap and manages to slip out from under that suffocating grip. The onlookers are stunned. No one expected Jae-hyuk, clearly the underdog, to deflect an assault from someone of Choi Hwang's caliber. But Jae-hyuk knows the real danger hasn't passed. He has to keep the pressure on. To turn the tide, Jae-hyuk instantly shifts tactics. He hooks his opponent's ankles, pulling out some jiu-jitsu to lock himself in close. As Minkai taught him, when facing a larger opponent, you have to use leverage to neutralize them. The counterattack is lightning fast. A sharp strike right above the knees throws Choi Hwang's massive frame completely off balance, sending him crashing to the ground. This sudden burst of power leaves everyone watching in shock. Seeing his chance, Jae-hyuk doesn't hesitate to lock in an arm triangle choke. But reality strikes hard. Choi Hwang's neck is simply too thick, and his standard grappling technique just isn't cutting it. With the choke failing and the counterattack stalling, the enraged opponent is about to lash out. Jae-hyuk's do-or-die struggle has finally reached its most nail-biting moment. Facing the crushing grip of his opponent, our boy is struggling to breathe. Despite giving it his all, the power gap is glaring. His desperate counterkick doesn't land the way he hoped. The opponent doesn't give our boy a second to breathe, launching a flurry of heavy strikes. The sheer impact leaves his vision blurring, and his mind reeling. He's barely holding on. The overwhelming aura of an undefeated fighter hangs in the air, as Choi Hwang rains blows down like a storm. Even with his guard up, our boy can't stop the relentless assault that's crushing his spirit. Excruciating pain surges through his body, leaving our boy feeling like a broken punching bag. With one final, devastating hit, his defenses collapse, and he goes down hard. The sickening thud against the floor says it all. Our boy is completely out of commission, his strength draining away. In his despair, it feels like this is truly the end. Choi Hwang stands tall, like an immovable mountain. Looking at our fallen boy, the realization that he failed to protect Minchai hurts far more than the physical wounds. But the ruthless Choi Hwang isn't finished. He drags our boy back up like a ragdoll. The sheer brutality of this one-sided beatdown has pushed the atmosphere to a breaking point. The horrified onlookers are frozen in place. They realize this is the second floor. If things keep escalating like this, the outcome could be lethal. Facing a crushing defeat, our boy is battered and bloody. But in this critical moment, Minchai's advice rings in his mind. When all else fails, don't give up, do whatever it takes and end this fight on the mat. Minchai taught him that fighting isn't just about technique, it's a test of will. He might have started out just wanting to be popular, but right now, his resolve to protect what truly matters is the strength fueling his desperate comeback. With that conviction, a fire ignites in his eyes. Ignoring the brutal pressure, he channels his sheer will into a counterattack, refusing to stay down even with his opponent's full weight crushing him into the floor. The tables turn in an instant. Our boy, moments ago pinned to the ground, violently shifts the momentum. With a defiant roar, he latches onto his opponent, launching a desperate, relentless scramble. It's a blur of movement as they clash, trading blows in a high-stakes standoff. Taken aback by our boy's sudden explosion of force, the opponent stumbles, clearly shaken by the sheer ferocity of his will. Facing a formidable opponent, our boy realizes his usual jiu-jitsu chokehold is failing due to his reach. In this desperate moment, a flash of memory strikes his mother's lucky handkerchief. It wasn't just a simple gift, it was his good luck charm, a piece of his mother's care that never let him down. Fueled by this realization, Jae-hyuk finds his winning edge, his eyes burning with fierce determination despite the blood on his face. Jae-hyuk's sudden shift catches everyone off guard. The onlookers are stunned, and even his composed opponent looks genuinely rattled. Nobody can quite believe what he's planning to do next. Ignoring the taunts, Jae-hyuk lets out a roar, his desperation and resolve shaking the entire room. He refuses to be crushed, choosing instead to launch a wild, all-out counterattack against his much stronger foe. This is his makeshift guillotine choke. By using the handkerchief to extend his reach, he finally locks it in. With all distractions gone, Jae-hyuk pours every ounce of his strength into squeezing his opponent into submission. The choke is airtight. As Jae-hyuk keeps the pressure on, the tide of this impossible fight shifts violently. 7 seconds, that's all he needs. Just 7 seconds more, and this nightmare is finally over. Seizing a split-second opening, our boy lands a precise hit, momentarily knocking his opponent unconscious. The tide seems to be turning in this brutal struggle. The onlookers are stunned, but our boy doesn't hesitate. He rushes in to capitalize while his opponent is still dazed, landing a flurry of blows. That's the brutal reality of fighting. Taking another heavy hit, while dazed, can snap you back awake. Jae-hyuk grits his teeth. He can't give an inch. Every punch lands with crushing force. Our boy goes all out, completely overwhelming his opponent and pushing hard to secure the win. A brutal high kick connects. Though dazed and battered, his opponent's resilience is terrifying. He's clearly not going down without a desperate fight. Both are nearing their limits. Recalling that grappling alone isn't enough, Jae-hyuk steels himself for a final, decisive strike to end it all. Facing an overwhelming opponent, our boy didn't back down. Seizing the opening, he countered with a precise elbow strike, instantly turning the tables on the enemy. With everything on the line, the strike landed hard. The impact froze the fight, and the once mighty opponent, overwhelmed by our boy's all-out effort, finally lost his balance. Looking at his fallen opponent, our boy was stunned he had actually won. As the adrenaline faded, total exhaustion hit, and he collapsed. He defended his honor through pure grit. As the dust settled, life went on. Minchai's brother was ready to speed off on his bike. He might be a bit of a joker, but the combat techniques he taught our boy really paid off. Before leaving, the senior couldn't help but tease our boy. Suddenly, the hero who just survived a brutal fight found himself bashful and tongue-tied in front of him. The self-appointed matchmaker pushed it even further, teasing our boy about his relationship with Minchai. Watching his mischievous grin, our boy could only stand there, completely flustered. With the roar of a motorcycle, Minsung speeds off, leaving behind a teasing remark about his sister's fighting tutoring. With his self-proclaimed title as the #1 tutor, Minchi's training path just got a whole lot tougher. The scene shifts to the hospital, where the tension spikes. An unidentified individual is aggressively interrogating a girl, desperate for intel on the invincible gang's revenge. Despite the violence, she refuses to talk, clearly protecting someone. This commotion doesn't go unnoticed by Minchai. Lying in her hospital bed, she reflects with a complex expression. Our boy Jae-hyuk's growth has been staggering, far surpassing her initial expectations. Driven by that same determination, our boy is pushing himself to the absolute limit. These high-intensity handstand push-ups look grueling enough to make anyone's muscles ache, but he's giving it his all to get stronger. However, the calm before the storm is always short-lived. Under the cover of night, the higher-ups of the invincible gang have finally lost their patience. Realizing Jae-hyuk is a serious threat, they've decided to step in and handle him personally. Then, the #3 of the invincible gang steps up. With a confident, sinister grin, he believes he's the right person to take care of Jae-hyuk. Looks like this targeted revenge is unavoidable. With Choi Hwang out of the picture, the conflict dies down, and a rare moment of peace finally returns to the campus. Finally, good news. Minchai is healed and excitedly high-fives our boy in celebration. But the joy is short-lived. A sharp pain in her ankle brings her back to reality. It seems her recovery still has a little way to go. Minchai is lounging on the bed, demanding a foot massage with an attitude that screams, "You should be honored." Our boy, completely caught off guard, is sweating buckets. He's clearly never done this before, but with her feet practically in his face, he doesn't have much of a choice. He grudgingly starts the massage, and let's just say, it's not exactly a professional service. Between her constant critiques and the awkward silence, our boy is having a rough time, until she impatiently demands he press harder. Just when he's about to lose his mind from the physical labor, Minchai drops a surprise A-wish ticket. It doesn't look like a treasure map, But at this moment, the sheer unexpectedness of it leaves our boy stunned. She brushes it off, explaining it's just a simple thank you for all the times he's fought by her side. But the realization that she'll grant any wish he asks for hits him like a truck, and his heart starts racing out of control. In that split second of total brain freeze, our boy blurts out the unthinkable, "Go on a date with me?" As soon as the words leave his mouth, he freezes, his face turning bright red as the reality of his own impulsiveness sinks in. The atmosphere in the room suddenly tightens. Judging by her wide-eyed expression and the sweat on her brow, she's just uncovered something huge, and whatever's in that envelope is about to change everything. Out of nowhere, Mom drops a bombshell on our boy. This pretty girl is her friend's daughter, and starting today, she'll be his new upstairs roommate. Prompted by his mom to say hi, our extremely socially anxious boy starts sweating bullets. While he struggles to speak, the girl cheerfully introduces herself. He awkwardly reaches out to shake her hand. On the surface, they've officially met as roommates, but his internal panic hasn't subsided at all. Just then, the girl drops another devastating piece of news. She's transferring to his high school tomorrow. Before he can even process that, his mom rushes off, leaving him to help with the luggage. Looking at his smiling new roommate, our boy, who is utterly clueless about talking to girls, is inwardly panicking about how he's going to survive living together. But the moment they're alone, this seemingly sweet girl pulls out a cigarette and casually asks him for a lighter. This massive contrast instantly makes our boy's jaw drop. Traumatized by years of severe bullying, our boy instinctively freezes in fear. Terrified, he doesn't even have the courage to look her in the eye and anxiously averts his gaze. Seeing him cowering and unable to even form a sentence, the new roommate flashes a look of disdain. She coldly labels him a loser, a remark that completely shatters his fragile pride. Still reeling from the morning's shock, Lee Min-chai's dismissive loser echoes painfully in our boy's mind, piercing whatever pride he had left. He doesn't even get a second to breathe. Walking into class, a heavy hand grips his shoulder, followed by the cruel laughter of the school bullies. Although his inner voice screams that he's no loser, our boy can only muster a weak protest when the red-haired bully arrogantly demands a banana milk. That tiny spark of rebellion is immediately crushed. The bully violently puts him in a headlock and delivers a punishing blow, erasing any further defiance. Overpowered and in pain, our guy is forced to humiliatingly apologize for his mistake. The bully gloats, faking forgiveness while preparing his next cruel game. The forgiveness was just a trap. Choking him again, the psycho sadistically forces our boy to choose his own punishment. Terrified, he stammers out 3. The bully multiplies the number and unleashes a ruthless barrage of punches. The beating only stops when a student yells that the teacher is coming, leaving our boy trembling in tears. Before the suffocating tension fades, the teacher introduces a new transfer student. Our boy freezes in absolute shock. It's Lee Min-chai, the very roommate who mocked him this morning. The teacher introduces the new transfer student, and our boy instantly starts sweating. He never imagined his tough-as-nails new roommate would end up in his exact class. Hearing his name, she quickly realizes he's the timid guy from downstairs. To make things worse, the teacher assigns her the seat right behind him, making our boy incredibly anxious. While our guy is panicking, a crumpled note suddenly hits the back of his head. He opens it to find a strict warning from his roommate. Pretend they don't know each other at school. Despite the harsh warning, our kind-hearted boy can't just leave her to navigate alone. He secretly passes back a note, which turns out to be a meticulously hand-drawn map of the school campus. But peaceful school days are a luxury. During the break, the red-haired bully drags our boy into the bathroom and unloads a ruthless punch to his head, continuing his daily torment. Just when our guy braces for a severe beating, the bully unexpectedly stops and patronizingly pats his cheek. It turns out the jerk's true goal isn't violence, but forcing our boy to help him cheat on the upcoming midterms. Surrounded by mocking bullies, our boy can only endure it in silence. Just then, the red-haired bully wraps an arm around his shoulder. They didn't drag him into the bathroom just for simple bullying. The red-haired guy smirks and gets straight to his real, unreasonable demand. Hearing that the guy wants him to help cheat on the midterms, our boy is completely stunned, breaking out in a cold sweat. It turns out the bully's mother demanded he pass the exams before sending him to study abroad. To leave the country, he's targeting our top student. If caught cheating, his own life would be ruined. Faced with this blatant coercion, our guy falls into extreme panic and struggle. However, the villain has zero patience. Seeing his hesitation, the bully lands a heavy punch right on our boy's face, knocking him to the floor instantly. Looking at him on the floor, the red-haired guy crouches down and delivers his final ultimatum in a highly dangerous tone. Will you do it or not? Terrified of a worse beating, our dizzy boy chokes back tears and humiliatingly agrees to the demand. The bully looks incredibly smug. Though he surrendered verbally, the anger deep inside him has reached its peak. His unwilling, sharp glare immediately catches the villain's attention. Inside the boy's restroom, a heavy punch echoes. The red-haired bully lands a merciless blow right to our boy's face, leaving him completely defenseless. With a bloody nose dripping continuously, our boy has no choice but to squeeze his eyes shut and apologize to his tormentor in pure fear. Satisfied with his victim's miserable state, the red-haired guy smirks. His true goal was simply to force our boy into helping him cheat on the midterms before walking away laughing. Left kneeling alone on the cold tiles, wiping his bloody nose, a spark of pure rage finally ignites within our boy. He desperately wants to learn how to fight and crush these jerks himself. Later that evening, our boy is back home wearing an apron and cooking dinner. Suddenly, his mom walks in and tells him to go upstairs and call their new roommate Min-Shai down to eat. The thought of eating dinner with a girl instantly makes our introverted boy sweat nervously. But with his mom insisting it's perfectly normal, he nervously agrees. Walking upstairs with a heavy heart, he gently knocks on her door. After a moment of silence, he thinks he hears a faint come in from the other side. Turns out it was just song lyrics playing on her phone. He opens the door completely off guard, only to find Min-Shai standing there wrapped in nothing but a towel. Both of them freeze instantly. The silence doesn't even last a second. Acting on pure defensive instinct, a flustered Min-Shai grabs a heavy electric kettle and brutally smashes it right into our boy's face. Without a chance to explain, our poor boy gets knocked flat on his back, foaming at the mouth with a bleeding nose. Who knew his very first combat experience would end in a miserable knockout in his own hallway? Our boy gets knocked out cold by a coffee machine. When he finally wakes up, he finds his new roommate in just a towel, sending the situation into pure chaos. Furious about the awkward misunderstanding, Min-Shai strictly warns our boy not to intrude again, leaving him absolutely terrified and begging for mercy. After being harshly labeled a pervert, the misunderstanding is barely cleared up. Our boy sits at the dinner table terrified, sweating profusely without daring to look up. Mom's delicious stew instantly wins Min-Shai over. Watching his new roommate and his mother happily chat, our boy can only quietly eat his food, too scared to interrupt. Min-Shai gives a huge thumbs up, making Mom incredibly happy. Taking advantage of the great mood, Mom curiously asks why she moved to Seoul all by herself. Hearing this, the usually tough Min-Shai confesses she came here to study for college. This completely unexpected reason leaves our boy stunned and sweating. It turns out her grandfather promised to give his building to whichever grandchild gets into a university in Seoul. Even Mom is impressed by this massive temptation. Fired up by the prospect of the building, Min-Shai is fully motivated to study. Little does our boy know, he's about to get dragged into becoming her personal tutor. After clearing up the misunderstanding, they enjoy a warm dinner. Min-Shai reveals she came to Seoul to study and inherit a building, which immediately gives our boy's mom an idea. Mom enthusiastically recommends her top student's son as a free tutor. Seeing Min-Shai's eyes light up with excitement, our boy instantly feels a wave of dread. Min-Shai realizes she just hit the jackpot. After dinner, while Mom is doing the dishes, she quietly whispers to our boy and tells him to come outside. They head out to the dark outdoor stairs. While our boy is still confused, Min-Shai expertly squats down on the steps and lights up a cigarette. Blowing out a cloud of smoke, Min-Shai demands that our boy tutor her, only to be flatly rejected. Getting desperate, she even promises to give him a share of the building. But our boy isn't having it. He bluntly states that he despises delinquents, turns his back on the smoking girl, and walks away without hesitation. Min-Shai is left fuming at the insult. But before our boy can get far, he suddenly overhears some menacing voices from the alley below. Looks like real trouble is brewing. Our boy is heading home, still distracted by thoughts of the pretty girls Min-Shai mentioned. He tries to shake it off, slapping his cheeks to remind himself not to get carried away by his imagination. Just as he's trying to stay focused, he glances down into a dark alley and freezes. A group of low-life thugs has Lee Min-Shai cornered, and they clearly aren't planning to let her go. The thugs start getting creepy, making lewd comments about her looks. Despite the intimidation, Min-Shai remains unfazed, arms crossed, rejecting their advances with total contempt. When a thug grabs her wrist, our boy's heart races in panic as he reaches for his phone to call the police. Strangely, instead of screaming for help, Minchai has a cold, sharp look in her eyes. The lead thug laughs, thinking he's caught an easy target. From his spot in the shadows, our boy is terrified, fearing that something terrible is about to happen to his roommate. Suddenly, the tables turn. In a blur of motion, Minchai slams the massive thug into the pavement with terrifying precision. Watching from above, our boy is absolutely stunned by the sudden display of power. Enraged, the remaining thug rushes into attack. But Minchai has already shifted into a professional combat stance. Seeing her poise, our boy realizes his roommate is a serious martial artist. Facing the thugs, Minchai unleashes her fighting skills. With lightning speed, she knocks out the first guy, then smoothly takes down the second. Watching from the shadows, our boy is completely speechless. Meanwhile, only the massive bald boss remains standing in the dark alley. Enraged, the bald boss roars and charges forward. Unfazed, Minchai waits for the perfect moment and leaps into the air for a finishing blow. With a heavy thud, Minchai's strike lands perfectly. The tough-acting boss instantly crashes to the ground, completely knocked out cold. In just seconds, all three thugs are wiped out. Our boy's mind is blown. He never expected his roommate to be such a fierce fighter. Still in shock, our boy accidentally reveals his position. Seeing him just standing there, Minchai scolds him for not running away or calling the cops. Stammering nervously, our boy asks what martial arts she practices. Minchai coolly replies, "MMA." But neither of them realizes that a new danger is creeping up from behind. Looking at the defeated thugs on the ground, our boy has a bold idea. Desperate to change his fate, he offers a trade. "I'll tutor you in studying, and you teach me how to fight." Hearing this wild proposal, she freezes for a second and instantly rejects him. Our guy starts panicking, sweating as he asks why she won't help. She bluntly explains that teaching martial arts requires close combat, rolling around on the ground sweating together. There's no way she wants that kind of awkward physical contact with him. Our boy complains that the school bullies train at the nearby gyms, making it a death trap for him. However, she remains completely unmoved, coldly stating it's not her problem. Tossing out a final rejection about managing her own studies, she turns and leaves. Left alone in the quiet street, our boy watches her walk away, desperately thinking of a new plan. Lying in bed drenched in sweat, our boy can't stop replaying his roommate Lee Minchai's terrifyingly brutal combat skills from last night. Tears of frustration fall, as he wonders if learning from her could finally save him from his bullies. Suddenly, his mom's voice calls out, breaking his train of thought. But his mom's next request sends chills down his spine. Deliver a sandwich to the fierce girl. Facing Minchai first thing in the morning is a truly intimidating task. After nervously knocking on her door with no response, he considers just leaving the food. But a cold come in from inside forces him to awkwardly push the door open. One peek inside, and our boy lets out a terrified scream. Minchai is just brushing her teeth, but her deceptive outfit causes a massive misunderstanding and earns him a glare. Panicking at being mistaken for a pervert, he covers his eyes and stammers out that he's just delivering breakfast. Annoyed, she coldly tells him to drop it and leave. However, as he puts down the sandwich, some books catch his eye. He thought the tough martial artist was studying something advanced, but is left completely dumbfounded to find elementary textbooks. Looking at the elementary workbooks, our boy realizes his tough roommate is actually at an elementary school level because she only focused on sports. Without hesitating, our boy bluntly exposes her secret of studying elementary textbooks. The usually fierce girl is instantly frozen in shock. Embarrassed beyond belief, she blushes fiercely and furiously shoves our boy out the door before he can say another word. Even though he got kicked out, our boy nervously offers through the door to be her personal tutor if she wants to enter a university. He explains that no cram school will accept a total beginner, but his only response is a violent door slam and an angry shout. The next day, just as our boy is about to deliver some sweet potatoes from his mom, a sudden voice stops him. The girl rushes down the stairs to intercept him. It looks like she has calmed down and is finally ready to accept his tutoring deal. Minchai is devastated after being rejected by every cram school for her terrible grades. Our boy stands by and ruthlessly points out the harsh truth about her lack of basics. Desperate, Minchai gets right in our boy's face and proposes a mutual trade. He tutors her, and she teaches him how to fight. The sudden offer leaves him completely stunned. They strike a deal, and the tutoring begins. Trying to act like a strict teacher, our boy sets up a whiteboard and officially kicks off their very first English lesson. Jae-hyuk starts with the simplest words, but Min-chae hilariously misinterprets a basic pronoun as cigarettes because of a poster. Her absurd answer nearly makes our guy lose his mind. Sweating profusely, our boy realizes she doesn't even know the alphabet. He desperately starts teaching from scratch, finally understanding what an academic nightmare he just signed up for. During the combat lesson, Min-chae explains that winning starts with gathering intel to find the opponent's weaknesses. This tactical approach completely changes our boy's view on fighting. To scout their target, Min-chae ruthlessly uses our boy as a human steps tool. When he struggles and dares to question her weight, she instantly shuts down his complaints. Hiding in the shadows, the two are secretly observing the scene below. Following Min-chae's gaze, the red-haired bully Sangdam swaggers in with his gang. As the thugs smoke and chat, Min-chae sharply catches a key piece of intel. Sangdam has a fight scheduled in the underground parking lot. Hearing this, Min-chae excitedly suggests they go watch the fight. Pinned to the ground and sweating bullets, our boy clearly has no right to refuse. To stay hidden, our boy tightly wears his hood and mask. He doesn't get why they're going, but Min-chae explains it's to study their enemy's fighting style. Looking at the gathering delinquents in the distance, our boy gulps, suddenly remembering that his mentor used to be quite the fierce delinquent herself. They sneak into the underground parking lot, and the scene is quite intimidating. The entire place is packed with street thugs waiting for the show. Some delinquent girls recognize Min-chae and come over to chat. When they ask about our boy, Min-chae casually brushes it off, while he desperately covers his face. Just as our boy is on pins and needles, a sudden commotion ripples through the crowd. It seems the real main event is finally about to begin. A commotion breaks out in the crowd as the red-haired bully, Jo Sangbum, faces off against another student. The air is thick with tension. The guy is here to seek justice for his friend's broken finger. He angrily grabs Sangbum by the shoulder, demanding a sincere apology. Sangbum pretends to back down with a smirk, but suddenly lunges forward, violently choking the guy with a ruthless look in his eyes. Without hesitating, he throws a devastating punch straight to the guy's face. The massive impact sends him flying and crashing hard onto the ground. Stepping on his fallen victim, Sangbum bursts into maniacal laughter. The crowd is stunned in fear, and our boy, hiding behind a mask, trembles at the brutal sight. But the nightmare isn't over. Completely unhinged, Sangbum starts ruthlessly kicking the defenseless guy on the ground like a soccer ball. Even though the poor guy is covered in blood and desperately begging for mercy, the deranged bully shows absolutely no intention of stopping. Mocking the broken finger, Sangbum actually grabs a fire extinguisher and brings it crashing down. Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, this hellish scene becomes our boy's deepest fear. Under the night sky, our boy sits on the swing, covering his face in agony. Facing the upcoming fight, he's completely swallowed by despair, convinced he has no chance of winning. Seeing him so defeated, Lee Min-chae loudly interrupts his overthinking, boldly declaring that 1 month of special training will be more than enough. Faced with Lee Min-chae's provocation, the arrogant face of the school bully flashes through our guy's mind, leaving him still filled with self-doubt and fear. But under the silent night sky, his trembling hands finally clench into fists. Having nothing to lose anyway, he decides to bet everything and fight back. A month of hellish training passes in a flash. Yet in the classroom, the bully still hovers like a lingering nightmare, putting a heavy hand on our boy's shoulder to intimidate him. As the agreed time approaches, Lee Min-chae is thrilled about her study abroad plans, but turns to find our boy trembling in the stairwell, trying to back out again. Hearing that his mind goes blank at the thought of fighting, Lee Min-chae almost loses it. But she quickly calms down, confidently telling him she has a plan and he just needs to follow her lead. The scene shifts to the exam room, where the teacher sternly warns everyone against cheating. Our boy sits at his desk, nervously filling out his answer sheet. Right in the middle of this tense exam, Lee Min-chae writes quickly and secretly folds a small note. Watching the bully smiling smugly in the distance, it's clear a trap is about to be sprung. In the exam room, the red-haired bully locked his eyes on our boy. It had only been 5 minutes, but that malicious stare already had him sweating bullets. Soon after, a provocative note demanding a fight was passed over. The bully's vicious glare instantly awakened our boy's painful memories of being tormented, putting him on high alert. However, faced with such blatant intimidation, our boy didn't break down entirely. Instead, he thought of the one person who gave him the strength to fight back, his roommate Lee Min-chae. 1 month ago, Desperate to change his fate, our boy begged Minchai for training. Her first task for him? Carrying her all the way up a massive flight of stairs. A single complaint earned him a ruthless punch to the head. Left with no choice, our boy gritted his teeth and struggled to carry her up the steep slope. Reaching the top, he collapsed to his knees in exhaustion. He hopefully asked if this would boost his combat skills, only for Minchai to casually reply that she just used him as a human chair. The physical drain was just the beginning. At the restaurant, our boy became the designated wallet. While devouring the food, Minchai seriously lectured him that power comes from weight to justify her massive meal. Watching her unapologetic face, our boy could only eat in angry silence. Afterward, the tragic hero had to carry his full mentor back home. His bloody path of resistance has just begun. Sweating profusely, our boy thought he was just being used as a free pack mule, painfully carrying her all the way to the roof. But when he reached the top, he was completely stunned. The entire rooftop was covered in professional combat gear, specially prepared just for his training. To motivate him, she dropped a massive bait, claiming the gear was from a well-endowed friend who loves nerdy guys. Hearing that, our boy immediately lost himself in some wild daydreams. Seeing his goofy face, she snapped him back to reality and demonstrated a basic jab and high kick. The sheer power of her moves left him sweating in awe. Following up with a devastating low kick, she gave him an ultimatum: practice this basic combo relentlessly for the next 3 weeks, or get lost. Desperate to change his fate, our boy roared with determination. From that day on, the rooftop became his personal hell, as he endured a grueling training regime day and night. After countless hours of sweat, his punches finally started looking sharp. But just as she praised his progress and initiated a sparring session, she immediately humbled him with a brutal kick. It seems his real trial has just begun. On the outdoor balcony, our boy is fully focused. Under Minchai's professional guidance, he's practicing his punching combos and low kick defenses with everything he's got. Seeing our boy finally throwing decent combos, Minchai nods in approval. She then announces that today's main event is learning how to tackle an opponent to the ground. Hearing the word, our boy instantly imagines a soccer tackle. Minchai sighs and explains that it's actually a devastating takedown move designed for real combat. To give him a hands-on lesson, Minchai challenges him to tackle her. Thinking his size gives him an edge, our guy charges in, only to hit her like a brick wall and get swiftly kicked away. Seeing our boy looking weirdly thrilled after getting hit, Minchai relentlessly pummels his head. She uses physical pain to ensure he remembers the miserable consequences of a failed tackle. Knowing his upcoming bully is massive, a regular tackle won't work. With a confident smirk, Minchai suddenly rushes at him with terrifying speed to demonstrate a special tackle. Over the next 2 weeks, our boy endures absolute hellish training. From weighted planks to sprinting upstairs with Minchai on his back, his stamina is pushed to the limit. Through endless days of pad work and getting brutally sparred by Minchai, his fighting skills are evolving rapidly. But the real, hidden threat is just beginning to surface. During this hellish training, our boy gave it his all. Even after taking a heavy blow to the head, he gritted his teeth and kept counterattacking, leaving even Minchai surprised by his sheer grit. Of course, the beatings weren't for nothing. In exchange, he tutored her whenever possible. Just like that, a grueling but fulfilling month flew by. Fast forward to the day of the showdown. Sweating profusely, our boy was visibly nervous, but Minchai's pre-fight words echoed in his mind. Focus only on the fight, loser. With those words, his eyes instantly filled with resolve. A huge crowd of students had already gathered, and the red-haired bully across from him was arrogantly puffing on a cigarette. The showdown was imminent. Amidst the noisy chatter of the crowd, the red-haired bully glared menacingly at his prey, while our boy tensed up, silently hyping himself up for the clash. Flashback to the night before the fight. As they crouched on the rooftop, Minchai lit a cigarette and quietly watched our boy, who was trembling with anxiety. He admitted that just thinking about fighting the bully made him shake. Minchai coldly mocked him for being a loser, but then suddenly ordered him to take off his shirt, leaving our boy completely stunned. To check the results of his hellish training, Minchai asks our boy to flex his core. Looking at those budding muscles, all the hard work is finally paying off. The hardware is ready, but Minchai knows what our guy lacks most is confidence. She reminds him that with his new body, the only thing that can defeat him is his own fear. Hearing her still calling him a loser, our boy can't help but protest. Minchai rolls her eyes and makes a promise. If he wins this time, she'll finally call him by his real name. Before the fight, Minchai hands him a lighter as a secret weapon. She instructs our boy to grip it tight when punching to drastically increase his striking power. Looking at the cheap secondhand lighter, our guy is about to ask where it came from, but Minchai quickly shuts him down, demanding a brand new one if he wins. Back to reality, gripping the lighter tight, our boy is finally about to face his nightmare Jo Sangbum. However, his instinctual fear still makes his body tremble uncontrollably. Just as he's about to back down, Minchai's words echo in his mind again. Deciding he has nothing to lose, our boy clenches his fist and takes a brave step forward. The hallway is already crowded with onlookers. Facing the sudden challenge, the arrogant Jo Sangbum isn't fazed at all, instead mocking our guy for losing his mind from all the stress. Although sweating profusely from anxiety, our boy chooses not to back down this time. He bravely faces the provocation head-on. The revenge battle for his dignity is finally about to begin. Faced with Jo Sangbum's mockery and a crowd filming for sport, our boy is visibly trembling. Yet, despite the fear, he stands his ground instead of running away. Recalling Minchai's warning that losing means the end, our boy takes a breath. The crowd cheers for the bully, seeing Jae-hyuk as nothing more than an easy target. Sangbum mockingly asks how many hits he wants, treating him like an insect. Although drenched in sweat, our boy keeps his eyes locked on the bully, searching for an opening. Minchai's words about momentum echo in his head: if you lose your nerve, you lose the fight. He suppresses his trembling, fighting to maintain a mask of calm. Just when everyone expects him to fold, our boy flips the script. With a sharp gaze, he asks Sangbum how many hits he wants to take, promising to return them 100-fold. Sangbum laughs off the bluff, but wastes no time, launching a heavy punch. Our boy's eyes sharpen as his mind races through every drill from his training. Flashbacks of Minchai's precise strikes and kicks flood his mind. These moves are his only lifeline, and he needs to turn practice into pure instinct right now. With a heavy thud, Sangbum's fist connects with his face. Reality sets in through the pain. Real combat is unforgiving, and one mistake could end it all. Facing the relentless assault from the red-haired bully, our boy is pushed back helplessly. The villain laughs maniacally, taunting him to crush his spirit completely. Before he can catch his breath, the bully grabs our guy's head, unleashing a storm of brutal punches. He struggles in pain, but remains completely defenseless. While the crowd coldly mocks him, our boy is left trembling violently. He curls up in pain, covering his face and begging the bully to stop. Tears of humiliation stream down his face as fear completely paralyzes him, forcing him to helplessly apologize. Seeing our boy cry, the bully pauses with a cold smirk. The villain fakes a moment of pity, only to immediately launch a vicious high kick that sends our boy flying. He laughs wildly, showing no intention of stopping. Intense pain blurs his vision as despair creeps into his heart. He tragically realizes that against such overwhelming violence, he is still completely powerless. Memories of his hellish training with his roommate flash through his mind. He had sweated so much and thrown countless punches just to change his miserable fate. But despite all that brutal training, the deep-rooted fear leaves him paralyzed, unable to even throw a punch. Is he really just going to surrender again? Flashback to the training. Lee Minchai drops a truth bomb on our boy. Mental strength is everything in a fight. If you break mentally, you lose. Our boy panics immediately, knowing his mental toughness is basically zero. Sighing at his miserable state, Minchai decides to teach him a dirty survival trick. If you're getting beaten up, grab him tight, Minchai demonstrates. Since our guy is too weak for a normal takedown, she devises a customized, completely unorthodox tactic just for him. Back to reality. Taking a brutal beating, our boy grits his teeth and desperately hugs the arrogant thug. The villain just laughs it off, totally underestimating him. But the villain's smile vanishes instantly. Our boy viciously bites down on his ear without hesitation, making the tough bully scream in absolute agony. There are no rules and a street fight survival is everything. While the thug is clutching his bleeding ear and cursing, our boy quickly slides over to his blind spot. Tears of fear might be in his eyes, but his footwork is flawless. Channeling all their endless training sessions, our boy launches a perfect 1-2 combo, smashing the bully straight to the ground. Facing the arrogant bully, our boy doesn't back down. He lands a precise straight punch right on the villain's face, instantly shocking the entire crowd with his swift counterattack. Facing the enraged villain, our boy recalls his roommate's training and flawlessly executes a rapid 1-2 combo, striking the target precisely once again. Seeing our once cowardly boy roaring and fighting back like a new person, the crowd is stunned. Even the usually domineering bully is beaten back and completely bewildered. Taking advantage of the villain's shock, our boy prepares his trump card. After all, with such a massive strength gap, ordinary attacks won't take down this giant. To overcome the size difference, his coach tailored a special crotch tackle for him. Striking the weak point while taking them down, our boy knows this excruciating pain all too well. The dual impact of a weak point strike and a hard fall instantly incapacitates the enemy. With the training fresh in his mind, can our boy deliver the final blow? In a flashback, Minchai breaks our boy's hesitation during training. You think this is a fair tournament? Against a bigger guy, forget about playing nice. Just focus on winning. She further shatters his mental blocks. Besides, the one fighting dirty isn't you. It's that red-haired jerk who uses his massive size to bully you every single day. Back to reality. While the red-haired bully is distracted by his bleeding nose, our boy strikes. He dives straight into a brutal low tackle, making the villain's face twist in pure agony. The massive impact sends the bully flying backwards. The crowd of delinquents is left completely speechless, but in the background, Minchai just watches with a knowing, confident smile. But our boy isn't stopping. He leaps onto the bully, pinning him down and delivering a merciless rain of heavy punches, making the villain pay for every bit of torment. With a desperate roar, tears stream down his face. Why did you have to torment me? I could have had a normal life. Every punch he throws is a screaming retaliation against his tragic fate. The entire crowd is paralyzed in disbelief seeing the untouchable bully get completely destroyed. However, Minchai's smile fades into a serious frown. Our boy is losing his temper, and this fight might not be over yet. Although our boy lands a desperate punch on the bully's face, the gap in strength quickly shows, leaving him brutally pinned to the ground. Wiping his bloody nose, the enraged bully catches our boy in a brutal guillotine choke, bragging that it'll knock him out in just 7 seconds. Suffocating and losing his vision, our guy frantically punches the bully's ribs while his desperate fingers close around a green lighter in his pocket. Just as he's about to pass out, our boy ignites the lighter right in the villain's face. The searing pain makes the bully scream and let go. Seizing the moment the bully panics, our guy flashes a fierce look and lands a vicious low kick, completely shattering his opponent's balance. In that split second, his roommate's hellish training echoes in his mind. No matter how big they are, a solid strike to the jaw will end it. With a sheer resolve to end the bullying once and for all, our boy unleashes a furious roar and swings a devastating hook straight at the bully's jaw. Facing the arrogant bully, our boy unleashes an explosive punch straight to his face. The counterattack is so fierce that the villain doesn't even have time to react. As the notorious bully collapses to the ground, the entire crowd falls dead silent. Panting heavily, our boy realizes he has finally earned his respect with his own fists. The students watch in sheer disbelief at the fallen bully. But in the crowd, his mentor Lee Minchai simply smiles, clearly proud of her students' hard-earned victory. Winning is great, but our boy isn't letting it get to his head. To avoid getting jumped by the bully's lackeys, he instantly bolts down the hallway. Talk about a strategic retreat. Once safely outside, he throws his arms wide and lets out a victorious cheer. The news of his epic win spreads like wildfire, and he believes his bullying days are finally over. But reality is never that kind. Hearing about the upset, a newly emerged, terrifyingly buff fighter is already plotting to make our triumphant guy his next prey. 3 days after the showdown, the completely humiliated red-haired bully returns to school hiding under a hoodie. Whispers immediately fill the hallway, making the tension palpable. Our boy sweats bullets, expecting immediate revenge. But surprisingly, the once arrogant bully just quietly takes his seat. Still, this unnatural calmness only makes things feel even more unsettling. Remembering the past, our boy had absolutely zero dignity in class. Anyone could bully him from behind or throw a paper ball right at his face. The crumpled note was a blatant order to buy bread. No matter how humiliated he felt, he had no choice but to act as their personal delivery boy. But things are different now. He might still be running errands, but it's to repay Lee Minchai for her training. Compared to being Joe Sangbom's punching bag, this feels like pure happiness. Just as our boy was enjoying his newfound peace, some fierce delinquent suddenly cornered him, demanding to know if he beat Joe Sangbom. He panicked, thinking they were here for revenge. In reality, the news of him crushing the red-haired bully had exploded across the school. Rumors were flying everywhere, and plenty of guys came looking for him to see what the hype was about. A few punks completely surrounded our boy, looking down on him and mocking that his victory must have been a total fluke. Faced with their intimidating aura, he instinctively started trembling. It wasn't just the troublemakers, even the girls crowded around, excitedly snapping pictures of him. Our boy had unexpectedly become the main attraction of the entire school. Then, a muscular guy swaggered up to him, taunting him with a look of pure disdain. Seeing his arrogant attitude, our boy nervously put up his guard. Listening to the endless whispers and staring at the unfamiliar faces, our guy was completely stunned. He just couldn't understand why the whole school suddenly knew who he was. Walking out of the store with his supplies, our boy's head was spinning. Defeating his bully might have ended one nightmare, but it seems to have dragged him into a much deeper mess. In the hallway, our boy Jaehyuk is suddenly surrounded by outcast students from other classes. Because of his victory over the school bully, these guys treat him like a real-life anime hero, excitedly showing their admiration. Facing this overly enthusiastic fan club, our boy feels a bit overwhelmed. Just then, one of the guys leans in and whispers that he overheard some troubling rumors in the bathroom. It turns out that as his fame spreads, other bullies in school want to use him as a stepping stone to establish dominance. Hearing this, our boy breaks into a cold sweat, realizing his peaceful days might be over. Cut to our boy enduring a hellish weight-bearing plank, with Minchai literally using him as a chair while she eats. Trembling under the pressure, he complains to her about the bullies who want to pick a fight. While our guy imagines a bunch of terrifying enemies, Minchai calmly explains that being challenged is just part of being a winner. He despairs, realizing that winning once doesn't guarantee a peaceful life. Physical torment isn't the only thing on the menu today. Our boy tries to use the end of exams as an excuse to skip tutoring, but Minchai violently refuses, reminding him that slacking off won't get him into top universities. Night falls, and the two finally sit down to study. But this time, our boy takes the initiative. Before the lesson begins, he demands to check Minchai's estimated exam scores, instantly making his overpowered roommate panic. Looking at the disastrous test scores, our boy is absolutely losing it. Despite all his hard work tutoring her, Minchai's results are a total train wreck, making him feel like a complete failure as a teacher. Instead of apologizing, Minchai doubles down and blames our guy's teaching for her poor grades. The two end up in a heated argument, with Minchai even trying to snatch the paper back in frustration. Suddenly, our boy's mom walks in with some fruit. Minchai instantly flips a switch, acting like the perfect, polite houseguest. Our guy is left completely stunned by her incredible acting skills and sudden change in personality. As soon as mom leaves, Minchai drops the act and puts her feet up on the desk. She even casually admits she has no idea how to peel an apple, leaving our boy speechless at the contrast in her abilities. Despite the distractions, the study session continues. Our boy patiently starts from the basics, filling the whiteboard with formulas. As the night deepens, their unique academic for combat exchange shows no signs of stopping. Late that night, Minchai drags our guy outside to keep watch while she smokes. Crouched in the dark with a sharp gaze, she looks as cool as ever, while our boy stands by feeling totally out of place. Our guy takes this chance to remind her of their deal. If he won his fight, she'd stop calling him loser and use his actual name. Naturally, Minchai plays dumb and pretends she never said anything of the sort. After a long silence, Minchai finally gives in. With a slight smirk, she actually calls him by name, well, almost. She gets it slightly wrong, but for our boy, it's still a major turning point in their relationship. Last night's training was brutal. Our boy didn't just get crushed by his demon coach, but also realized she hadn't even bothered to learn his real name. As the morning bell rings, our boy rushes to class covered in sweat, still stressing over how to keep his promise to improve her grades. He immediately freezes at the door. A massive guy has completely taken over his desk, forcing our boy to nervously step up and claim his spot. Instead of moving, the giant stands up, grabs our boy's head with a condescending smirk, and asks if beating him means defeating the red-haired bully too. Our boy frantically refuses the unreasonable challenge, but before he can even finish his sentence, the brute abruptly lands a vicious slap across his face. The giant doesn't care about reasons at all. He just wants to use our guy as a stepping stone. With a cruel sneer, he effortlessly lifts him into the air. Then, he mercilessly tosses our boy across the room like a sandbag, smashing him into the desks. Can he possibly find a way to survive this massive monster? Faced with a giant Hong Daebong, our boy is paralyzed with fear, trembling on the floor. He's absolutely convinced there's no way he can beat a monster like this. Hong Daebong smugly declares that crushing the guy who just beat Zhou Sangbon will kill 2 birds with 1 stone, securing his top dog status. He walks off laughing. Left behind, our boy looks completely defeated. Onlookers wonder if his brief spark of rebellion has already been extinguished for good. The next day, the nightmare escalates. Hong Daebong literally carries our boy upside down through the hallways, parading him around like a hunting trophy. Onlookers are completely stunned seeing him treated like this. To make matters worse, Hong Daebong tries to force-feed our boy a live bug. When our boy begs him to stop, Hong Daebong delivers a brutal slap. Smoking a cigarette, the bully fiercely warns him to shut up and be a good toy. Held down by the bully's lackeys, our boy is forced to swallow the bug. The gang laughs out loud, thoroughly enjoying their sickening power trip. Broken and in tears, our boy desperately asks why he's being tortured like this. Hong Daebong just smirks and replies, "Because it's fun, you piece of trash." Right after taking down his first bully, our boy becomes the new toy for a massive thug. Being hung upside down and humiliated plunges him right back into despair. Listening to the bullies walk away in triumph, our boy collapses on the floor. He thought winning one fight would change his fate, but it only attracted an even worse tormentor. Night falls, and our guy returns home battered and bruised. He tries to focus on tutoring his roommate Min-Chai, but the day's trauma leaves him completely distracted. Sitting quietly, he falls into deep self-doubt. The suffocating memory of being lifted by the neck by that giant replays in his mind, making him feel completely powerless. With no other options, he hesitantly asks Min-Chai for advice. But he instantly gets an earful from his fiery roommate, who bluntly tells him he has zero chance of winning. Just as our boy is about to give up entirely, Min-Chai suddenly shifts her tone, revealing that there actually is a way to take down this human tank. His eyes instantly light up with hope. Desperate to prepare for the upcoming fight, our boy begs Min-Chai for more help. Reluctantly, she pulls out her phone to call her best friend for some backup. When Min-Chai casually mentions her friend is quite well endowed, our guy instantly loses his cool, letting his imagination run totally wild. But as soon as the call connects, the background noise is deafening. Turns out, this so-called reliable friend is out getting completely wasted. Sighing, Min-Chai simply asks her friend to send over a secret piece of training equipment for our boy. Then, she casually shoves the phone into his hands to say hi. Nervous and stuttering, our boy tries to introduce himself, only to be met with ruthless, drunken laughter from the other side of the line. To make matters worse, the laughing quickly turns into loud retching. Sweating and utterly grossed out, our guy realizes this conversation is a complete disaster. A few days later, a mysterious package arrives. Min-Chai claims it holds the key to his victory, but when our boy opens it, he is just left confused. Before he can even figure it out, 3 weeks of hellish training flash by. Now standing right in front of him is the massive, ruthless school bully, Hong Daebong. Facing the brutal giant, our boy actually puts on a ridiculously massive pair of red boxing gloves. The comical look instantly makes the surrounding gang burst into laughter. The bully mocks him, asking if it's a comedy show. But our guy doesn't back down, raising his guard tightly. He knows these gloves are his only chance to win. Flashing back to 3 weeks ago on the rooftop, Min-Chai mysteriously brings out a cardboard box. Inside is the secret counterattack gear tailor-made for our boy. Looking at the absurdly large gloves, our boy is highly skeptical at first. But under Min-Chai's absolute authority, a highly targeted hellish training session officially begins. To prepare our boy for the massive school bully, Min-Chai kicked off a hellish training session with a baseball bat, sending him flying before he could even react. Seeing him on the ground, Min-Chai strictly ordered him to strengthen his legs, initiating a torturous lower body regimen. From that day on, our boy even had to do duck walks to school. The training was absolute madness. Our boy had to do invisible chair squats during class, and even trembled in tears while trying to eat lunch at the cafeteria. Under Min-Chai's relentless supervision, there was absolutely no chance to slack off. He even had to maintain that agonizing invisible chair pose while using the bathroom. The craziest part was that when Min-Chai wanted to rest, our boy had to act as her human chair. She even teased him about enjoying the moment. With his legs completely giving out, our boy yelled in agony and collapsed. They tumbled to the ground together, and a blushing Min-Chai instantly yelled at him for being a pervert. Back to the training ground, after surviving that inhumane leg torture, our boy actually managed to stand his ground and block Min-Chai's fierce bat swing perfectly. Seeing our boy take consecutive heavy hits without flinching, Min-Chai looked genuinely surprised, finally acknowledging the results of his desperate hard work. With a satisfied smile, Minchai knew that as long as our boy could block these blows with his solid stance, defeating that massive bully was no longer an impossible dream. Facing our boy's challenge, the giant bully just laughs it off. Relying on his massive size, he swings a brutal punch straight at him. Our boy doesn't back down. Clenching his teeth, he raises his guard to take the explosive hit head-on, bracing for the massive impact. The punch is devastating enough to stagger him backward. But to everyone's absolute shock, our guy actually stays on his feet instead of getting knocked out cold. Seeing his heavy strike blocked, the giant is completely enraged. He unleashes a storm of furious punches, desperately trying to break through our boy's defense. Amidst the brutal assault, his roommate's tactical advice echoes in his mind. Guys with that much bulk burn out fast. You just need to survive for 30 seconds. Taking hit after hit, our guy hangs on for dear life. He keeps his guard up tight, silently counting down the agonizing 30 seconds in his head. 30 seconds hit. Just as predicted, the giant runs completely out of gas. His heavy body sags as he starts gasping frantically for air. The bully furiously mocks him for only blocking. But our boy knows exactly what this means. The giant is slowed down, and it's time for the ultimate counterattack. Seizing the opening, our boy dashes forward and delivers a devastating headbutt straight to the bully's face. This was the exact tactic his mentor drilled into him. A single precise strike to the jaw could instantly end the fight. The strike hits home. Seeing his opponent's eyes roll back as he wobbles, our boy thinks he has finally secured the victory. But in a cruel twist of fate, the massive, unconscious bully falls straight forward, completely crushing our boy underneath his dead weight. To make matters worse, the heavy impact of the fall instantly wakes the bully up. He grabs our boy's chin with a cruel, mocking sneer. Remembering his mentor's warning that missing this chance would doom him, and hearing the crowd's merciless laughter, our boy is plunged into sheer panic. Trapped in a suffocating headlock by the sheer size difference, his supposed critical hit has instead left him completely defenseless and at the bully's mercy. Just as all hope seems lost, a sudden commotion erupts. Someone is forcefully pushing their way through the crowd, but are they friend or foe? Meanwhile, the senior executives of the Invincible Gang grab the front row seats. To them, this isn't a serious duel, just a fun little show to cure their boredom. Even their book-loving second-in-command, Daniel, is dragged along to watch. The gang casually points and laughs, their faces full of arrogance. Oh, someone's already mounted? Following their mocking comments, the situation on the battlefield has truly reached a critical point. Back to the fight, the massive Hong Daebong has our boy completely pinned. Using his absolute weight advantage, he rains down heavy punches relentlessly. The heavy thuds echo endlessly. Completely overpowered, our boy can barely protect his vitals as his consciousness starts to fade from the brutal strikes. Even the bystanders think he'll be beaten to death. Just as Jae-hyuk is about to give up, Minchi's sharp voice echoes in his mind. Are you really going to lose like this? Awakened by the roar, our boy remembers their training from days ago. He was watching an MMA video, asking how to escape a mount. Hoping for a secret technique, Minchai simply drops a brutal truth bomb. Even pros can't do it. You can't escape. That harsh reality leaves our boy totally stunned. Flashback to the special jiu-jitsu training. When asked how to escape a giant's full mount, Minchai initially says it's hopeless, but eventually gives in to our boy's pleading. Minchai lies down for a practical demonstration, but our guy gets distracted and is immediately scolded. Jokes aside, the real escape technique is revealed. Back to reality, it's brutal. The massive Hong Daebong is mounting our boy, raining down savage punches that leave him completely defenseless. Daebong laughs maniacally as he brutally pins him down, mocking him that being a punching bag is just the inevitable destiny of a loser. Screw destiny. Flashing back to his training, our guy bends one leg and thrusts his hips into a shoulder bridge, miraculously throwing off the giant's heavy body. Following up with a textbook hip escape, he instantly stands up. But the furious giant immediately counters with a heavy punch, sending him flying backward. Seeing this, the surrounding bullies burst into roaring laughter, mocking our boy with every breath they take. Bloody but unbowed, our guy remembers his tactic, the headbutt. With a fierce glare, he dashes straight into the danger to launch his ultimate counterattack. Our boy doesn't hesitate. He unleashes a crisp left jab followed by a solid straight right, landing heavy blows squarely on his opponent's face. The sudden counterattack leaves the crowd completely stunned. Even the thugs watching on the sidelines can tell that those hits dealt some serious damage. Hoping to keep the momentum going, our boy charges in with his arms swinging wildly. However, his reckless, amateurish moves instantly draw ruthless laughter from the bystanders. Sure enough, absolute power shuts down reckless attacks. The big guy easily catches our boy's arms and uses his massive weight to brutally press him down. Are you done messing around? Now completely furious, the giant radiates a terrifying aura. Clashing his red gloves together, he declares he's about to get serious. Seeing the furious giant charging at him like a bulldozer, our boy instantly breaks into a cold sweat. Trapped and desperate, he realizes he might actually be doomed this time. Empowered by the heavy red gloves, the bald villain lands a devastating punch that sends our boy flying. As he rolls on the ground in pain, the surrounding thugs burst into mocking laughter. Lying on his back, our boy knows he can't survive another direct hit. But fueled by the worried gazes of his friends, he grits his teeth and forces himself back onto his feet. Forced to fight barehanded, he braces himself against the villain's aggressive stance. Meanwhile, Daniel, calmly reading on the sidelines, keenly observes that losing the gloves might actually give our boy the upper hand. Completely unaware of what's coming, the bald villain smugly tests out the stolen gloves. Drunk on their power, he arrogantly taunts our boy to make the next move. Driven into a corner, our boy instinctively throws a punch. But the moment his fists fly, he's stunned without the gloves weighing him down. His strikes cut through the air at a terrifying speed. Watching his shocked expression, Minchai smiles knowingly. It turns out those mysterious red gloves weren't just for protection, they were training weights that weighed a staggering 10 kilograms combined. This was Minchai's secret hellish training all along, making him fight and spar under extreme added weight. Now that his limiters are finally off, the real counterattack is about to begin. Facing the giant's heavy punch, our boy thought he was doomed. But after dodging, he realizes the huge gloves make the enemy's movements incredibly predictable. Since he can read the attacks, it's time to fight back. Our guy seizes the opening and lands a solid combo right on the giant's face. However, these fierce strikes can't even scratch the giant's thick armor. Our boy has to rely on footwork and heavier hooks to find a breakthrough. The giant laughs off the punches as mere mosquito bites. Watching closely, Daniel points out the cruel truth. It's a weight difference that power can't overcome. Exhausted against this impenetrable meat shield, our boy desperately searches for an answer. Then, his mentor's voice echoes, if his whole body is covered in fat. Then aim for the only spot with no fat at all, the knees. Destroy the load-bearing joint, and even the biggest giant will crash down. Facing a massive opponent, our boy smartly switches tactics. He lands a fierce high kick straight to the legs, leaving the crowd completely stunned. The giant tries to play it off, mocking the kicks as mere tickles. But his bloody face and furious yelling tell a completely different story. Our boy sharply notices the giant is gassing out, his punches growing sluggish. He easily dodges the heavy swings and mercilessly targets that same knee. Dodge, kick, dodge, kick. Under this relentless and precise assault, the giant's knee joint finally gives out, turning into a massive, angry bruise. Hearing the ruthless mockery from the crowd, the giant completely loses his mind. Limping and panting, he furiously rips off his boxing gloves, ready to kill. In this critical moment, our guy recalls his trainer's advice. Just the threat of a kick will make him flinch. Without hesitation, he raises his leg for a feint. Right on cue, the giant instinctively clutches his battered knee and steps back, leaving himself wide open. Now, our boy's true finishing move is aimed squarely at the fatal spot without fat. Flashback to their training sessions, Minchai was giving our boy a crash course on human anatomy. Pointing to the solar plexus, she explained that a solid strike to this unprotected spot could instantly shut down any tough guy. To build his muscle memory, she constantly emphasized these vital targets. For someone with a physical disadvantage like him, hitting these exact spots is the only way to turn the tide in a real fight. Back to reality, our boy is getting brutally crushed by the giant Hong Daebong. Coughing up blood against the sheer weight difference, he locks his eyes on the charging beast, desperately waiting for the perfect opening. Minchai's voice echoes in his mind once again. To take down a monster of this size, you must aim for the ultimate reset button that puts anyone to sleep, the chin. Channeling those hellish sparring memories, our guy spots the exact moment Daebong recklessly lunges forward. With everything he has left, he unleashes a devastating flying knee strike. A flawless, direct hit to the jaw. Following a heavy thud, Daebong's eyes roll back instantly. The 100-kilogram giant loses all consciousness and crashes violently to the ground. Dead silence fills the air as the dust settles around the fallen bully. Covered in blood and panting heavily, our boy stares at the knocked-out giant in pure disbelief. Did I actually win? With the massive Hong Daebong crashing to the ground, the crowd of bullies completely loses their minds, unable to believe the former underdog actually won. Han Philip, boss of the Invincible Gang, bursts into laughter, claiming it was totally worth delaying his meeting for this show. Beside him, his second-in-command Daniel doesn't even look up from his book, just thinking his boss is way too relaxed. In the crowd, the orange-haired bully Kwok Han Sok is in pure disbelief. Gritting his teeth at the sight of his defeated ally, he's fully convinced that our boy's victory was nothing but pure luck. And what is our boy doing right now? Wiping the blood from his mouth, he instantly bolts. After all, he's still surrounded by furious bullies, and sticking around would just mean getting jumped. However, his slightly awkward escape is being completely recorded by a freshman girl from afar. In her eyes, this senior who dared to fight back against the tyrant is just incredibly cool. Meanwhile, in the school's hidden gym storage, the Invincible Gang members are gathering to smoke, drink, and carelessly discuss their shady illegal trades. As the boss, Han Philip easily blends into the chaos, enjoying the thrill of total control. With our boy's rising fame, he has clearly become the new prey for these true villains, and the real danger is just starting to surface. The thugs of the Invincibles gather in a dim room, anxiously waiting for their boss to arrive. Just then, distinct footsteps echo outside, instantly drawing everyone's attention to the door. Han Philip, the top dog of the Invincibles, finally makes his entrance with a signature relaxed smile. Meanwhile, the guy calmly reading a book amidst the chaos is Daniel, the gang's second-in-command. Curious about the delay, a blonde subordinate asks if Philip was out scouting that promising freshman, Hong Daebong. Philip just laughs and shakes his head, revealing that Daebong actually lost the fight, leaving the whole crew in disbelief. When the blonde guy suggests recruiting the winner instead, an amused smirk creeps onto Philip's face as he recalls the match. He admits he's unsure of our boy's true skills, but finds him highly entertaining. For now, Philip decides to sit back and watch how far his new prey can go. Days quickly pass by as dusk turns to night. Our boy and his tough roommate Lee Min-chai are back to their grueling study routine, both feeling the weight of the endless textbooks. The relentless math problems have Min-chai groaning in frustration, and our guy is sweating bullets too. Taking a breather, he nervously speaks up, asking his combat mentor for some urgent advice. With a hint of pride, our boy mentions it's been 3 days since he took down the massive bully Hong Daebong. But the problem is, someone recorded the whole fight and posted it online. Thanks to that viral video, our boy has become an overnight celebrity at school, even drawing in delinquents from other areas. Facing this overwhelming attention, he's on the verge of a total meltdown. Min-chai thinks it's natural for the winner to get attention, but our guy never wanted this so-called honor. Now, everywhere he goes, random punks are stepping up to challenge him. Trembling and frustrated, he wonders why people won't just leave him alone even after he wins. Min-chai brutally shatters his illusion, pointing out that he still looks like an easy target. Shocked by the harsh truth, our boy realizes his physical progress hasn't changed his aura. Seeing him so discouraged, Min-chai's gaze deepens, ready to teach him what it truly takes to project strength. Hearing Min-chai's advice about never being bullied again, our boy gulps nervously. He finally understands that to escape his miserable fate, he must become undeniably strong. She sharply warns him that the next time he's challenged, he must not run away, but completely crush his opponent. Her words slowly replace his cowardice with a firm resolve. Even though he knows fighting is inevitable, cold sweat drips down his face as he wonders who his next opponent will be. Right on cue, an unexpected guest with an orange mushroom cut makes a flashy entrance. His exaggerated self-introduction completely catches our boy off guard. Faced with a sinister-looking Kwok Han Sok, our guy breaks into a cold sweat. Stuttering in shock, his mind races to figure out where this delinquent came from. The scene cuts to the dead of night. It turns out the sinister Han Sok is reckless enough to steal his dad's car, joyriding through the streets and bragging to his buddy. Brushing off his friend's jokes, Han Sok casually flicks his cigarette and slams the gas pedal. As the car speeds away into the night, the real threat of the story finally begins to surface. Kwok Han Sok is joyriding with a middle school buddy, only to get roasted. His friend brutally mocks him for being a cowardly kiss-ass back in the day, predicting he'll just be a joke in his new high school. Struck a nerve, Han Sok furiously defends his cowardice as networking skills. To assert his dominance, he claims he must show his fangs and prove to everyone that he is a vicious predator. His insidious plan is to hunt down a famous but weak herbivore to build his own rep. Despite his friend laughing at his zero combat experience, Hansuk remains delusionally confident in his 6 months of crash course boxing. His carefully chosen prey is none other than our boy, who recently took down several school bullies. In his arrogant eyes, our hero's victories were pure luck, making him the perfect stepping stone for fame. Back in the school hallway, the scheming Hansuk is already stalking our boy from the shadows. Our guy seems to sense the chilling gaze behind him, unaware that a cunning trap is quietly closing in. With a swaggering step, the orange-haired delinquent Guak Hansok makes his flashy entrance. Wearing a frivolous smile, he walks right up and enthusiastically greets our boy. Startled by this sudden burst of over-enthusiasm, our boy breaks into a cold sweat. Faced with this guy aggressively demanding friendship, he is completely at a loss. Before our boy can even process what's happening, Hansok leans in and loudly brings up his glorious victory over the school bullies, instantly drawing shocked stares from bystanders. Then, playing the dramatic part, Hansok rubs his forehead and admits he was deeply impressed by our boy's combat performance that day, claiming to be completely won over. To fully win his trust, Hansok unleashes a barrage of flattery, praising our guy's epic comeback as being just like an unbelievable scene from a superhero movie. Hearing this blatant praise, our boy is completely stunned, his eyes wide in disbelief. He never imagined that anyone would ever call his usually cowardly self super cool. After all, other than his mom, no one had ever complimented him like this. This textbook flattery moves our boy to tears, completely wiping away his remaining guard. Taken aback by the sudden greeting, our boy awkwardly introduces himself. To his surprise, the orange-haired guy responds with a warm smile and a handshake, asking to be friends. For the usually isolated Jaehyuk, this is incredibly touching. Seeing the guy's seemingly genuine attitude, our naive boy completely drops his guard. He thinks this flashy dude might actually have a heart of gold, as they happily wave goodbye. However, the moment he turns around, his smile twists into something sinister. It was all a trap to lure in his prey. Watching the gullible Jaehyuk take the bait, he plots to strike when the time is right. Back at the apartment, our boy is now a strict math tutor, firing off formulas at the whiteboard. Meanwhile, the fierce fighter Minchai is sweating bullets trying to survive the sea of math problems. While Minchai struggles with her life against math, Jaehyuk suddenly spaces out with a goofy blush. He's completely replaying that let's be friends moment from earlier, thinking he acted so cool. After all, this is the first time anyone besides his mom has been nice to him. Caught up in the joy, he asks Minchai what friends are, only to get ruthlessly yelled at by her out of sheer academic frustration. Undeterred, our boy carefully asks why she doesn't hang out with anyone at school. Annoyed, Minchai bluntly replies that she came all the way to Seoul just to study, and has absolutely zero time for silly friendship games. While studying, Minchai casually mentions that her well-endowed best friend is coming over today. Right on cue, the doorbell suddenly rings. Startled to hear she's already at the door, our boy is completely caught off guard. Shouted at by Minchai, he frantically sprints down the hall to answer it. As he grabs the door handle, our boy's heart is pounding out of his chest. His mind races with Minchai's description, making him flush with extreme nervousness. The door finally opens, revealing Minchai's outgoing best friend, Sarah Hong. She greets our sweating boy enthusiastically, breaking the ice with a bright and cheerful laugh. This girl is completely fearless. She immediately starts playfully smacking our boy's forehead, laughing loudly and calling him a nerd. Faced with this overwhelming enthusiasm, he is left utterly speechless. Munchie's wild best friend, Sarah Hong, suddenly drops by. The two excitedly hug it out, screaming so loud they almost deafen our boy. After catching up, Munchai introduces our boy to her friend. The two girls laugh and start gossiping right in front of him. Hearing that our guy is a bit naive, the bold Sarah instantly finds her new target. She pats his head and starts teasing him mercilessly about his preferences. Faced with this, our flustered boy starts sweating buckets. Amused by his hilarious reaction, Sarah bursts into laughter and unexpectedly lunges right at him. Before he can even process what's happening, Sarah tackles him to the floor and smoothly locks him in a tight triangle choke. Up against another martial arts expert, our boy who hasn't learned ground escapes yet is completely helpless. Within seconds, he passes out from the chokehold. Sometime later, a heavy foot on his chest jolts him awake. He sits up in total confusion, his brain still trying to reboot. Looking down at him, Munchai ruthlessly roasts him for passing out, then naturally demands he use his card to buy them chicken feet. It's gonna be a long night for our boy. While enjoying their meal, Minchai casually drops a bombshell. Our boy's mom is going away on a business trip for a few days. Hearing this, Sarah's eyes light up. She immediately brings out some hidden soju, leaving our pure-hearted boy sweating bullets over this rule-breaking move. Ignoring the underage drinking rules, the two former delinquents go straight into heavy drinking mode. Watching them chug away, our boy can only sit there sweating nervously. A few hours later, the chaotic drinking session ends. Looking at the drunk girls passed out all over the room, our boy sighs and resigns himself to cleaning up. Not wanting Minchai to catch a cold, our boy uses all his strength to pick her up. It should have been a sweet moment, but things are about to go terribly wrong. Before he can lay her down properly, a heavily drunk Sarah stumbles over and crashes right into him. The sudden impact instantly short-circuits his brain. Pinned down and powerless, our boy ends up trapped on the bed between the two flushed girls, too scared to move an inch. With the tension rising, he is definitely in for a sleepless night. Our boy wakes up gasping for air, only to realize he's trapped in a terrifying death grip between the two fighter girls. Pinned down like a human body pillow, he can't even muscle his way out. He somehow survives until morning. But the moment his roommate wakes up and spots him in the bed, all hell breaks loose as she furiously demands if he has a death wish. Dripping with nervous sweat, our guy tries to explain that they literally held him hostage all night. Hearing his panicked defense, a newly awakened Sarah simply bursts into laughter. After the morning chaos, the trio settles down for some ramen. Out of nowhere, the energetic Sarah suggests they should have a sparring session since she heard our boy is training in martial arts. Learning that this blonde beauty trained at the same dojo as his mentor, our boy realizes this is actually the perfect opportunity to test his newly acquired combat skills against a real fighter. They head outside to settle the challenge. As the spar begins, our boy instantly drops into his fighting stance. But after one glance at his guard, his opponent notices a fatal flaw in his posture. Facing the formidable southpaw Hong Sarah, our boy is still politely touching gloves to get ready. But before he can even take his stance, Sarah raises an eyebrow and asks why he isn't attacking yet. Before he can process the question, Sarah lands a heavy surprise punch square on his face. Seeing him completely dazed, she bursts into laughter, reminding him that there's no room to let his guard down in a real spar. Knocked to the ground, our boy complains about the ruthless sneak attack. However, Sarah and Minchai just laugh it off, teaching him a harsh lesson. In a real fight, enemies won't wait for you to get ready. Standing back up, Sarah extends her right hand with an open palm, striking a very strange inviting stance. Confused but determined, our guy grits his teeth and decides to test the waters with a quick jab. Our boy strikes decisively, but to his absolute shock, his fierce jab is effortlessly blocked by her single open hand. Refusing to give up, he dashes forward for a barrage of attacks. But will this fierce assault actually break through Sarah's defense? Facing her flawless defense, our boy quietly analyzes the situation. He notices Sarah backs away with every block, making it impossible to string together combos. Since the distance is an issue, he takes the initiative. Our guy dashes forward, planning to break the stalemate with a swift jab combo. But he is way too naive, as it's a trap. Sarah seizes the moment and delivers a devastating straight punch right to his face. Taking that heavy hit, our boy instantly blacks out. Just as he groggily regains consciousness, a strangely pungent smell hits his nose. Jolting awake, our guy almost loses his mind. To wake him up, this crazy lady actually stuck her toes right into his nostrils. Facing Sarah's ruthless teasing, he barely manages to get back into his stance. However, his head is still spinning, and he completely lost his punching rhythm. Just then, Minchai can't stand watching anymore. She loudly reminds our boy that to break through, he must observe Sarah's stance. Hearing this, it finally dawns on our guy. Sarah has her right hand and foot forward, which means she's a tricky southpaw fighter. Despite being teased about her spelling, Minchai quickly changes the subject. To defeat a southpaw, what is the real key to victory? To make our boy fully understand his defeat, Sarah breaks down the mechanics of facing a left-hander. Since their dominant feet align, southpaws easily use the longer distance to gain the upper hand. Continuing the review, Sarah explains how she used this distance advantage to constantly block with her leading hand while stepping back to control the pace. This perfectly baited our frustrated guy into dashing forward, allowing her to easily seize the opening and land a devastating left counter punch. Sweating over this hardcore tactical breakdown, our boy finally gets it. Having only ever trained with Minchai, he was completely unprepared for such a tricky southpaw strategy. Before the lesson even sinks in, Sarah claims that real combat is the best teacher and unexpectedly lands another heavy punch right on his face. Our poor guy gets sent tumbling to the ground and locked in a tight submission. He begs to stop the training, but Sarah clearly isn't done having fun. A few days later in the school hallway, Sarah is cheerfully strolling with a basketball when she suddenly spots a familiar figure ahead. Convinced it's our boy, she cheekily hurls the basketball right at him as a greeting. With a loud thud, the ball scores a direct hit on the back of his head. Out of nowhere, our boy gets hit in the head by a flying basketball in the hallway. The thrower gives a half-hearted apology, playfully claiming it was just a mix-up. Too timid to stand up for himself, our boy forces a smile and says it's fine. This is exactly what the blonde bully wanted, secretly mocking his submissive reaction. Wanting to keep him around as a long-term toy, the bully pretends to be nice and hands over a strawberry snack as a fake peace offering. After forcing him to accept it, the bully even invites him to a PC cafe. Turning away, he feels incredibly smug about his manipulative little game. Just as he's busy feeling full of himself, he spots 3 heavy hitters in the hallway, notorious middle school delinquents, who just started their first year. Looking to boost his own street cred, the bully decides to make a move. He confidently struts over and greets the tough guys with a wide, fake smile. He proudly introduces himself and even throws an arm around one of them. The delinquent coldly tells him to follow them to the recycling area, and this idiot actually thinks his social skills are working, completely unaware of the beating that awaits. Meanwhile, a group of delinquents is gossiping about the guy who took down the giant Hong Dae-bong. The orange-haired Kwok Hanseal takes this chance to brag and spin the story his way. To show off to his buddies, Hanseal shamelessly claims that our boy is just his errand boy, and even boasts about putting him in his place soon. Speak of the devil. Just as the group enters the cafeteria with their trays, they spot our boy quietly eating his lunch in the crowd. The gang starts teasing Hanseal, doubting if he really has the guts to mess with him. Feeling the pressure and sweating bullets, Hanseal nervously tries to play it cool. Desperate to prove he's the boss, he puts his arms around his friends, telling them to watch and learn, before boldly marching towards our boy with his tray. Without warning, he dumps his entire tray of hot food and soup right on our boy's head. Shocked by this sudden public humiliation, our guy freezes, but it's clear a new storm is brewing. In the cafeteria, the orange-haired delinquent intentionally dumps his lunch tray on our boy's head, giving a fake apology about his hand slipping. He acts like a buddy to our boy's face, but the moment he turns around, he and his gang ruthlessly mock him for being an easy target. Humiliated by the stares of the other students, our boy is left completely distressed, while his tough roommate Minchai silently watches the whole ordeal. With no other choice, our guy retreats to the restroom to wash the mess out of his hair, lamenting his ruined uniform. Desperate for a connection, he forces himself to believe it was just an honest mistake, quietly swallowing his pride to keep the peace. Later, the bully brings our boy to a PC cafe and offers to pay. This rare experience of gaming with a friend actually leaves him feeling touched. But before he can even enjoy this fake friendship, Minchai and her friend Sarah unexpectedly show up right next to his seat. Seeing the girls skipping out to play games, our boy suddenly realizes that this is the real reason Minchai postponed his brutal training session tonight. Our boy is at the PC bang with Hansuk, but his roommate Minchai is also there, warning him to act like a total stranger to avoid any trouble. As they load into Summoner's Rift, Hansuk plays the friendly mentor, leaning in and coaching our boy through the match. The peace doesn't last long. A misplay sends Hansuk into a violent rage, slamming the desk and shouting, while our boy trembles and apologizes. The noise draws complaints from other customers. Faced with the pressure, even the arrogant Hansuk has to quiet down and keep his temper in check. Suddenly, Hansuk spots 2 attractive girls nearby. He has no idea that one of them is actually our boy's terrifyingly strong roommate, Minchai. As Hansuk starts rating their looks and bragging about how easily he could get their numbers, our boy is sweating buckets from the sheer awkwardness. Hearing Hansuk's vulgar comments, our boy closes his eyes in dread, desperately hoping this idiot doesn't actually try to make a move. When Minchai stands up to head for the restroom, Hansuk thinks it's his big chance, completely unaware he's walking straight into a disaster. In the middle of the tense situation, someone frantically tries to open their phone camera for evidence, but the delinquent swiftly snatches it away. Seeing things get worse, our boy finally steps up. He firmly grabs the orange-haired delinquent's wrist, commanding him to stop right there. He squeezes the guy's arm tightly, crumpling his sleeve. Annoyed by the sudden interference, the punk glares back and asks if he even knows her. Even though he's trembling with fear, our boy pushes past it. With red eyes, he roars at the top of his lungs, "She's my friend, you bastard." Jae-hyuk threatens to call the cops. Not wanting police trouble, the delinquent slaps him across the neck and casually walks off with a nasty warning. Our guy is left sweating and completely shaken. But the nightmare isn't over. The very next day, that same red-slippered menace comes sliding right through the doors. While our boy is trying to study, the class bully, Kwak Han-sol, suddenly approaches with a menacing look. He demands our guy go buy him bread, as the girls nearby mock the situation. Seeing no reaction, Han-sol puts on a fake, friendly act. He shamelessly brings up small favors from the past, trying to guilt-trip our boy into becoming his personal errand boy. He even starts making comments about Minchai right to our boy's face. Our guy's eyes turn cold as he snaps back, asking if he looks like a lackey, leaving Han-sol stunned. The girl's laughter pushes Han-sol over the edge. To save face, he snaps and delivers a brutal kick to our boy's stomach, trying to reassert his dominance through violence. After the attack, Han-sol squats arrogantly, claiming it's just a favor between friends. The classroom falls silent as everyone watches our boy endure this humiliation. He crosses the line further by grabbing our boy's head and insulting his mother. Adding insult to injury, he strikes our guy's face with a slipper, showing zero restraint. Before leaving, Han-sol brags about his violent past reputation, warning our boy not to test him. He doesn't realize that our guy's silence is just the calm before the storm. Getting ready for the upcoming fight, the cunning bully Kwak Han-sol is acting incredibly arrogant. Relying on his 6 months of boxing, he doesn't take our boy seriously at all. He wildly throws punches in front of his crew to show off, but secretly, the memory of our boy's fierce glare actually has him sweating bullets over losing. To guarantee a win, the treacherous bully sneaks over to our boy's locker. He shamelessly stuffs crushed glass shards into his sneakers, feeling incredibly proud of his own dirty trick. Meanwhile, a sweating Jae-hyuk is on the phone with Minchai. Despite his obvious nervousness, he remembers her advice to never run away and hardens his resolve for the fight. Just as the duel is about to begin, someone in the shadows secretly sets up a camera. How will our boy survive this trap-filled showdown? Right before the big fight, Minchai ruthlessly reminds our boy about their study session. He complains but starts warming up, completely unaware of the deadly trap already hidden inside his shoe. The moment he steps down hard, disaster strikes. Hidden glass shards pierce deep into his foot. Our boy collapses in agonizing pain as blood stains the floor, leaving Minchai in absolute shock. Before he can even process the pain, the treacherous orange-haired villain charges in like a rabid dog. This coward deliberately timed his ambush, giving our boy absolutely no chance to breathe or treat his wound. Seeing our boy bleeding and unable to stand, the villain shows zero mercy. He launches a brutal flying kick. Off balance and severely injured, our guy can't dodge and goes crashing down. "Why are you staying on the ground, loser?" the villain arrogantly taunts him. Meanwhile, our boy is paralyzed by the agonizing pain of glass tearing his flesh, struggling just to get back on his feet. Taking full advantage of the situation, the coward ruthlessly unleashes a barrage of heavy kicks right at our defenseless guy's head. The massive impact is enough to make anyone lose consciousness. Watching our boy writhing in pain, unable to plant his feet, the villain flashes a sick, triumphant smirk. His dirty glass trap worked perfectly. What was supposed to be a fair fight has now turned into a desperate, one-sided slaughter. Minchai rushes to the scene, only to find our boy forced into a duel with the cunning bully. Worse yet, his foot is bleeding heavily from a glass trap, making it hard to even stand. Seeing our boy struggling to stand, the villain shows no mercy. Relying on his brief boxing training, he aggressively closes in and lands a heavy jab right into our boy's stomach. He follows up with a fierce 1-2 combo, drawing gasps from the crowd. Under this relentless barrage, our guy can only grit his teeth and endure, completely unable to fight back. Minchai instantly spots the fatal flaw. As a right-hander, our boy must plant his weight on his left foot to punch. With his injured foot offering no support, dodging or counterattacking is impossible. Realizing our boy is defenseless, the villain grows even more aggressive. A brutal left hook to the head, followed by a devastating uppercut, sends our guy reeling in a completely one-sided beatdown. Seeing our guy stumble, the villain smugly spreads his arms, soaking in the wild cheers of his cronies. To everyone watching, this fight seems totally over. Amidst the chaos, a mysterious silver-haired girl quietly slips to the front. Instead of being scared, she holds up her phone, watching the unfolding duel with great interest. However, our boy isn't giving up just yet. Biting down hard on his bandage, he fights through the excruciating pain. Facing this impossible disadvantage, his mind races, desperately searching for a way to turn the tables. Completely overwhelmed by his opponent, our boy is pushed to the brink of despair by his bleeding foot. Just as he considers giving up, a training memory flashes through his mind. But reality gives him no time to breathe. The crazed villain presses forward like a mad dog, landing heavy punches while arrogantly declaring himself the true apex predator. The thug's fists rain down, leaving our boy defenseless. Trying to crush his dignity in front of the crowd, the villain violently grabs his hair to deliver ultimate humiliation. Despite the brutal dragging and beating, our bloodied boy refuses to surrender. Enduring excruciating pain, he shuts his eyes and desperately searches his mind for a way to turn the tables. His eyes suddenly snap open. He remembers a crucial detail from sparring with the southpaw fighter Sarah. Her unique right foot forward stance might just be his ticket out of this mess. Since his injured foot can't support him properly, he decides to flip the script. Enduring the piercing pain, our boy boldly shifts directly into a southpaw combat stance. This unorthodox move stuns the observing gang bosses. After all, suddenly changing stances in a life-or-death fight is as absurd as a right-hander trying to use chopsticks with their left hand. Even with his foot bleeding from the broken glass, our boy doesn't back down. Remembering his training, he shifts his weight to his toes and boldly switches to a southpaw stance. The orange-haired punk arrogantly mocks his sudden stance change. Little does he know, our boy has already endured brutal sparring sessions exactly for situations where his leg is injured. Facing his dismissive opponent, our boy reaches out to constantly tap and parry the punk's lead hand. This seemingly harmless gesture is actually a brilliant tactical setup. Just as taught in training, this annoying hand-trapping tactic quickly breaks the punk's composure. Furious that his lead arm is restricted, he recklessly swings his free fist. But that's exactly what our boy was waiting for. Gritting his teeth through the pain, he locks onto the opening and launches a heavy counterpunch right back. This perfectly timed left-handed strike is lightning fast, smashing directly into the bully's face. The arrogant punk's face contorts in agony as he reels backward, completely stunned. Our boy finally seizes the moment, landing a clean and devastating hook right on the bully's face. The sheer impact sends the cocky punk staggering backward, leaving the onlookers in absolute awe. Watching our boy dominate, his training mentor is having the time of her life. She beams with pride, eagerly bragging to her stunned friend about her student's incredible performance. The bully, however, is completely overwhelmed. Faced with a storm of punches, he has no choice but to awkwardly retreat. The humiliation of being beaten by someone he considered a loser completely shatters his ego. Fueled by pure rage and desperation, the cornered bully throws away any sense of honor. He grabs a heavy bicycle wheel and mercilessly smashes it straight into our boy's head, catching him off guard. This dirty move shocks even the bystanders, but the psycho is far past caring. In his twisted mind, there are no rules in a street fight. He keeps smashing the bike until it's completely destroyed. Accompanied by terrifying crashing sounds, the madman keeps swinging, sick enough to actually enjoy the brutal assault. Losing his momentum, our boy can only cover his head and struggle to survive the onslaught. Is this the end of his miraculous comeback? Just when things look utterly hopeless, a crucial memory flashes through our boy's mind. Do you know the fatal weakness of a southpaw counter-striker? In a flashback, his mentor reveals the ultimate survival secret. When our boy asks what to do when backed into a corner, she confidently explains that a perfectly timed counterattack can break any dead end. Following the instructions perfectly, our boy keeps his guard up and absorbs the heavy blows. To make his arrogant opponent completely drop his guard, he even fakes being overwhelmed by the pain. Just as the villain gets sloppy, our boy plants his back foot firmly against the wall. Using the powerful push-off, he unleashes a devastating straight punch right when it counts. The flawless counterattack sends the villain crashing to the floor. But our boy remembers the final rule of the lesson: if they aren't completely knocked out, you mount them and finish the job. Looking at the scum on the ground, our boy recalls the cruel things he did to his friends. Without giving the villain a second to breathe, another furious punch is already on its way. With a deafening roar, our boy unleashes a storm of relentless punches, pouring all his pent-up rage into every strike. This long-awaited counterattack has finally crushed the nightmare of bullying once and for all. Pinned to the ground and losing the 1v1, Hansol shamelessly calls out for his gang to jump our boy. But the gang completely ignores him, telling him to fight his own battles, which leaves Hansol cursing in despair. Left with no backup, Hansol takes a one-sided beating. Under our boy's relentless fists, he breaks down and begs for mercy. But his apology is just a dirty trick. In the next second, he pulls out a hidden weapon for a sneak attack, screaming that our boy is going to die. Having already seen through his cunning nature, our boy grabs him by the collar and delivers a ruthless punch to shut down his counterattack. Ignoring Hansel's desperate screams, our boy's eyes burn with fury as he unleashes a final, devastating blow with all his might. After a heavy thud, the once arrogant school bully completely collapses. Our boy sits on top of him, panting heavily from the intense fight. Staring at our boy's blood-stained fists, the entire crowd falls into dead silence. The shocked students finally realize that the school's hierarchy has completely changed. Standing over his defeated opponent with a bloody fist, our boy's sheer brutality leaves the onlookers in absolute shock. Sarah breaks the silence with a hearty laugh. Finding the whole situation incredibly amusing, she declares she had a great time before heading to her bus. Sarah praises his technique before leaving, but our boy blushes and awkwardly reminds her of the special reward she promised if he won. As Sarah playfully leans in to tease him, Minchai is left utterly confused. Thankfully, the bus arrives just in time to save him from a heart attack. Watching the bus drive away, our boy drops the joke and silently thanks his fiery mentor for helping him defeat such a tough opponent. On the subway ride home, Minchai suddenly asks why he fought so aggressively today. The question takes our boy completely by surprise. Reminding him of his furious, uncharacteristic punches, Minchai points out that he completely lost his usual cool during the fight. He quietly admits he lost it because the bully messed with his friend. Minchai immediately drops a reality check, bluntly stating he has no friends. He firmly replies that it's someone he wants to be friends with. Minchai warns him not to lose control next time, but the dangerous path ahead remains uncertain. A group of bullies hangs out, arrogantly laughing and bragging about a defenseless kid they just humiliated. Their twisted fun is interrupted by heavy footsteps. The newcomer is Co. Doyen, and facing these thugs, his eyes radiate a chilling calmness. The lead bully completely dismisses Doyen. He deliberately leans in close, mockingly picking his ear while bragging about his middle school glory days to assert dominance. Unfazed by their threats, Doyen calmly declares his true goal, to become the #1 first year. This bold claim instantly sends the trio into hysterical laughter. Treating it like the joke of the century, the bullies mockingly accept his challenge. To them, this arrogant kid is just begging to get crushed. Just as the school bell rings, the lead bully tries to postpone the fight. But Doyen smirks and taunts him for chickening out, instantly stepping on a landmine. Enraged, the bully curses and lunges at Doyen like a wild beast, desperately trying to violently reclaim his lost pride and crush the challenger. But he has no idea what kind of monster he's facing. Doyen flawlessly counters with a storm of lightning-fast punches, ruthlessly crushing the arrogant bully. To prove his worth and join the top gang, this terrifying fighting genius begins a brutal, one-sided massacre, instantly sending his opponent flying with a fierce kick. Like a wild beast losing control, he roars in anger, raining down a relentless barrage of heavy punches on his enemies without mercy. With a final crushing blow, every opponent is left unconscious on the ground. He stands victorious like a god of war over the carnage. Still radiating a fierce aura, he heads straight to the school's gym equipment room and shoves the heavy doors open without hesitation. Behind the door is the hideout of Invincible, the school's biggest gang. The punks inside, busy smoking and playing cards, instantly glare at the uninvited guest. Facing the arrogant bullies, he surprisingly bows respectfully, asking to join their ranks, only to be met with immediate and disdainful mockery. Though he confidently claims he just swept the first years, the gang leaders scoff. If he wants in, he has to hunt down their ultimate target, our boy. Meanwhile, the Invincible gang leader Philip presents a new target. Pointing at a photo of our boy, he declares that defeating him is the only way to earn his approval. A few days later, our boy is grabbing a snack. Since his victory over the bullies, no one dares to mess with him anymore, and he finally gets to enjoy some hard-earned peace. However, the peace is short-lived. A group of self-proclaimed outcasts suddenly surrounds him, excitedly revealing that they've been secretly cheering for their newfound hero against the bullies. Flattered by their enthusiastic praise, our boy blushes in surprise. To celebrate his deeds, these passionate fans immediately invite him to hang out at their secret base, the anime club room. Half reluctantly, our boy follows them and pushes open the club room door. Inside sits another club member, Baek Dasam, who casually looks up at the sudden intrusion. The moment she sees our boy, she covers her face and screams, blushing furiously. He thinks he scared her, but the guys laugh and explain that she's actually his biggest fangirl. A black-haired girl rushes out in a panic, only to trip and fall flat. Blushing with embarrassment, she stands up and awkwardly introduces herself as Baek Dasam. Seeing her clumsy look with mismatched slippers, our boy actually feels a sense of warmth and shyly reaches out to introduce himself. Hearing his name, Dasam gets so excited that she accidentally slaps a club member away, enthusiastically revealing she's his biggest fan and has watched all his fights. With the club members playfully gossiping around them, our boy finally feels a long-lost sense of relaxation and belonging in this cheerful, innocent atmosphere. Meanwhile, somewhere else in the school, delinquent girls impatiently complain about a bullied student taking too long to fetch their food, showing that the shadow of bullying still lingers. Back at the club, everyone gathers around happily. They share snacks while enthusiastically debating the plot of an anime on the screen. The casual chat shifts to their ideal types. Eating snacks on the side, our boy smiles bitterly, thinking he'd be grateful if anyone could just accept his past as a loser. But right in this heartwarming moment, a deafening crash suddenly echoes from outside the door. Dasam covers her face in fear. It seems major trouble has just arrived. At the anime club gathering, Dasam takes off her jacket because of the heat, making the boys around her blush. The atmosphere is light and cheerful. However, the footsteps of an uninvited guest echo in the hallway. Our boy glances at his phone, his expression instantly freezing as he senses approaching danger. The newcomer is the semi-pro fighting genius, Seo Do-yoon. He steps right up to our boy, glaring sharply, and challenges him to a fight without hesitation. Our boy is completely stunned, internally panicking. He just dealt with the school bullies, so why is a monster-level threat coming after him now? Before our boy can even process it, Do-yoon suddenly lashes out, unleashing a devastating punch to instantly knock down a nearby student as a warning. Seeing the innocent student getting trampled, our boy desperately yells at him to stop. Dasam, standing at the door, stares in disbelief and calls out her childhood friend's name. Hearing Dasam's trembling voice, the once ruthless Do-yoon freezes. Traumatic memories of being bullied while trying to protect her in middle school suddenly flood his mind. Seeing the unexpected arrival, Dasam cries out his name in pure shock. Seo Do-yoon. Watching from the sidelines, our boy is completely confused about what's unfolding. The hallway is in chaos. Do-yoon instantly challenges our boy, while a suited thug mercilessly beats another student. Dasam quickly rushes in to stop the violence. But the attacker shows no mercy, landing brutal blows. Watching the poor guy cough up blood, our boy gasps in horror, realizing this looks way more painful than his own beatings. Dasam drops to the floor, desperately crying out her injured friend's name. With the victim barely conscious, the atmosphere becomes incredibly tense and suffocating. Watching Do-yoon's crew leave, our boy is full of questions. But suddenly, a far more terrifying thought strikes him. He completely forgot to buy Minchi's bread. As expected, his failure to deliver the snacks turns Minchi into an absolute demon. She overpowers our boy, casually pinning him to the floor without mercy. Snacking casually, Minchi declares her errands must come first. Crushed under her foot, our boy silently cries, feeling that this hellish punishment is way worse than any school bully. Still, our boy won't surrender easily. Having already crushed 3 notorious bullies under Minchi's training, he has grown stronger. With this newfound confidence, how will he face Do-yoon's deadly challenge? Our boy thought his recent victory would buy him some peace, but he was dead wrong. Instead of backing off, the school's bullies are lining up to challenge him, eager to prove they're tougher. Running from the endless provocations, our guy starts to doubt himself. He wonders if his last opponent was just too weak to earn him any real respect, leaving him as a prime target. His baddest roommate offers a simple, blunt solution. Just get so overwhelmingly strong that no one even dares to look your way. It's time to level up. Since he's decided to stop running, the hellish training resumes immediately. She steps up to demonstrate a brutal new mid-angle strike that perfectly combines a front and side kick. The secret is using the instep to directly target the opponent's liver. But as she brings her foot close to demonstrate the exact angle, our boy gets a little distracted. Instead of studying her form, he actually stops to sniff her foot. Realizing what a total creep he's being, she instantly delivers a ruthless liver kick, sending him crashing to the floor in agony. Trembling on the ground, he learns the hard way that a clean liver shot really is an absolute KO. But there's no time for sympathy, because this brutal lesson has only just begun. Our boy is trying to avoid unwanted fights, but a sudden tap on the shoulder spooks him. He turns to find his anime club friend, Baek Daesum. Seeing her flushed face, our boy thinks he's about to get a romantic confession. But reality hits hard when she instead begs him to fight Seo Doyen. The sweet confession he expected turns into a deadly duel request. Completely dumbfounded and sweating profusely, our boy stammers to ask what on earth she means. Daesum explains she overheard some classmates gossiping. Rumor has it that the dangerous Seo Doyen is actively hunting our boy down for a brutal fight. The reason makes it even worse. The notorious gang Invincible is recruiting, and their twisted entrance exam requires beating up our newly famous boy. Hearing that he's the official prey for a gang's entrance test, our boy is absolutely terrified. But just as despair sets in, Daesum drops another shocking secret. It turns out this terrifying fighter used to be her childhood friend. Desperate to save Doyen from his dark path, Daesum places all her hope in our boy. Desperate to save her childhood friend from sinking deeper into the gang life, Baek Daesum tearfully begs our boy to defeat Seo Doyen before it's too late. Hearing this, our guy breaks out in a cold sweat. What really shocks him isn't just fighting Doyen, but finding out he's become an initiation target for a literal gang. Trembling, he rejects her heavy request. He confesses that he's just a guy struggling to stop getting bullied, and he has zero confidence in playing the hero to save someone else. Crushed by his refusal, Daesum breaks down in tears, crying and apologizing for asking too much. In her panic to back away, she accidentally trips and falls. Before our boy can even reach out to help, she scrambles to her feet and runs out of the room, leaving him sighing in guilt. Later that night, things finally click for him. No wonder so many thugs have been picking fights lately. The thought of being hunted by a gang leaves him completely anxious. Back home, he vents his frustrations to his hardcore roommate. Without missing a beat, she casually suggests he should just go confront the gang directly and make a deal. Our boy nearly cries, pointing out he doesn't even know where to find them. Calling him a wimp, she grabs her phone, ready to hit up her delinquent contacts for some solid intel on what to do next. After asking around, our boy's friends finally identify the mastermind pulling the strings. It's Philip Hahn, the leader of the school's biggest gang, Invincible. Following the clue, our boy heads alone to the gym equipment room after school. But the moment he pushes the door open, he's greeted by a room packed with gangsters. Seeing an intruder, the thugs immediately bare their fangs. Just as things are about to get ugly, Philip, sitting in the center, smiles and tells his guys to make way. Even though he's trembling and sweating buckets, our boy clenches his fists and nervously steps right up to the gang boss, determined to get some answers. Gathering his courage, he asks if it's true they're using him as an entry exam. Surprisingly, Philip admits it without hesitation, flashing an amused smile. Seeing our boy's frustration, Philip casually explains that he just finds his struggles highly entertaining, and wants to see exactly how strong his prey can get. To satisfy his twisted amusement, Philip declared an open bounty. Anyone who wants to join Invincible simply has to defeat Kim Jae-hyuk. What's crazier is that to ensure the game stays fun to watch, he set a strict rule: no jumping or ambushing allowed. Every fight must be a fair, supervised one-on-one duel. Invincible's boss drops a cruel bounty: whoever beats our boy first gets to join the gang and enjoy endless wealth and power. Driven into a corner, our guy tries to refuse. But the boss just smirks, threatening him with endless gangings and ambushes if he backs down. Panic sets in as our boy realizes there's no way out. Then, his mentor's voice echoes in his mind: the only way to break this miserable fate is to get stronger and win. Swallowing his fear, our guy proposes a counterbet: if he fights and wins, the hunting game must stop for good. Amused, the boss agrees to the terms. Although he's trembling and sweating bullets, our boy knows this is his only shot at survival. A ruthless battle for his life has just begun. A few weeks later, a narrow alley is packed with thugs fighting for that single spot in the gang. The tension in the air is absolutely explosive. Before they even find our boy, the hounds turn on each other. Some reckless thug decides to pick a fight with Seo Doyen, the semi-pro striking genius. Tonight is going to be wild. Rumors of Seo Doyen's terrifying strength constantly echo through the school. There's always some arrogant fool trying to challenge his authority, claiming they can beat the striking genius at his own game. Meanwhile, in the dim equipment room, our boy gathers his courage to negotiate with the gang's leader. To end his miserable fate, he makes a bold deal. If he wins, the gang must back off forever. After securing the leader's mocking promise, our guy rushes back to the alley. Sweating bullets, he reports the situation to his demon coach Lee Min-chai, confessing that he has officially accepted the dangerous deathmatch. Hearing his reckless decision, Lee Min-chai rolls her eyes and mercilessly roasts him for acting like a tough guy and meddling in such dangerous business. Even with the promise of peace from the gang, the thought of Seo Doyen's overwhelming power leaves our boy terrified. He nervously asks Lee Min-chai if he actually stands a chance against such a monster. Seeing his pathetic state, Lee Min-chai boldly tells him to stop worrying about useless things. To snap him out of it, she casually tosses him her heavy backpack, turning his anxiety into a hilarious bag-carrying chore. As the crisp school bell rings, this brief moment of everyday peace is about to end. With a brutal fight looming closer, time is running out for our boy to prepare. To gather intel on Seo Doyen, our boy and Min-chai track down Dacium. Once they spot her, they immediately step up to talk. Hearing they want to know about Doyen, Dacium's imagination runs wild. Eyes sparkling, she excitedly grabs our boy's hand. This instantly annoys Min-chai. She grabs Dacium by the collar with a death stare, forcing a quick apology while our guy desperately tries to defuse the situation. To avoid a scene, they move to the club room. Hearing about the upcoming fight, Dacium is actually relieved, thinking our boy wants to knock some sense into her childhood friend. Our boy awkwardly explains he just needs tactical intel. After a moment of thought, Dacium drops a bomb. She and Doyen used to train in mixed martial arts together. Hearing about his 3 years of training, Minchi's expression turns serious. Even in similar weight classes, years of formal MMA experience makes a massive difference. And the bad news doesn't end there. Doyen actually won every single tournament he entered. Facing such a flawless fighter, how will our boy manage to survive? Hearing about Doyen's insane training history leaves our boy sweating. To show them what they're up against, Dacium pulls up one of his old match videos. Inside the octagon, Doyen looks completely unfazed by his opponent, smoothly dodging every strike without breaking a sweat. His flexibility and speed are off the charts. Even when off balance, he easily finds the opening and lands a flawless counterattack. Following up with a vicious high kick, Doyen mercilessly drops his opponent, knocking him out cold in an instant. A brutal KO just 15 seconds into the first round. With an undefeated streak, it's clear why Doyen earned the title of striking genius. Dacium mercilessly adds that his striking is already at a semi-pro level, leaving our boy utterly hopeless. How is he supposed to beat a monster like that? In a panic, our boy blurts out that the fierce Lee Min-chai is actually his fighting tutor. Instead of doubting him, Dacium instantly turns into a starry-eyed fangirl. Seeing her get sidetracked, our boy quickly brings the focus back and asks if Doyen has any weak points. After a moment of thought, Dacium actually remembers something crucial. To defeat the terrifying Doyen, our boy and Min-chai ask his childhood friend for help. After some thought, she mentions a potential weakness. Hearing this, Min-chai immediately sees a glimmer of hope. Wasting no time, she takes our boy to the roof to start a targeted special training. Just then, Minchi's friend Sarah crashes the party. Seeing them gearing up, she volunteers to help out with her own martial arts experience. Before they can object, Sarah strips down to a wrestling singlet. Her wild outfit leaves our boy speechless, but it perfectly matches their training theme. They are focusing on wrestling due to Doyen's hidden flaw. Because he hates physical contact, he completely neglected grappling, making it his ultimate blind spot. To counter Doyen's terrifying striking skills, the group starts brainstorming. The girls break down the two main pillars of MMA for our boy, striking and grappling. Striking is all about throwing punches and kicks, like in boxing or Muay Thai. Grappling, on the other hand, focuses on wrestling, close quarters combat, and submission holds. While pros master both, it turns out Doyen hates grappling because getting sweaty is gross. Min-chai totally agrees, admitting that's exactly why she hasn't taught our boy any ground game yet. Hearing this, our boy has a light bulb moment. Doyen is completely one-dimensional. No matter how hard he punches, if they can drag him to the ground, they actually have a shot at winning. With the strategy set, wrestling boot camp begins immediately. First thing the next morning on the rooftop, Min-chai even shows up in a tight wrestling uniform to show she means business. The first fundamental move she teaches is the underhook. But the peanut gallery completely misunderstands and tries to tickle Min-chai's armpits, almost getting kicked off the roof by the hot-tempered coach. After yelling at the troublemaker, Min-chai uses our boy as a dummy. She slides her arms under his armpits from behind. Feeling her warmth and catching her scent, our guy gets a little flustered. Before he can even enjoy the moment, Minchai goes full coach mode. She locks her grip and effortlessly lifts our boy completely off the ground. Can this crash course in grappling really take down Doohyun? To counter Seo Doyen's weakness, Lee Minchai tailors a new strategy for our boy. She demonstrates a clean takedown, aiming to finish the fight on the ground with a submission. Short on training partners, Baek Daesum gets drafted on the spot. Under Coach Lee's strict commands, the two rookies clumsily begin their awkward grappling practice on the rooftop. Since wrestling demands immense stamina, Minchai kicks off a hellish conditioning circuit. From desperate belly crawls to intense battle ropes, our boy is pushed beyond his physical limits. The grueling training finally ends at nightfall, leaving everyone completely drained. Thankfully, a hot bowl of midnight ramen serves as the perfect comfort to soothe their exhausted bodies. During the meal, Minchai wonders why Daesum doesn't just talk to her childhood friend directly. The question stirs up old memories, hinting at an untold secret behind their faded friendship. Late at night, the girls are chatting over ramen on the balcony. Hearing how Doyen used to walk her to school, her friend's eyes light up, instantly realizing he definitely had a crush on her. Meanwhile, in a messy room filled with empty bottles and cigarette butts, a group of heavily tattooed delinquents is throwing a loud, chaotic party. Amidst the noise, one guy in black seems completely out of place. He's intensely focused on a receipt, carefully sketching a portrait of a long-haired girl. Nearby, a shirtless tattooed leader smokes and brags about dropping out of school, shamelessly declaring that heroes like them never bow their heads to teachers. Changing the subject, the tattooed leader urges his sketching companion to endure school for the gang's sake. If he passes the test, he can connect them to the powerful Invincible gang. Although they haven't officially joined the Invincibles yet, the leader is already making big promises, pushing his buddy to get in quickly to expand their shady business. In a smoky room, the tattooed gang leader casually smokes while discussing lucrative business with his crew. To recruit the top-tier fighter Seo Doyen, he is willing to pay a hefty price. The boss pulls out a luxurious diamond-encrusted watch and generously hands it to Doyen, attempting to fully buy his loyalty with expensive treats. A blonde girl nearby, charmed by Doyen's handsome looks, leans in for an intimate kiss, only to be coldly pushed away by the unimpressed fighter. Disgusted by the toxic environment, Doyen loses his patience and walks out without a single word, leaving the gang members completely dumbfounded. Walking alone through the bustling night streets, Doyen rubs his aching head with a frown. The thick cigarette smoke from earlier leaves him feeling extremely irritable. Just then, a group of clueless street thugs blocks his path. Triggered by a minor shoulder bump, they arrogantly surround him and interrogate his background. Facing these perfect punching bags, the already furious Doyen coldly states his name before delivering a devastating side kick. It seems these thugs are in for a brutal lesson tonight. Enraged by the blue-shirt boy, the tattooed thugs lose their cool. With a furious roar, several muscular gangsters lunge at him from all directions. Facing this fierce siege, Seo Doyen doesn't even blink. He effortlessly weaves through the attacks, unleashing a counterpunch with terrifying power that completely distorts his opponent's face. Immediately after, he forcefully slams another thug's head into the ground. With a heavy thud, the once arrogant gangsters instantly lose their combat ability. Seeing his comrades fall, a remaining tattooed man swings wildly in a desperate struggle. But against overwhelming skill, he eats a crushing punch before he can even land a hit. Seo Doyen moves like an emotionless fighting machine. He neutralizes every wild attack with sharp striking techniques, delivering a clean flying kick that leaves his opponent completely dazed. Realizing the situation is out of control, a desperate boss pulls out a machete. Just as he thinks he has the upper hand, Seo Doyen moves faster than he can react. Trying to threaten me with a knife? You'd have to be faster. Before he finishes, a devastating high kick smashes into the boss's face, wiping out the entire gang. The commotion draws a crowd, but Seo Doyen just dusts himself off. Meanwhile, a mysterious silver-haired girl smiles at a photo of our boy Kim Jae-hyuk, setting up the next hunt. Defeat him, and I'll acknowledge you. Facing the seemingly frail student, the fighting genius is finally intrigued. An unprecedented crisis is quietly closing in on our boy. To prepare for the upcoming life-or-death battle, our boy underwent hellish training under Lee Minchai. From lifting heavy weights to being literally stepped on, he pushed through the pain. After 3 weeks of grueling day and night workouts, the training finally concluded. Taking off his shirt, our boy revealed a newly built, muscular back, shedding his once frail frame. On the morning of the big fight, our guy was startled by Minchai suddenly barging into his room. Seeing him dawdle, she bluntly reminded him that today was the day he'd face Co Doin. When asked if he felt confident, our boy was sweating bullets. But remembering the brutal training they went through, he gulped and gave a firm, positive answer to his tutor. Fast forward to the afternoon, the narrow alley was already packed with eager students. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, our boy finally stood face to face with the terrifying genius, Co Doin. Among the spectators, the anime club friends showed up to anxiously support our guy. Meanwhile, Beck Daysum, hiding in her white hoodie, was too nervous watching the standoff to even reply to her friends. As Co Doin's childhood friend, Daysum understood the stakes better than anyone. To prevent Doin from sinking deeper into the gang's grasp, she secretly prayed for our boy to win. On the other side, the gang members were treating this like a joke. Smoking and laughing, they fully expected Doin to crush our guy quickly. The stage is set for a brutal showdown. Following Minchi's tactical plan, our boy decides to take the initiative. Pointing at himself, he boldly taunts Co Doin, "I heard you're good at striking?" Our boy claims he'll win using only strikes, challenging the genius at his own game. Undefeated and confident, Doin just smirks at the audacity and accepts. Without warning, Doin drops his smile and lunges like a beast. The sudden, heavy punch barely grazes our guy's nose, instantly leaving him in a cold sweat. The gang members are surprised he managed to dodge. But Doin gives him no time to breathe, immediately following up with a ruthless straight right combo. Facing the storm of relentless attacks, our boy can only frantically dodge. While he avoids the worst, just backing away won't give him any chance to counterattack. Just when everyone thought he'd keep running, our boy smoothly ducks and delivers a crisp, resounding slap right to Doin's face, stunning the crowd. A semi-pro prodigy, publicly slapped in front of everyone. Feeling the sting on his cheek, Doin's eyes turn dead cold. The real life or death battle has just begun. Facing the terrifying striking genius, our boy doesn't back down. Instead, he spreads his hands and taunts that he can win using nothing but open palm slaps. This was a custom strategy devised by his coach. Since outstriking a genius is impossible, the only way is to provoke him and disrupt his perfect rhythm. Dodging the fierce attacks, our boy seizes an opening to land a crisp, humiliating slap. The repeated disrespect completely shatters the genius's composure. This scene leaves the crowd stunned. Even the gang bosses watching from the sidelines can't believe a semi-pro fighter is getting slapped around like this. Completely enraged, the villain sees red and swings his fists wildly like a cornered beast. His exaggerated attacks create exactly the opening our boy has been waiting for. The moment the heavy punch comes swinging, our boy decisively ducks under it. He closes the distance in a flash, tightly securing a perfect underhook. It turns out the striking battle was just a bluff. The ultimate plan is to exploit his fatal weakness for ground grappling, dragging him down to secure the comeback win. Following Minchi's strategy, once our boy secures a tight grip around the waist, it's time for the ultimate move. He lifts his opponent completely off the ground for a brutal suplex. Rehearsing the technique in his mind, our boy locks his hands tightly around Doin's waist and unbelievably lifts the fighting genius right off the floor. With a fierce roar, our guy throws Doin backward with all his might. The massive impact sends the villain crashing hard onto the concrete, letting out a painful groan. That heavy slam even makes the watching thugs gasp in shock. But our boy doesn't give him a second to breathe, immediately pinning Doin down. Apply the triangle choke from the mount. Make him pass out. Remembering Minchi's crucial advice, our guy grits his teeth and tightens the choke hold to the max. Trapped in the choke, Doin struggles in extreme pain. Seeing the seemingly set outcome, even the observing gang bosses think this fight is finally over. Just when everyone thinks our boy has secured the win, the gang leader flashes a wicked smile. A perfect lock is unbreakable, unless you're facing an absolute monster. Our boy thought he had the lock secured, but Doin relies on monstrous raw strength to force an explosive bridge and completely flip him over. Minchai is absolutely stunned. For a striking specialist with zero grappling background to pull off a perfect escape purely on survival instinct is truly terrifying. Resetting the distance, Doin calmly adjusts his tie and returns to his striking stance. Our boy, still dizzy from the slam, desperately scrambles for a new strategy. Knowing he can't win a striking exchange, our guy fakes a jab to mask his true intent, dropping his weight instantly for another desperate takedown attempt. But this desperate tactic is perfectly read. Doin delivers a brutal, razor-sharp counter to the face, sending the watching thugs into bursts of cruel laughter. Anchored by his friend's desperate cry, our boy fights through the skull-cracking pain. Staggering but resolute, he raises his fists again. He won't go down that easily. Our boy tries to initiate with a feint and a 1-2, but Doyen reads him like a book, countering instantly with a vicious uppercut. Showing his genius in striking, Doyen unleashes a storm of heavy blows, coldly mocking that our guy can't even get close enough for a tackle. Even while blocking desperately, our boy takes massive damage. Watching him get completely outclassed, Minchai sweats in panic and screams at him to fight back. Hearing Minchai shout, our guy grits his teeth and throws wild punches. However, his reckless swings do no real damage and only expose his vulnerabilities. Realizing striking is pointless, he desperately tries to go for a tackle. But Doyen anticipates it perfectly, smashing a brutal heavy punch right into his head. Giving absolutely no room to breathe, Doyen follows up with a devastating spinning attack, striking our boy down with terrifying force. Seeing our boy drop to one knee in agony, the gang members laugh and celebrate early. Facing such an overwhelming skill gap, is this really the end of the line? Facing the semi-pro genius CO Doyen, our boy is pushed to his absolute limit. Dropping to one knee, he feels like he's hit an insurmountable wall. Despite the excruciating pain, Jae-hyuk grits his teeth and takes his stance again. But he knows his opponent can read every single move he makes. Before he can even think of a plan, Doyen launches another fierce attack. Jae-hyuk tries to block, but falls for a feint and takes a brutal punch straight to the face. A swift uppercut follows, sending our boy flying backward. Watching from above, the gang leaders casually declare that the fight is already over. Giving him zero time to recover, Doyen delivers a crushing downward kick. Bombarded by relentless strikes, our cornered hero wonders if it's really going to end like this. Through the pain, the arrogant words of the bullies echo in his mind. They made beating him the ultimate initiation test, treating him like nothing more than a stepping stone. I refuse to be their toy anymore. Jae-hyuk's eyes widen with fierce determination as he roars out his frustration. He will take whatever punishment it takes to win back his peaceful life. Amidst the ruthless taunts from the gang, our boy is barely hanging on. Do-yoon, on the other hand, advances like a cold-blooded fighting machine. Living up to his reputation as a semi-pro striker, Do-yoon unleashes a relentless barrage. Unable to counter, our boy is sent crashing to the ground by a devastating high kick. Giving no time to breathe, Do-yoon launches a storm of brutal strikes. Battered and dizzy, our boy struggles to even stand on his severely swollen leg. Is this how it ends? Covered in bruises, our boy's consciousness fades. Just as his friends panic, Minchai secretly knows the time for a counterattack has finally arrived. Flashback to their training, Minchai had tailored this ultimate tactic for him. When standard grappling fails, it's time to reveal the secret weapon that will break the opponent. The trigger for this secret card is none other than Dasam. Our guy endured all those lethal blows just to wait for this perfect signal. Jae-hyuk, don't lose to a bully like him. Take him down. Unable to bear it any longer, Dasam screams at the top of her lungs for our boy. Hearing his beloved crush call him a bully, Do-yoon is struck like lightning. His bloodthirsty aura vanishes instantly as he freezes and turns around in pure disbelief. That's right, this was Minchai's trump card all along. She figured out that Do-yoon's biggest weakness is his deep crush on Dasam. Now, the ultimate chance to strike back has come. Facing overwhelming odds, our boy remembers Minchai's lesson. In real fights, a corner will intentionally provoke the opponent to mess with their head. It's the classic distraction strategy. His anime club friends immediately catch on, loudly taunting from the sidelines. Hearing them mention his precious childhood friend, the normally calm Doyen instantly loses his cool, his body trembling. Seeing the strategy work, our boy pushes his guilt aside and adds fuel to the fire, mocking him mercilessly. Pushed over the edge, Doyen's sanity completely snaps as tears stream down his face. Shut up. With a desperate roar, Doyen lunges forward like a cornered beast. Tears mixing with sweat, he throws a devastatingly wild punch. The punch smashes into the wall with a terrifying impact. Our boy barely dodges, breaking out in a cold sweat. The provocation worked a little too well. Every swing now carries murderous intent. But danger brings opportunity. Our boy notices that in his emotional state, Doyen has abandoned his flawless form, making his swings wider. Just like Minchai taught him, losing control always creates an opening. Staring down the relentless assault, our guy's mind races. Doyen's high guard might protect his head, but it means one crucial thing: his torso is completely exposed. It's time to turn the tables. Recalling Minchi's tactical warning, our boy watches as Seo Doyen unleashes a deadly left kick aimed right at his liver. Taking the heavy blow head-on, our boy's face twists in agonizing pain. Seeing him vulnerable, Doyen steps in to finish the fight once and for all. But this was exactly our boy's plan. Enduring the immense pain, he seizes the moment to lock Doyen in a rear-naked choke, a striker's absolute worst nightmare. As his vision fades from the chokehold, Doyen's mind drifts back to middle school, a dark time when his childhood friend Baek Daesum was brutally bullied. The red-hooded delinquent endlessly tormented Daesum, pulling her hair and shoving her around, while everyone else was too terrified to intervene. Back then, Doyen was just a timid, chubby boy. Hearing her muffled sobs, he desperately tried to focus on his book to escape the harsh reality. Covered in stains from his own bullying, Doyen finally reached his breaking point. Unable to stand it anymore, he shot a piercing glare at the tormentors. But his brief moment of defiance only earned him a brutal kick from the bully. The terrifying nightmare for both of them had only just begun. It turns out the terrifying fighter Seo Doyen had a dark past. Back in middle school, his chubby physique made him an easy target for bullies, suffering endless humiliation while classmates watched in silence. Just when he thought he had to endure another brutal beating, an unexpected voice echoed in the room. The seemingly fragile Baek Daesum gathered her courage and loudly ordered the bullies to stop. But the arrogant bullies wouldn't listen. After a mocking apology, they ruthlessly struck Daesum down, laughing at her interference, while Doyen could only watch helplessly from the floor. Left with no choice, Daesum cried bitterly at her desk. Sitting beside her, Doyen pretended to focus on his book, but his heart was overwhelmed with deep guilt. Unable to ignore her endless tears, the clumsy Doyen finally made a move. He grabbed some crumpled tissues from the wall and awkwardly handed them to the sobbing girl. Wiping her tears, Daesum introduced herself. Touched by the incredible courage of this small girl who stood up for him, Doyen blushed and softly replied with his own name. Hearing his name, Daesum broke into a warm, bright smile and asked to be friends. From then on, these two bullied outcasts became each other's most important sanctuary in a cruel world. Looking back, our boy was once a bullied, overweight kid. Whenever he was in trouble, his friend Baek Daesum would bravely step in to protect him, even if it meant getting hurt herself, leaving him drowning in guilt. To complete a school assignment, Daesum eagerly invited our boy over to her house to watch a movie. Seeing her so energetic helped lift the heavy clouds that usually hung over his head. Sitting side by side, they watched a silly cartoon. Daesum laughed so hard she started mimicking the characters, and while our boy kept his cool, he secretly cherished this rare moment of warmth. Watching anime at Daesum's place soon became a daily habit. With his father always working, his own home was lonely, but spending time with her made even the wildest stories feel special. The plots didn't really matter. For our boy, the real joy was simply being with her. Their bond grew stronger every day, until they became the most important people in each other's lives. They started walking to school together, studying on the floor, and even practicing their drawing. Seeing Daesum scribble happily next to his sketches gave him a sense of peace he'd never known. Happy times fly by, and soon they were both in high school uniforms. The once weak boy stayed by her side, unaware that a storm was quietly brewing in their future. Memories flood back. The once powerless Seo Doyen was just a victim, backed into a corner by bullies, and forced to endure harsh slaps and relentless humiliation. Surrounded by the mocking laughter of his tormentors, he held back humiliating tears. For him back then, taking a beating was just a harsh daily reality he had to accept. But what truly broke him wasn't his own pain. Watching his precious childhood friend, Baek Daesum, forced to her knees and recorded by thugs shattered his world completely. Hiding in the shadows, he watched her suffer in pure agony. He screamed internally to step out and stop them, but his legs remained frozen by years of ingrained fear. His cowardly instincts forced him to shut his eyes, as tears of regret streamed down. The crushing despair of failing to protect her made him despise his own weakness entirely. That day of ultimate humiliation forced a life-changing decision. Standing alone in front of the MMA gym, he swore to completely erase his fragile and useless past self. He threw himself into hellish training, fueling every heavy punch with hatred for his old self. But where would this extreme violence, born to protect, ultimately lead him? To escape a life of bullying, Seo Doyen threw himself into hellish training. Day after day of extreme workouts pushed his body and willpower to their absolute limits. His brutal efforts paid off the moment he stepped into the octagon. Like a ruthless striking machine, he unleashed a storm of combos that completely overwhelmed his opponent. In just 15 seconds, the opponent was knocked out cold, leaving his coach totally speechless. From then on, this guy went on an unstoppable undefeated streak. However, his coach was deeply concerned. He warned Doyen that relying solely on striking and ignoring ground grappling would eventually become his fatal weakness in MMA. But the stubborn boy believed his speed was enough to keep anyone away. Sighing, the coach sternly warned him that his fists were now deadly weapons and shouldn't be used recklessly. After a long day of training, Doyen walked out to find his childhood friend waiting for him. All his desperate struggle for strength was ultimately just to protect her. In a flashback, Co. Doyen is still training hard to get stronger. Walking home at night, his childhood friend Daesum complains that he never has time to watch anime with her anymore. Seeing her disappointed, Doyen blushes and promises to make it up to her. Thrilled, Daesum excitedly tells him to come find her at her classroom after school tomorrow. The next day, Doyen arrives at her classroom as promised. But the moment he opens the door, he is struck by a horrifying sight. Daesum is being surrounded and mercilessly bullied by a group of delinquents. The lead bully brutally shoves Daesum around, while another girl records the humiliation on her phone. Seeing his helpless friend, Doyen freezes in a mix of pure shock and anger. Hearing the door, the bullies pause. The brown-haired leader turns around, glaring at Doyen and aggressively asking what the hell he's doing here. Seeing the bully deliberately stepping on Daesum's clothes, Doyen clenches his fists and demands he move his foot. However, the delinquent treats his warning like a complete joke. Instead of backing off, the bully relentlessly mocks Doyen. He starts asking if they are dating and throws out disgusting, crude jokes to provoke him further. Hearing the vile words and seeing Daesum's terrified eyes, Doyen completely snaps. Without a second thought, he throws a devastating right hook straight into the bully's face. The sudden punch leaves everyone in shock. But the bully quickly recovers, roaring in fury, as he delivers a brutal counterpunch that sends the inexperienced Doyen reeling. Can he really protect the girl he cares about? Facing the arrogant bully who grabbed his collar, our boy didn't back down. He countered with a devastating right cross, knocking the guy out cold. Seeing their buddy unconscious, the panicking goons called for backup. The brother, known as the top middle school fighter, charged in with his gang, furious and ready for revenge. But what happened next completely defied everyone's expectations. Within minutes, the once cocky thugs were laid out all over the floor, leaving our guy standing alone. Trembling at his bloody fists and fierce gaze, the bystanders didn't even dare to breathe. From that day on, our boy crushed his cowardly past and became an undisputed legend.